It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, March 7th, 2016. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani inside our New York City studio, back in New York after a crazy stretch of travel, back for the next month or so. Last time I was home for this long was back in October, and of course the stretch begins now, and that is a very good thing. But I got to tell you, today is a very special day, my friends. I've been doing this program with New York Rick for a little over 4 years, and during that run I have never, ever received a text, an email, a fax, a telegram, a phone call, nothing from him before the show to tell me that he was so excited for Monday's program. Never got that. Not once. Yesterday, when I landed in New York from Las Vegas, I got that text. New York Rick, effing pumped for today's show. That tells you just how special today's show is. That tells you just how special this weekend was. Wow, what a weekend. The MMA world turned upside down. All the Monday morning quarterbacks coming out saying this is the end of MMA, this is the end of the UFC, this is the end of Conor McGregor, this is the end of the Holly Holm, Ronda Rousey rematch. They're all wrong. It was a fantastic night. Again, it was one of those nights that reminds you why we love this sport so much. It reminds you that unpredictability, underdogs, upsets, that's why we love sports. Forget about MMA. That's why we watch these things. To see the unpredictable, to see people rise to the occasion when they've never done that before, get the opportunity of a lifetime, seize that brass ring, take it home, change your life. That's what we saw on Saturday night, and we saw the vanquished act like professionals. We saw the vanquished act more impressively in defeat than they've ever acted in victory. All four of the particulars involved in Saturday's main event and co-main event on Saturday night blew me away. Nate Diaz, for what he did perpetually in the shadow of his older brother Nick, finally gets a shot in a UFC main event pay-per-view on 11 days' notice. On top of all of that, rises to the occasion, chokes out Conor McGregor in the second round, and the first thing that comes out of his mouth is, "Are you surprised, mother effers?" I'm not surprised, mother effers, to be exact. What a way to sum up an amazing run for Nate Diaz. A guy who not that long ago was on the sidelines looking in, was taken off the UFC rankings. A guy who was offered a fight or thought he was going to fight last summer. UFC announces that he's fighting Matt Brown. He's like, no, I didn't agree to that. I'm not fighting. Sits on the sideline some more. I mean, what a story for Nate Diaz. Finally getting that moment that he had been striving for. Said that he wasn't getting the push, wasn't getting the attention. Look at him now. It kind of feels like he's a champion, and I guess that goes to, it speaks to what Conor was saying about him being his own belt. It kind of feels like Nate Diaz is a champion now. We forget that he didn't win a belt on Saturday night, but maybe he won a whole lot more. And then you have Miesha Tate, who was maybe 2 minutes away from her final shot at UFC gold, her final shot to become a UFC champion, and she somehow, once again, digs down deep, submits Holly Holm in dramatic fashion, shades of her win over Marloes Coenen, and then some. What a moment that was. Holly and Conor handling it like true pros and putting out the blueprint once again on how to be a professional and how to hold your head high and how to say F you to the haters, I'll be back. Beautiful stuff on Saturday night. Of course, we're going to talk about all that and a whole lot more, so let's get right into it. At 125, we're going to talk to Miesha Tate's coach, Robert Follis, about the big win. 145, Rafael dos Anjos, who was supposed to fight Conor McGregor on Saturday night. We'll talk to him about the loss and his injured foot. 205, Paige VanZant is going to be in this very studio. She'll be joining us. Can't wait for that. 255, much respect to John Kavanagh, the head coach over at SBG Ireland. He'll be joining us to talk about the loss. Lewis-Parry, who may not be a household name, he's a member of One and Glory, an MMA fighter and a kickboxer. He is in the corner of Daniel Cormier. He is training with Daniel Cormier at AKA and was very much, maybe not in the news, but he got involved in some action on Friday in Las Vegas. We'll talk to Shai at 3:15. At 3:55, we're going to talk to Jake Shields, who, of course, was in the corner of Nate Diaz on Saturday night and has been with the Diaz brothers since pretty much day one for them as far as their MMA careers are concerned. And at around 3:45, we'll hear from you. Hit us up, as always, using the hashtag #TheMMA Hour, or leave a question or comment in the comment section below. But first, let us go to the Skype machine and welcome in my good pal and colleague over at MMAfighting.com, the one and only, the man in the hat, Chuck Mindenhall, joins us right now to help make sense of Saturday night in Las Vegas. Chuck, what an amazing stretch this has been for the UFC. You were there back in December. Paige loses to Rose in dramatic fashion. Frankie Edgar knocking out Chad Mendes. Conor winning at 194. Then you have RDA starching Cerrone. Then you have Lawler Condit, Dillashaw Cruz, and that madness. Sage losing. And then you had Wonder Boy rising to the OK. And then you had this craziness. I mean, it just keeps every single weekend. It feels like something crazy is happening these days in the UFC. But let me ask you the question that the great Dan Patrick, you like that name drop, asked me this morning on his radio show. What was the bigger shocker in your opinion? Miesha Tate beating Holly Holm or Nathan Diaz defeating Conor McGregor?
Well, first of all, I appreciate you slumming with me after Dan Patrick, man. That's pretty
well,
cool,
you know, I don't forget the little people.
Well, I still got to say it's Miesha Tate. You know, just given that Holly Holm, you know, where she was from, where she had just come from, having beaten Ronda Rousey, I still wasn't sure. I mean, it's always a style makes matchups type of thing, but Miesha Tate coming in, I wasn't so sure she would be able to get it done. I thought Holly Holm would want to, you know, come out guns blazing. She seemed very serious-minded going into this fight, very similar to how she did going into the Ronda fight. So I just really believe that she would find a way to get it done in the end. So Miesha Tate winning it. I mean, looking at what McGregor was kind of going up against, everybody knew it was a little bit he was throwing dice just to see how hot he was. He was, you know, he's kind of going up to 170 pounds, just saying, I'll meet you on your own terms. And just given all those circumstances, you knew that was going to be a little bit more of a stretch. If he was able to go in there and beat Nate Diaz, which the odds were astronomical, and that was so ridiculous how Vegas had the odds set for that fight. It was never supposed to be like a 4-1 favorite or whatever he was. That was a little bit crazy. But in terms of being able to go up there, and if you'd beaten Diaz, I think that would have been it would have been a nice big deal because he could have gotten the 200 fight against Robbie Lawler. Who knows from there? But ultimately, you know, going up in that weight and everything else, a bigger guy, landing the big shots, he wasn't able to put him away. I mean, that's not that unpredictable. So in my mind, it was Miesha.
The other thing that the Monday morning quarterbacks, the sports columnists that love to wax poetic about the UFC anytime something like this goes down, the other thing that a lot of them are saying is this was a horrible night for the UFC. This proves that the UFC cannot, the model in which the UFC is built on cannot be sustained. It continues to crumble every time they make a big star and the world is watching. Do you think that this was a bad night for the UFC to have Holly Holm and Conor McGregor lose on the same night?
No, man. If you haven't learned by now, I mean, I feel like in recent years we've really seen this. This is a hot baton. You know what I mean? Like every time that somebody kind of comes up, there's this baton that gets passed. If you feel hollowed out by something that happens, you know, in the cage, there's always some new enthusiasms that kind of come out of it that fill you back up. It's a ridiculous sort of thing that way. Now, having said that, the two stars that really gotten big, because we were talking about this thing sort of plateauing there for a little bit in 2012 and I think 13, and then you get Ronda Rousey burst on the scene. She sort of reinvigorates this whole other world of mainstream attention, and then girls getting into MMA and just sort of galvanizing this movement. And then you get Conor McGregor who comes in. He's got a country behind him, and he sort of takes the whole thing by storm. That's, these are nice narratives. They're very cool. It's great for us to cover it as a journalists and to watch these guys come up. But it's inevitable. I really feel like in UFC that it's just not cut out like that. Guys, people are going to lose. That's the way it's going to be. And really now it comes down to how they lose. You know what I'm saying? It's like how do these people lose? Because Ronda Rousey, in a weird way, she was a pioneer even in this because she lost, and her sort of like voluntary seclusion, her kind of turning inward, colossally going inward and sort of shutting everybody out was a weird thing to witness. And then you watch Conor McGregor who goes through it and he handles it in another way. And he gives you like this almost enthusiasm for how he handles himself that way. So it's like it's sort of a revolving thing. He also has a lot of better better things going on for him. Obviously, he still has the belt. He can go down there. He has a lot of other things going on in that sense. But I do not think, honestly, like this is a huge blow. I feel like almost this won't matter. And this is like one of those asterisk fights because he went up to 170. He could put it in the rearview mirror and get smaller and smaller if he goes down there and defends even once. If he beats Frankie Edgar or whatever. I really don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Not taking anything away from Nate because it was a huge win for him. And let's not forget, he typically fights or has success at 155. It almost felt like a heat check fight for Conor McGregor. Like when a guy, chucks up a 3, 40 feet out and just wants to see how hot he is. That's what this was. I mean, I've been killing everyone at 145. Let me just roll the dice and fight bigger guys. But you bring up a great point about Conor because you're right. Ronda handled that loss pretty poorly. I mean, look at the way Holly handled it, let alone Conor. Conor comes out of his locker room when I'm waiting for him to do the Fox interview, head held high, wearing a fantastic suit, and just says, you know what, I'm not going to apologize for taking the shot. I'm going to keep on coming. And, all the other guys who are dancing on my grave, here's a 1-finger salute for you. I don't really care. Right. Shows up to the press conference. And I was wondering, how will people respond to this? Are they going to laugh at him? And yeah, you'll have some people like that and some people who are sort of happy that he crumbled on one night. But I don't know about you. I've heard from so many people who are like, man, that was impressive. I never really liked the guy before. I couldn't stomach him. Now I kind of respect him. Now I kind of root for him. Now I want to see him succeed and rebound. It's amazing how just showing up and owning the loss, how that can be perceived, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget, sports are an escapist sort of thing to do. You're watching sports. It's a vicarious sort of experience. You turn it up a notch in the fight game. Maybe the vicarious, your emotions get a little more into the sport. But it's still an escapist sort of route, right? Psychologically, it's like an escapist. You put your things aside and you watch these other people. We follow their struggle and this kind of thing. Ronda Rousey, it was weird with Ronda Rousey because she turned so inward and sort of shrank her world so much. It was like you were witnessing then an escapist route from the person who had sort of emboldened the sport to begin with. So it was never it was very sort of odd, and I don't think it ever really sat that well with people who'd followed her career and sort of thought she'd stand for so much. Has come to stand for so much in the sport. People wanted her to kind of handle it, to do something. I think we were waiting. When is she going to congratulate home? When is all this stuff going to happen? Conor McGregor, I always had the feeling that he was going to lose as gracefully as he won, and I thought that really came out. It's inevitable. He's a guy who puts it together. He understands the game. I mean, he's that elevated to understand inevitably he's going to lose. He has lost, and I thought it was in this sport, you choose to follow these people on their rides. And he was one of those guys, like, you could hear it, the loss will stand. It's a fact. That's what happened. But the way he handled it is how you choose to roll with him. Do you want to roll with him and keep going with his good vibes? Yeah, sure. Because you know what? He handled it fine. He treated it as inevitable. He said he took it on the chin and he moves on. I can really appreciate that. And I always have, in any competitor who, just says, I went out there, I tried, I lost. So you have to move on. And people are going to have to understand, I guess, at some point in the UFC, this is going to happen. I mean, it's just inevitable. I think everybody's going to lose. It's how you kind of come back. And I feel like for him particularly, he loses nothing in the storyline.
Yeah, that unpredictability is what makes the UFC or MMA in general so fascinating, so much fun to watch as a fan and as a journalist. I'm reminded of what Conor said following his win over Dustin Poirier, and he has been consistent from the get-go. I mean, you even talk to people who have been covering him from his days, in Cage Warriors, and prior to that. I'm cocky in prediction. I'm confident in preparation. I'm always humble in victory and defeat. And if you look at the Dennis Siver fight, if you look at the Poirier fight, even Aldo to agree. I mean, he's actually giving, well, now not anymore because Aldo called him, the P word, but he gave Aldo props after. He's not the kind of guy to laugh in your face as far as, the opponent is concerned. Here's what I loved so much about the night, though. Obviously, the way Holly and Conor handled the loss with class and professionalism, that was great. But such beautiful stories when you talk about Miesha Tate and Nate Diaz. Miesha Tate, that night, UFC 168, when she lost to Ronda Rousey, she was crushed. You could see she extended her hand. Ronda didn't shake it back. I mean, she was just mentally, emotionally, physically crushed. And she finally gets that win on, like vintage Miesha Tate. Like she's down and out, and then she goes for it. Hail Mary, 2 minutes left, gets a submission. And then you have Nate, who's always in the shadow of his brother, who has been asking for this moment, and he rises to the occasion. I mean, you can't help but feel so good for those people as well. That's why the whole mix of all four characters and their stories and what this all means to them was just a beautiful thing. One of the best nights as far as stories are concerned for the UFC. You know what I mean?
Yeah. and also just taking advantage of opportunity. I mean, obviously, like Miesha Tate was promised the title shot, and then it was taken away from her, and then all of a sudden she gets it again in a roundabout way, and she's able to kind of go in there, and it was very intriguing in the sense of the stylish matchup, and also we talked about like who benefits the most from this. Is this so bad for the UFC? Well, it really isn't. I don't think. I mean, having Miesha Tate on the other end of that matchup again with Ronda Rousey coming at her, if that's what they opt to go with, which I guess is the most logical thing to do, is a big fight, and not to mention, I mean, she's won what, five fights in a row, 6 fights in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, she has been kind of rolling along, and it's been almost 2.5 years since that last fight. There's that bad blood intact. I love that whole thing because I felt like the UFC really couldn't lose, and for Miesha to sort of do a prototypical Miesha fight where she basically is losing, she comes back, she almost wins, and then she's losing again, she's inevitably going to lose, and then she finds a way in the end. It was a pretty sizable fight for her to kind of come through. It'll probably stand, unless she's able to beat Ronda Rousey coming up here, it'll probably stand as the hallmark of her career, I think. I mean, that was just an amazing thing. And then Diaz, of course, it was funny because we were talking about RDA when we were in Orlando, and RDA, he had a great performance against Cowboy Cerrone, just smoked him in the first round, but we were all talking about, I remember afterward spending more time talking about Diaz because he was able to sort of call out McGregor, get by, Michael Johnson, call out McGregor, and he was sort of lurking in that space. And so when the gates opened up for him to get in there, it became very fun. This whole time, these 11 days were probably the most fun. Got to be right up there in my top 5 of short buildups where you're just like, wow, this is going to be pretty crazy. And then for it to sort of play out the way it did. And McGregor, I mean, he was, again, in that first round, it's such a joy to watch his movement, how fluid he is and his striking. And like, he was gunning to take his head off on all of those shots, man. So just the way it all was set up, the way it played out, this is it. And the beauty of the sport being that you never know. You just never know who's going to win these fights. The odds makers, they put these steep ledges and stuff, but I mean, it just doesn't live. The fights are just what they tell you everything you need to know.
I keep thinking about Miesha Tate back in August, waking up to a text that Ronda Rousey went on Good Morning America to announce that she'll be fighting Holly Holm next and not her. And she seemed so far away from the title at that point, was thinking about retirement. And now here she is finally with UFC gold, and Nate Diaz not that long ago getting removed from the UFC rankings just because he wouldn't play ball. And now here he is as the guy who finally, beat Conor McGregor in the UFC. What an amazing turn of events for both of them. And you really can't help but really feel amazing for them. Okay, so let me ask you this. What should they do with Miesha Tate? Do you think this expedite? Because if Ronda Rousey was coming back or planning to come back in October, November, that's in 8 months. Do you try to do Miesha versus someone else, or do you wait for Ronda? Maybe Ronda comes back sooner now that she has that confidence that she really hates Miesha and wants to get the belt back. And also answer this one for me. What do you do with Conor? It's clear that he's going to go down, and it looks like he's going to go down to 145 again, despite the fact that he looks like death when he weighs in at 145. Do you do the Aldo rematch, or do you finally give Frankie Edgar that shot? Start with Miesha. All
right. So with Miesha Tate, we joke. I've been joking. I'm like, if Miesha somehow wins, I bet Ronda's UFC 200 date becomes available. Now, I don't know if that'll actually happen, but I do think that for Ronda Rousey, psychologically, this is a much more approachable thing to come up against now. In the point of she has a career, I mean, literally, I believe she's been living in a sort of dark sort of place up until this moment, and I feel like this is that one thing for her to kind of get excited about, because you're not saying, I don't think she's not ducking Holm. I don't think she's ducking Holm. I think it's just one of those things. She hasn't been able to process this whole thing, because it's more Ronda on Ronda than it is Ronda on Holm particularly. But I feel like because they have the bad blood, this is a perfect entrance for her to get back in there. Now, when that happens, I don't know. So if she sticks to her plan of fighting in October and November, I could see Miesha Tate fighting again. And I guess at that point, you got a couple of good options. Amanda Nunes obviously was calling for the fight at in the post-fight presser, and then you got people like Kat Zingano sort of hovering out there. I suppose she could fight one of fight one of those. I don't think you'd do a home rematch right away. But I would maybe go with some just to keep the thing flowing. I
think you got to keep her on the sidelines. It was okay to roll the dice with home tape because you had the backup plan of Miesha Ronda 3. But now you can't ruin it because Ronda has no story with Amanda Nunes. The cat fight was 2-1 side. I think you got to keep her on the sidelines for 7-8 months.
Yeah, that's true. For McGregor, I mean, again, it's great because I wrote a little piece basically saying he's got a lot of captives down at 145. He has a lot of people that are sort of gunning for him, and there's two very obvious ones, and both of them are making a big case to get that fight. I don't really think they can go wrong either way, but honestly, because I know Luke Thomas likes to talk about this this sort of fatigue we get with rematches and stuff like that. It's not an immediate rematch if he goes against Aldo, but I would still lean towards giving Frankie Edgar that fight. I mean, I feel so, you can't help but feel that he's.
You got to give it to him.
196 was like his, just like Honda, like his ray of sunshine that sort of blossomed because you could see it. He was doing this. He was a part of the Fox commentary, and basically he lit up essentially toward the end. He was like a different guy. Like it was like everything had sort of come.
But yet Dana wouldn't commit. You see on this on the desk, Dana wouldn't commit. It's like, man, what does this guy have to do? You got to give him the shot. I mean, what more? Come on, just give it to him already. He's done enough. 100%.
And I tell you what, this is why, a couple weeks ago, or not even a couple weeks ago, when Frank Edgar was so upset, this is exactly why. I feel like he always feels like he has to present himself in a whole different way. I don't know, like, and get some extra boost to get the shot. But I think it aligns perfectly for him. He was promised the shot. He's done enough. You know, his what he did against Chad Mendes, I still think was emphatic enough to get that shot. He's fresh blood. I think that's a great fight for Conor McGregor next, too. I think a lot of people are interested to see how that fight would play out. So to me, in my mind, that's a pretty big fight.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if Conor comes back at UFC 200, which was his original plan. It's amazing what one loss does to so many people, how it affects Robbie Lawler, how it potentially affects Tyron Woodley, maybe even GSP, who all of a sudden showed up in Las Vegas, a guy who never comes to the fights when he's not fighting. He was there on Saturday night as well, and then how it affects, Frankie Edgar, Rafael dos Anjos, Jose Aldo. I mean, that one fight affected so many people in 3 different weight classes. Just speaks to how powerful he is. If you look at his Instagram, his Twitter, it's amazing how much support he's getting and how many people. I think the Irish, to a degree, are sometimes uncomfortable with the idea of dominance and flaunting money and wealth, and they can get behind a guy who has been, propped down a little bit and is stumbling and is now having to come back from adversity. I think this almost makes him more relatable at this point. He came from that. They don't remember him as the plumber, but now in a strange way, I feel like Conor's a bigger star. It's so bizarre, only in our sport.
No, I agree with you 100%. What's not to love about what he just did?
Yeah.
He took a fight at 170 pounds against a guy who people were, he knew it was a fan-friendly fight. He knew, I'm guessing he knew, he's a very smart guy, that he stood to lose this fight. I'm sure that it occurred to him that he might lose this fight. And the way he's handled it, I mean, ultimately, I really believe he lost nothing in this whole transaction. I mean, it'll go down as a loss. I did watch the Dan Patrick thing. I saw, he's talking about the aura of invincibility. Yeah, there'll be some tarnish on that, but this is the UFC. I really believe, especially in parity, as people get, the playing field keeps evening out, in the age of testing and everything, there's going to be more parity. I just think that at some point, losses, we're just going to have to roll with them. It's like who can stay away from losses the most? It's not going to be these guys with 16-fight winning streaks anymore, like Anderson Silva and those type of things. I think there's going to be losses sprinkled in.
But you know who I can't help think about on this Monday morning? One man who has been invincible. One man who has remained undefeated. Johnny Bones Jones. And guess who's up next? Guess who's on decks? You know what I mean? It just makes his run all that much more impressive as well, what he has done against legends of the sport. Great stuff, Chuck. Appreciate it. And a quick note, Chuck Mindenhall and the rest of the A-team will be joining me on Thursday for the 100th episode of the MMA Beat, a huge milestone for us, so I look forward to that. We'll be talking a lot more about all of this and a whole lot more, I'm assuming, as well. Thank you, man in the hat. Appreciate it.
Take care, man.
There he is, Chuck Mindenhall. Check out his post-fight column on Miesha Tate's win and other UFC 196 musings. He is the best in the biz at what he does, and it's always great to have him on the program. Okay, one man who was very happy on Saturday night, of course, one of Miesha Tate's coaches, Robert Follis. He was in her corner. He was in attendance. Can't wait to talk to him about the big win and more. He joins us right now on the phone. Robert, how are you?
Doing great this morning. Doing great. Finally got a good night's sleep, so feeling fresh today.
Did you lose your voice?
A little bit of it. Yeah, that was, for sure. I haven't screamed out loud that many times for a while. It was an intense experience.
Well, again, congratulations. Very happy for you and the rest of the team. You've been around this game for a long time. Where does that night rank for you as far as, moment? I'm assuming it was a roller coaster because it started off a little slow, then really, really good, then a little slow, and then, of course, the unbelievable ending. Where does that one rank in your career?
I've had people in UFC for 15 years going on 16. Like an unbelievably long time. Sometimes I think about that. I'm like, it just seems weird. Like, and this was the best experience I've ever had.
Wow.
It was the most invested I've been with a fighter. I mean, we poured so much since we started working together, and we started off on a very bittersweet note. Our first fight together was a loss, and then since then we've gone on undefeated. And part of it is I've known Misha for years, since she was a teenager. I met her when they were coming in cross training. Her gym would come in cross training with our gym up in Oregon. So we've had a relationship prior to, and we've grown to be very good friends. Her, Brian, my girlfriend, and then we hang out. We do dinner. I mean, it's more than just an athlete. She's become a very dear friend. So it was extra special in that regard.
Your first fight with her was UFC 168, correct?
I don't remember numbers very well. It was when we fought for the title against Ronda.
Yeah, so that was UFC 168. Do you recall how heartbroken she was in the I mean, we know what we saw in the cage at the press conference. She handled it well, but it was obviously killing her inside. This was a very big fight for her, and we know about the rivalry. But behind the scenes, I mean, that's what I keep thinking about, like how she rebounded from that and has not lost since. What was it like behind the scenes, backstage with her, as she was trying to process that loss?
You know, Misha is truly a professional fighter. There's a lot of people who can fight, and then there are people who are fighters. And I think, a loss at that level for anybody. I mean, any night you have a loss in a fight, I don't care if it's an amateur fight, there's a devastation that goes with it. Obviously, as those stakes go up, the money goes up, the notoriety, especially with a rivalry, there's an impact. And to say that it didn't affect her would be silly. But there's a difference between being affected by something and being infected by something. And I feel like she took it in stride. She put it in context for what it was and said, I'm not done, and I'm going to make another run for it, and let's get to work. And that speaks volumes for her professionalism and her ability to put things in perspective that, while it was sad, the word devastation for me, it's like, those are reserved for bigger things.
Yeah.
Losses in family, serious injuries, those are devastating things. Losing a big fight, we throw that term out, but to me, it isn't fitting.
Fair. Very fair.
It's intense. It's very, it is a bummer. It's a sad thing, but the devastation now, what she found out about Brian's nephew getting hit in the head in a logging accident, that's devastation.
Yeah. No,
so I feel like she has a great ability to put things in context for what were happening, deal with it appropriately, took some time off, and then said, hey, we're not done. We did a great job. We've made improvements, and I like what we have going, and let's get back to work. And that's what we've done.
That is a great point, and I think you having that perspective is a huge, huge chip in her favor. That's fantastic stuff. But let me ask you this. When she didn't get the title fight over the summer, and she was talking about retirement, was that a real thing, or was that her kind of, sort of negotiating in public? Because again, if you're that close, if you're considering walking away, and now here you are a couple months later as champion, that's an amazing swing of emotions.
Yeah, I think I don't think she was really wanting to walk away. I think that was just frustration speaking, honestly.
Okay.
We haven't really talked about it much. Like there's things that I delve into if I feel like they're important to, but when that happened, I just kind of thought, let's see what happens. I don't think that was really what was on her mind. I think that was just, being told, hey, you're going to fight for the title, and then not even getting a call from your employer and saying, hey, we've had to change things up, like finding out through third-party sources that changed. And I think that frustration led to her feeling like, what am I even doing here then if this is what's going to go on and I don't have this kind of control, or these things kind of can happen to me. But again, I think she just needed to take a little time, and then, obviously things worked out. So I never took a lot of note of that. I just kind of took it in for what it was. Let's take some time and see what happens, and not get too worked up over it.
What's going through your mind in the second round? I had it scored 10-8 for Misha. Unbelievable, very dominant, very close to submitting her. As her coach, what are you thinking? How close do you think she was to finishing? And then are you worried in between the second and the third that she maybe expended too much energy?
So yeah, and you're nailing it right on the head. Giff, one of the other coaches said, I think that's a 10-8 round. I have a hard time putting faith in judges giving a 10-8 round to anything short of someone being killed. And I guess on the scorecards, all three judges had a 10-8.
Amazing.
But for me in the corner, I got to count on a 10-9 round, no matter how dominant it is.
Yep.
The odds seem to be far in favor of even a completely dominant round is more often a 10-9 round than anything. So I was very happy. I was a little worried when she was going for the choke that we might get that arm too fatigued and that it might take some time to come back from, and I didn't want her to lose her ability to hold on and wrestle again or to be quick with her punches. So I was a little bit worried about that. I thought we were going to finish that choke. Holly is ridiculously tough. You could tell she did her homework. I mean, she comes from just one of the absolute best camps of all time. It's not the best. I mean, what they've done out of that camp with Greg Jackson and Winklejohn, I mean, is nothing short of amazing for MMA. So we knew that they would be prepared, but I thought when she had that choke that it was going to be over. And then when it wasn't, it was like, okay, we got to refocus. We got to get back to work. Wanted to make sure that she was okay. The other thing that was going through my mind was we got her now. I really thought we would have Holly completely wore out from the damage and from the positioning, and that this would be a train wreck for her going into it. And then when Holly came out and looked fresh in the third round, I was like, wow, we got us a fight. It was very, very impressive what Holly brought to the table for this fight.
Let's not talk about the fifth round because I want to focus on that in a second. But rounds 1 through 4, even though I actually thought she lost the first, very close. Third and fourth were close as well, but I had it going for, I had Holly up, I think one, if my math is correct, going into the fifth. And so if Misha would have won, it would have ended up a draw, which could have been devastating for Misha. Did she actually put out the game plan in the right way? Was she doing what you wanted her to do out there?
She really was, other than, going in, especially into that third round, we wanted it to pick up a little bit. Fourth round, we expected to really start going. One of the things that in looking at that fight and game planning it, Ronda showed a big problem. You can't rush at this woman. Mm-hmm. If you come in and run at her and just try and wrestle and you're too aggressive, I mean, that feeds right into what she's doing. And I think in a lot of ways they expected that to be part of our game plan. So we spent a lot of time working her footwork, her head movement, some things that she hasn't showcased to the same degree in other fights, and really looked for good setups and to set some exchanges, and was very proud of what she was doing. But going into that fourth round especially, I felt like we were being a little too careful still. Brian and I talked before we went in because we like Brian to be the main voice, and he's been in her corner her whole entire career. And I said, hey, look, we got to get it across. Like, nothing technical at this point. We got to get it across that this is do or die. We got to assume we're going to lose. I thought at best tie, but like I said, I couldn't count on a 10-8. And I was like, and a tie would have been a loss. I mean, really, we're there to win a championship. Getting a tie would have sucked.
Yeah.
So, really what we got across was, hey, we'd rather you got knocked out going for it at this point than sit back and then have to wonder what if I would have went hard.
But as you know, that's often said going into the fifth round, and as viewers, we can't put our, at least not me or fans at home, we can't put ourselves in the shoes of a fighter who has just fought for 20 minutes on the grandest stage possible. And you're sitting there like, why aren't you going for it? Why aren't you going for it? It's a lot easier said than done. She went for it. She actually went for it, and it paid off big time. As you saw her go for that takedown and the whole thing's unfolding, now what's going through your mind?
Well, I was ecstatic. I mean, when first of all, the takedown wasn't a great takedown. I mean, we got to get her to the ground anyway. I mean, that's not a takedown anybody practices anywhere. She got a hold of her and felt like she was going to lose it and flung herself to the ground and ended up getting a hook in and it worked out. But that's not like a takedown that was practiced on purpose. It was just, we talk about being martial artists, and we have the color by numbers things we train, and then you have the art of making things work. And that was truly Misha just going out there with a mindset that I'm going to get this fight to the ground no matter what. And when I do, I got to finish her and I got to get after it. And that's really what that was about. So when I saw that and she got her on the ground and then she got on her back, pretty excited. Quickly turned into, oh no, she's halfway off on the cage. Are we going to get this choke? Because that is a very perilous spot to keep it. And then it got a little deeper, and then when she started to dive over the top, I'm pretty sure it went into slow motion for me.
Oh.
I mean, it was that, oh, no, like, and I saw that hook hold, and then when she flipped over, I was like, oh, that's ours. That's ours. I mean, Misha can squeeze. I mean, she has an unbelievably great ability to choke. So, yeah, but it was, I mean, there was a roller coaster in that fifth round of even when she got her on the ground and they started to stand up, it was like, man, are we going to lose this? Because if we do, we may not get another one. I mean, this could be the end of it. So it was incredibly gutsy performance by Misha, going out and just making it happen when it was on the line and it was time.
And Misha pulls off some of the best celebrations in MMA. Her celebration, I know you weren't there, but when she beat Marloes Kunin, her celebration was fantastic. And Saturday night, even better, very emotional. And you could just see, all the emotion coming out of her, how happy she was. A beautiful moment. And anyone who's followed her career knows how much that meant to her. I want to ask you this, because you know this game better than anyone. There are some people telling me, like, look at what Holly did. At least she didn't tap. At least she went out on her shield. And look what Conor did. He tapped. As a coach, as a practitioner, as a martial artist, is there a difference in your opinion? That, like, do you think of someone differently if they tap or don't tap? Is there honor in not tapping, in your opinion?
I mean, that's an interesting thing, and I don't think there's a right answer there. In all my years of training guys, I've told them this: hey, if you know you're going to go to sleep and you're not going to get out and you want to tap, I don't have a problem with it. But also understand that if you can hold on just a little longer, sometimes people will let go, and it's just a choke. I have never encouraged one of my fighters to not tap for an arm bar, a shoulder lock. You know what I mean? Something that's going to send him into surgery and put him out. But I'm like, a choke is a choke. I think Conor got caught behind the curve, got in a little bit of a panic, and he got caught by a very, very tough guy, and he tapped out. Would it have looked better, especially after what just happened, that if he hadn't tapped? Maybe, but I don't think it really makes a difference.
Okay.
I think Conor's a very tough guy. I think he's going to come back better for this. That's a whole other subject, But I don't look less at Conor for having tapped at that point. I mean, I don't think he was getting out, and I think he knew it. Could he have held on? Could he have passed out? Does it really matter? I don't think so.
Forgive me for prying here, but I noticed in the post-fight press conference that Misha said that Brian Caraway was her head coach for this fight. Did something change in this camp?
Here's an interesting thing. I was brought on as an add-on to this, and putting my name out there as head coach, and I'm not really big into titles. I'm about what needs to get done.
Right.
Titles don't really matter to me. I didn't get into this sport to be a name or to have a title in a corner. I've always said, hey, if someone else can better communicate to a fighter, they should be the one talking. This is always about how do we get the best performance out of an athlete. Brian has been with Misha since the absolute beginning of her career. I mean, the very first day she stepped in from wrestling into grappling, Brian was the first person that taught her a move. He has been at every one of her fights. He has been the main person that has developed her. He got her to a world title in Strikeforce. And then they happened to be in Vegas. They knew me. They knew my style. And they came to me and we sat down and talked and asked me to be in the mix. And the title in a lot of ways of being the head coach, like I said, it just gets silly. Like, we have three coaches that all play equal parts and that playoff. But Brian has always been one of the most important pieces of the camp, if not the most important piece. And I think the reason for sometimes just saying, hey, can we call you head coach on this, was because of all the haters for Brian. People were saying even after they'd won a championship, oh, Brian's holding her back. Brian is one of the best coaches and teachers in mixed martial arts that I've had the pleasure of working with.
Wow.
He is truly phenomenal. And I was very happy that she put his name out there and gave him kudos, because I say it all the time. The dude is a stud. He is a pleasure to work with. We have a great chemistry that's getting better and better. But she responds to his voice better than mine. And so there's pieces that I say in camp, there's pieces that I can do better, because they have an intimate relationship on top of being a coach and athlete. And sometimes it's nice to have a dispassionate person from the outside say some of those things and be able to run that. So it's been a great fit for all of us. But truly, Brian's been the guy that's got her here and deserves that credit.
Wow. That is a beautiful thing. I appreciate that honesty. Okay, so here's the final thing. It's the $1 million question or the $64 million question or the $1 billion question. What do you think she does next? Do they wait for Ronda to come back? Now this third fight is so fascinating with her as champion and their rivalry and all that. Do you think she'll fight an Amanda Nunes? What do you think happens, and what do you want to happen?
What do I think is going to happen? Then this sport's so crazy. I mean, we went from having a title fight to not having it.
Right.
Will Ronda be ready? Is she going to be busy doing a movie? Does she really want it right now? Do they want a rematch with Holly? Do they think that's marketable enough? Do they want to put Amanda Nunes in and try and bring, see if Misha can get a little streak going and build up a story to get going on that? So much of this sport has to do with who's best, and so much of it has to do with what's marketable. And so, we trust that, well, one, now we got the belt, we're fighting someone.
Yeah.
And it's for the title. So for us, we're really kind of looking at it, hey, we think we're ready for a fight, a rematch with Ronda. I mean, we thought we were ready prior. I mean, we were looking forward to that. We've been preparing. We've been working on growth, and we think we've got what it takes to win that fight. After this fight with Holly, I think we'll do even better next time. And I'm sure they'll make adjustments. But if we fight her again, I think now we understand what her game is and how it works. And I think we could make some adjustments and be even more aggressive in there and pull that off. But I think Amanda Nunes is looking very tough, and if we got a chance to fight her, we'd be happy about that too. So, for me, once you get the belt, it's kind of irrelative. You got to fight who gets put in front of you, and I really think that Misha has the ability to beat any one of those three, and we'd be happy to see any of them come up.
As her coach, if they say to Misha, we want you to wait until November when Ronda is ready, done filming movies and whatnot, would you be okay with that, or do you think that's too long to wait after a win like this?
I'd rather not wait.
Okay. Personally.
We may or may not have a say in that. But personally, they wanted Holly to wait, and some will now. There's going to be, there's always that second guessing. People, look, you should have waited, But I love Holly's spirit. I have the most respect for her and her camp. And she said it hey, I'm here to fight. I want to fight the best, and I want to get out there. And I think Misha really feels the same way. It's hey, we got the belt, and let's take a little time off and enjoy and go do some media. And then let's get back to work and go get back in that cage. I think there's a piece of inactivity that most fighters would agree. The longer you sit out, it's not good.
Yep.
It's hard to stay motivated for a fighter who's used to having a competition to prepare for. So me personally, I would love to see her get a fight on 200. Hey, let's line that up. Let's put Amanda Nunes in there. She wants it. We want it. If Holly's ready, let's go do that. And that's just me as a coach. We have a management team. Obviously, there's a guy named Dana White who has a huge say in this.
Yes.
And so really, if you ask, my opinion is, I would love to see her fight. But we'll just have to, again, wait and see what actually happens.
Well, first things first, and most importantly right now, enjoy the victory. Again, congratulations. So very happy for you guys. I know it's been a crazy time this last, 36 hours or so, so I really appreciate you coming on and recapping it all, digesting it all. It was such a pleasure to watch in person. So, again, congratulations to you guys.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it.
No, thank you very much. It is. It's like I said, it's a highlight of my career.
Beautiful.
Just an amazing thing, and to do it with such dear friends, people that not just fight and train with, but that are just like family now. And it was an amazing thing to go out and experience and be a part of, and to pull off that win.
Thank you, Robert. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Take care.
All right, there he is, Robert Follis, coach, not head coach this time for Misha Tate, but great stuff from him. Great perspective on the journey that Misha Tate had to take to get to this point and now become UFC champion. Okay, let's go from talking about one UFC champion to talking to a UFC champion. Reigning, defending UFC lightweight champion Rafael dos Anjos is so kind enough to join us on the program once again. Rafael, how are you?
How are you? I'm good, man.
Pleasure to have you on the show again. Thank you so much. Let me ask you this off the top. Did you watch UFC 196 on Saturday night?
Yeah, I did.
What was going through your mind leading up to it when you're sitting there knowing that could have been you were preparing to fight that night, and then when you see Conor lose to Nate Diaz in the fashion in which he lost, what was going through your mind all night?
Yeah, man. I've been on the game for a long time, 12 years, and I never cancel any fight due injury, and I always show up. But unfortunately for this fight, I broke my foot, man. And a lot of people making fun of it, and I don't like to make fun of people's injury. And I think we fighters, so everybody gonna get injured one day. So unfortunately, I lost my payday, but I think everything is God's plan on my life. I believe in that. But unfortunately, but man, I just see what went through my mind, and I fought Nate Diaz already, and I knew Conor he's a good fight, but I think I can put like a worse beat on him for sure.
Were you disappointed that Conor lost? Because now it seems like he's going to go back down to 145 to defend his title. Did you think, okay, if he wins, I still have a shot at him?
No, man. I think Conor is one more fight in UFC. I don't need to fight him to change my life. I think my life keep on going, and I think I have a lot of more challenge on my weight division, and I think he doesn't deserve a fight for 155 pounds. He just got beat. He just got submitted by number 5 ranking, and with 10 days notice. And a lot of people say, Conor went up to weight division. No, Nate Diaz, he's 155-pound fighter. He's 155. He's a lightweight. And he's saying that I went up to weight division. No, he's not fighting. He did not fight Robbie Lawler. He did not fight John Hendricks. He fought Nate Diaz, which is 155. So, and my life is going. I have a lot of things on a lot of tough fights on my career still, and a lot of lightweights, and I just think Conor doesn't deserve a fight for 155 belt. He just got smashed by a number 5 ranking.
But you said you did lose out on your biggest payday, so wouldn't you just want that fight, even though he may not deserve it? Fighting him equals a massive payday.
Yeah, but man, it would be good. Everybody likes money, but I think money is not the most important for me. I'm really happy with how much I make, and I have everything in my life. And if one day he fights, he makes some good wins, and he wanna fight for the title, I will be there. But and life's not all about money.
Fair enough. Did you feel surprised at all with what he did at 170 or 168, whatever he was on Saturday in a welterweight fight? Did you feel like he fought the right kind of fight, or did you think that Nate was going to eventually submit him when push came to shove?
Yeah, I personally, to tell you the truth, I thought he would win because he did his best, because he had a lot of guys offered to fight him. Anthony Pettis, Donald Cerrone, guys in shape, guys which are in fight camp. So he picked Nate Diaz, which, wasn't training for sure. So like he said, he didn't spar once for this fight and submit him. So he picked like the easiest one on his mind. That's why I thought he gonna win. But Nate Diaz is a tough opponent. I fought him. He's a really hard guy to finish, have a lot of heart, but different than Conor. Conor did not show a lot of heart. He's a lion when he's punching somebody, but when he's getting punched, he's become a cat. He's a little cat when he's being, but when he's punching somebody, he's a lion. But when people punch him, he's become a cat. He's a chicken heart.
Wow. So is it fair to say that you kind of had a smile on your face wherever you were watching that fight? Rafael dos Anjos was kind of sitting back and laughing when you saw what happened on Saturday?
No, man, not at all. Because for me, I don't cheer for nobody's loss. I don't I think it's a loser's mentality. If they get happy with somebody losing, you know, I don't think like that, because one day I'm gonna be there on the octagon, stepping there. So I don't want nobody like cheering for me to lose. You know, I don't want to be in that position. But I think everybody got what they deserve. You know, and Conor got what he deserved, and God make everything perfect. Conor, his claim to be God, and God make everything perfect. God just show him who he is, show him and the world who he really are.
Did you see any of his post-fight interviews? And if so, what do you think of how he handled the loss?
Yeah, man. I think he was all humble, you know. But then next day he put he posted a picture calling me pussy, you know, calling out the pussy, you know. Like he should be humble, you know. And I did my best to show up, but I still have a cast on my foot. I can't fight with a broken foot, you know. I couldn't even say UFC didn't let me fight, and also I can't fight too. And like he said to everybody, like all his fans, he want to say that I just have a bruise. You know, I don't like to make this kind of comment, like making fun of people's injury, but I think he just got what he deserved.
How difficult has this past, 2 weeks been for you since the news came out that you couldn't fight at 196? You've remained relatively quiet. You tweeted a few things, showed the picture, and obviously, no doubts that you were in a tremendous amount of pain. But to have some people, including Conor, question the injury, say that you could have fought, given your track record, has this been very difficult to sort of bite your tongue and listen to everyone talk about your injury?
Yeah, man, it's hard, but man, they're all haters, you know. I'm not giving like anything for the haters. They always gonna be people there talking crap, but I have my fans which believe in me. And man, who is this guy for me to be afraid of him? I faced better guys before. I don't fear nobody, you know, but God. You know, but this guy, it's been hard, you know, because I'm very active and I'm on the peak right now. So I'm ready to fight right now, but I have my foot injury. So I have a lot of energy. I want to train. I want to do stuff, but I can't yet. But it's fine. I'm going to be back in 4 or 5 weeks. I'm up to UFC 200. You know, I fight anybody.
So to be clear, you don't need surgery, right?
No surgery, but I have to be with my foot immobilized, you know, for like 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
And then you'll be 100%. So you think that around July you'll be good to go?
No, I'm good to go by the middle of April. You know, by May. No, middle of May, around May 15. Like 5 more weeks, I'll be good. 5 more weeks, I'll be 100%. And the middle of April, I'll be 100%. And I'll be great. I'll be ready to fight in UFC 200 July. I'm trying to do that.
Have you talked to the UFC about that? Do they seem on board with the idea?
No. They didn't confirm anything yet, but it's something I want. And if I have this opportunity, I fight anybody, you know.
Do you have a feeling as to, like, do you think it'll be Eddie Alvarez or the winner of Khabib and Tony Ferguson? What do you think is going to happen now for you?
Yeah, I think like we have Khabib and Tony Ferguson, but we'll see what this fight going on. And I think Eddie Alvarez just had a win over Paige. Could be him too. I don't know UFC plans, but I'm here, man. I'm here to fight anybody. You know, I fight welterweight too if I need. I just want to fight, man, because I've been training. I'm in shape, and I fight anybody.
Welterweight? You're thinking of welterweight? I thought we should put a rest on all the people moving up and down. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm here. I want to fight, man. I want to fight. If I respect all the law, but if UFC needs somebody to to fight for the welterweight, I would fight too. You know, I just want to fight, man. I've been training, and like 2 weeks before the fight, I got hurt. And, man, I just want to fight, man. I'm in shape, you know. I have a lot of energy. I wanna fight, man.
I've heard all kinds of stories about what happened. Is it true it was the last day of training? And what were you doing? Explain to us, because I haven't heard it from you. How did you actually break the foot?
Man, I was sparring and like 2 weeks before the fight, and as I always do, I'm not doing anything different that I usually do. I was sparring and I had a big shin pad, and then I was like sparring with the guy, and then I kicked, and then the guy blocked the kick, and I kicked right on his kneecap, and right away I felt it broken. And then I kept sparring. I did the 2 more rounds, but, then later I found out my foot was broke.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. And you found out your foot was broken, and then did you make the call to the UFC, or did your manager, Ali Abdelaziz, tell the UFC? Either way, how difficult was it to say, I just can't do it?
Yeah, so it was Friday. I say I'm going to wait by, like, on the weekend to see by Monday how I'm going to feel, because I still want to fight, because I knew I had an open workout on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to do it. So I will see by Wednesday, by Monday how I'm going to feel. I'm going to wait for the weekend, and I wait on the weekend, and I didn't have any improvements. And then I decide to, then I call Ali. I say, Ali, I need to see a doctor. I can't step. I need to see a doctor. And then I went to the doctor. I took X-ray, and the doctor found out my foot was broke.
Did you, sometimes I hear from fighters after this happens, they go into a depression, they eat a lot. How did you react to the news?
Yeah, man, like we invest a lot of our time on this, and then, that's the first time this happened. And like against Anthony Pettis, I tore my MCL, but I was still able to walk. But on this fight, I wasn't able to walk at all. And I say, I can't make it. So I didn't got depressed. I know God has a better plan, and I always, follow his direction.
Incredible. So at this point, I'm wondering, are you kind of hoping it's Khabib so you can avenge that loss? That's like the one issue out there for you at lightweight. Are you hoping that the man that they decide to fight you next is Khabib, or are you thinking, I'd like to fight Ed? What are you thinking?
Yeah, man. UFC told me about Eddie,
Yeah.
But I think Khabib is somebody that I would like to win, because I wanna make sure I clean all the lightweight division, and I think Khabib is the only guy left who beat me, and now I'm a different fighter, and I would like to clean this victory. That loss, I would like to fight him, someone that I want to.
Are you happy now that you don't have to hear about Conor anymore? Are you happy that this portion of your life is over, that you probably won't fight him next, and that all this can go away?
No, man, this guy doesn't bother me, man. This guy, I think, everything he talks, he pay on the octagon. He just got exposed, and everything he talks, when the octagon locks, everybody see the truth. And then I think everybody saw the truth last Saturday, and he got some. Even Holly Holm, she went to sleep without tap. He tapped, But how they gonna tap on the neck, man, on the choke? Go sleep, man. Be a man, Holly Holm show more heart than him.
What do you think happens if he fights Frankie Edgar?
Here?
Yeah, if Conor fought Frankie Edgar next, what do you think happens?
No way. It's a different level of fight. It's a different level. Frankie will kill him.
Wow.
It's a different level. It's a just different level. I think against Aldo he got luck, and he caught Aldo with a punch. But other than that, who he fought? He fought Chad Mendes with a 10 days notice too, and Chad Mendes gets out, but giving him a hard time, and it's all talk, man. It's all hype.
So you think it's coming? It's going to come crashing down now. Now he's been exposed, and once he has to fight these top guys at 145, Edgar again, Aldo again, this will continue to happen.
Yeah, I think he should go to his division. He should put his belt. He's not, because he's one thing I feel he's trying to do. he trying to protect his featherweight belt by fighting in a different weight division. So he's still a champion. Now he got to fight for his featherweight belt. Once he loses that belt, he doesn't have anything else, you know. And I think that's why he's trying to fight a different weight division, because he don't want to put that belt away. He want to keep one belt and then fight for different belts. So it's much easier for him. He's still a champion.
Fascinating stuff. Well, Rafael, I really appreciate you coming on. I wish you the best. Get well soon. I hope for a speedy recovery, and looking forward to seeing you back there inside the octagon sooner rather than later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ariel. Take care.
All right, there he is, Rafael dos Anjos, with some strong words for Conor McGregor following his loss on Saturday night in Las Vegas. Wow. Now I want to see that fight again. But I do maintain that I think it should be Frankie Edgar. We will talk about that later on in the show. For now, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to reconfigure the studio, because in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to be joined in studio by one of the biggest names in the UFC, one of the most popular fighters in the UFC. Paige VanZant is here. She came all the way from California just to visit us. What an unbelievable treat this is. So we're going to change things around here, reconfigure things, rejigger things, and Paige is going to join us in studio in a matter of moments. While we do that, let's go inside the vault. Y'all must have forgot. It's not that long ago, but I thought it would be fitting to watch this interview. My December 20th, 2015 or 19th. Well, it was technically, it's December 19th, but I think it might have been past midnight. No, actually, it wasn't past midnight. So December 19th, 2015 interview with Nate Diaz when he talked about Conor McGregor, American Ninja, Irish Ninja, all that good stuff and more. Kind of fun to rewatch that. And if we need more time, we'll look back at my post-fight interview with him after he beat Jim Miller at UFC on Fox Street. But first, here it is. Y'all must have forgot. December, just 3 months ago, when I spoke to Nate Diaz before his life changed forever following his win over Michael Johnson. And then we'll be back right here with the one and only Paige VanZant. Stick around. Ariel Helwani post-fight alongside Nathan Diaz, who defeated Michael Johnson tonight. Nate, congratulations on an unbelievable performance. I'm wondering, you've had a lot of victories in the UFC, but considering this past year for both you and your brother, is this one of the more gratifying ones that you've had?
It was like, yeah, it feels good to win always, so it's good.
You were the biggest underdog on this card. Did you feel like people were doubting you, like people had forgotten just how good you were?
Yeah, I figure. I don't know. But I didn't really pay too much attention. I'm always the underdog. I lose a lot in this fucking UFC because just the way it goes, man. When you fight a lot, you lose sometimes, you know? So then I get the underdog spot a lot. But I'm always the one here still fighting. Consistency, I win. You know what I'm saying? I've been here. So it's all good.
You obviously baited him into your game. It seemed like, you know, you had the perfect game plan. But correct me if I'm wrong, did the referee tell you to stop talking to him? And if so, do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I don't think it should make a difference. But, yeah, he told me a lot. But I tried. But that's fighting, you know. I was fighting. I've been in fights before I started fighting, and they usually went like that, you know, whether it was me or the other guy. So I think that that might be a part of the game, and I don't intend on doing that. But, you know, you have thoughts, and they come out maybe. So I think I don't ever have planned on doing that. And people think it's a strategy. That's just what happens. So you throw a right hook a lot, you say some shit a lot, I guess, you know.
But, you know, you kind of turned your back at him one time, and you were sort of like, you know, egging him on. Yeah, Did you feel like that messed with him?
I felt like I could see everything.
Yeah.
So I was like, sometimes you got to get them to do more.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, I'm turning back. What are you going to do? I'm turning back, I'll hit you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if we're fighting, of course. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's fighting. That's how I fight.
Did he seriously hurt you at any point in the fight?
I felt like I was okay the whole fight. Then the last minute, something happened where I got hit right here and my eye got blurred, so I switched this way for a second. So it's a little weird thing, but nothing that was like devastating or anything crazy.
Obviously, your post-fight interview, much talked about now because no one really heard it due to all the, you know, the F-bombs and whatnot. Yeah. Do you regret doing that, or in a weird way, and I think this is true, it makes people like you even more? Your fans, I think, appreciate that.
Well, I don't care. It's like we're fighting just like the fight. It's like we're fighting. This shit that needs to be said. And you could tune in and watch a fight, but you can't listen to someone cuss a little bit. It was an accident. My bad. I'm sorry, Fox. But come on, man. I think the point is across. They fucked up. Not part of my language. They messed up. I'm not putting that on because that's a part of the fight game. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully my message, my point got across about what's what, and I think it made a lot of sense. And he feels me if he's out there listening. There ain't nobody to fight. That's why I haven't been fighting, because there ain't been nobody out here fighting. And he came out. That's what I was saying here. He comes out saying all the same things I've been saying. You heard me. I talked to you years ago. I want a money fight, good fights. I'm not gonna fight these guys. Like when I fight Dos Anjos, no one knew him. I had no motivation in that. I want fights that people want to see, not fights because it's time for you to fight because that's what we think. Like, no, it's not. I've been fighting enough. I want to fight that's worth my while, worth his while. Let's get our fight on. I don't care if it's all good or not all good. When we fight, we're going to fight, for real fight. He thinks he's the ninja, I'm the ninja. Ninja Gaiden, American Ninja, real motherfucking ninja. This ninja martial artist right here, I started that shit. That shit came from Stockton with us, me and my team. And, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, all that. Double Impact, Lionheart, Armageddon, all this American Ninja right here. American Ninja, Irish Ninja, represent your shit, homeboy. I'm right here. United States. We could bring that shit on. Fight.
Okay, last thing. I saw you talking to Joe Silva afterwards. How confident are you that you're going to get the Conor McGregor fight? What did he say to you?
Oh, he said it's on. He said, we're going to do this.
They want it too.
Hell yeah, they want it. Everybody wants that fight. That's what they want. Everybody wants that fight. What are they going to do? I just said I'd fight Dos Anjos too. You didn't hear a word out of him. He don't want that fight either. It's like, if people want to see a real fight, they know who to call,
What's the key to beating him in your opinion?
Training hard and ninja, his ass up. Everybody. That's the key to beating everybody.
Well, great to see you.
Ninja, real shit. Not no funny fake. Let's fight. This will be good for the sport. Fuck that. Fuck the sport. This is fight shit. This is ninja shit. That's what people want to see. What I want to see when I watch. So let's see some real shit. You hear me. Let's get it.
And by the way, when do you want to come back?
Tonight.
Okay. Well, it's great to see you, man. Congratulations again on the victory, and happy holidays to you. Enjoy it. Well, how about that? Back in December, we kind of snickered at him, thought there was no chance that he was going to get Conor McGregor. Now here we are 4 months later, less than 4 months later, and Nate Diaz is the one to beat Conor McGregor. Unbelievable stuff. How about this? Look who's joining us in studio, the one and only Paige VanZant. Wow, what a pleasure this is. I understand, and thank you so much for joining us. I understand you actually came to New York just to be on the show today.
Exactly. I came here just for you.
What a pleasure. But that's not the reason why, right? You have a big meeting later.
I do, yeah. I have a few meetings out here, so figured I'd stop by while I had some time.
What's the meeting? I think you have one at like 4 o'clock.
I do.
What is it? Can you tell us?
It's a good one.
Yes? You don't want to jinx it?
Don't want to jinx it.
Oh, okay.
Secret.
All right, fine. You're so secretive. And you told us not that long ago you have big plans. A lot going on in the world of Paige VanZant, so that's why I'm happy that you're here. But you were telling me you weren't in Vegas, right?
I was not in Vegas, no.
Where did you watch the fights?
I was in Hollywood.
You were in Hollywood, California?
Yes.
What were you doing there? Other big plans?
Other just fun stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
You going to be in movies now? Are you leaving us?
I hope so. That'd be great.
Have you had talks about that?
No talks about movies yet, but other really good opportunities. Fighting's still my main focus. I'm training in LA right now. So.
Oh, really? Where are you training?
With just a few coaches that we had over at Ultimate Fitness.
Okay, but you're still a member of Alpha Male.
Still on Team Alpha Male.
I remember last time you told me that. I got texts from people. Uriah was mad at me. Everyone was mad at me. You're still a happy member of the team.
Yeah, still a happy member of the team. Uriah set me up with coaches while I'm staying in LA.
Okay. I actually saw some of your team members on Saturday because Darren Elkins was fighting. Justin Buchholz was there. Mm-hmm. And it seems like things are really, Chris Holdsworth, head coach, sort of. Buchholz, it's sort of like a head coach by committee situation. What's the vibe like now these days?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to be there as much as I would like to, so I don't really have an opinion on how things are going yet, but I can't wait. I hear from my teammates the system is going really, really well, but I haven't been at Team Alpha Male. I've been training other places. Since the fight
against Rose?
Since the fight, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What is going on here? Should I be reading into this a little more?
No.
You're not leaving the team?
Not leaving the team.
Okay, you're still...
No.
Should they be calling a team Alpha Female?
They really should.
They really should.
They really should.
There are more women coming?
Maybe. I mean,
really?
No, there's just me right now.
Oh, okay.
And then we have a few other girls that are one of my main training partners, this girl, Cynthia. She's about to make her pro debut, hopefully soon. She broke her arm 3 times, though.
Oh, my Lord.
So, but she's amazing. So I'm just waiting for her to
You've
jump
worked
up
closely
there.
with Chris Holdsworth.
Yes. Yeah, I've had him corner me twice.
Yeah, what do you think of him as a coach?
I think he's amazing. I love his jiu-jitsu. Obviously, that's what he's known for. But even more than that, he's just a great MMA coach all around.
Mm-hmm.
He's really, really good at breaking it down so anyone can understand what he's doing. And a lot of times when you have someone that's that high level of an athlete in a specific sport, it's hard for them to break down what they're doing because they're just so good at it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been amazing at breaking things down. He's worked with me for my last 2 fights. And I just love his work.
So on Saturday night, I'm assuming that you were interested in the Holly Holm Miesha Tate fight.
Yes, I definitely watched.
Who are you rooting for?
At that point I was rooting for Holly. Actually, I just know her better.
Okay.
I mean, I've met her a few times. She was very personable, so I was going for Holly. Not too emotionally invested in it though, but
Right. You just wanted to watch a good fight.
wanted to watch a good fight. I thought that was going to be an awesome fight.
What did you think about the finish?
I mean, I wasn't completely shocked.
Really?
No, I mean, I knew Miesha had a really, really good wrestling background, and she was really good on the ground. So when she took Holly down, I knew that Holly was going to be in a bad position, just because Holly obviously has a very extensive boxing background. So I knew if Miesha could close the distance and get the takedown, she could be dominant.
But how about the fact that she's the challenger? She's got, like 2.5 minutes left in the fight, and it's either going to be a draw or a loss, probably. Given I gave her the second round 10-8 because it was so dominant. And then she pulls that off. That's unbelievable.
That's amazing, yeah.
That's one of the best examples of heart, will, determination that I've ever seen in a championship fight or any kind of fight.
It really is. And, honestly, I'm happy for her. It is a long time coming.
Yeah.
She's worked very, very hard. She's been in the sport for a long time. So it's awesome to see that she finally got to the title.
And the good news for the UFC is, in my opinion, that this perhaps expedites the return of Ronda Rousey, because Ronda has 2 wins.
It really does. I think it's great for the UFC. It's great for MMA. As a fan, I love to see this. I'm excited to see how Ronda comes back. I'm excited to see how Miesha continues to grow since becoming the champion, how she handles all of it. It's exciting.
Are you the kind of person that thinks that women's MMA needs Ronda around, or are you guys fine with or without her at this point?
Obviously I like to see Ronda around. I think she's amazing. I think she's done a lot for the sport. She's really created a draw behind people wanting to watch women's MMA. I mean, just with what she's done, it's made women's MMA take off so much that people just tune in to watch no matter what. But obviously she's still the biggest name talked about.
Right. And this has become a sort of talking point after the fight. Holly didn't tap. Connor tapped.
Yep.
Is there any pride in your opinion in not tapping? Do you, as a fighter, do you say, all right, I give that woman or that man respect, they went out on their shield?
I definitely do. I definitely give Holly a lot of credit. I mean, I was submitted with a rear naked choke. I tapped out, and Holly refused to tap. That shows a lot of heart, a lot of determination, and I think she's going to come out back really, really strong from it. So
is that something, obviously we talked about the loss, but the fact that you tapped, does that bother you more? Is that something to be ashamed of?
I think it is. I mean,
really?
For me personally.
What's wrong with tap?
Because I think it's just you giving up. It's submitting and saying that I give up, you can win. And, I mean, that's just where I feel like I could have just gone out.
You would have rather do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Really?
I would definitely rather have gone out than tap out.
Wow. So when you watch that, you're like, damn, Paige, you don't really care that you care that you lost, but it's the tap out that bothers you.
I do care that I lost, but it's the fact that I tapped out. The fact that I said, Rose, you can beat me. Right. Go for it. Yeah.
When's the last time you watched it?
Still haven't watched it. Still,
wow.
No. I mean, obviously I've seen highlights. I've seen bits and pieces. I definitely think before my next fight, I definitely really want to break down what went wrong. The whole camp, what went wrong with the entire camp, and change a lot of things before I take another fight.
Before watching the fight, you probably already know what went wrong with the camp, right? You probably have some idea.
I definitely have ideas of everything that went wrong leading up to it, but...
Can you share some of those?
No, I don't like to make excuses. I lost the fight. She was the better fighter that day, and I just have to come back and make sure that doesn't happen again.
She's fighting Tisha Torres next.
I'm excited about that fight. I'm very excited, especially Rose lost to Tisha. Yeah. I have Rose winning it.
You have Rose winning?
I do. I think Rose has really, really grown, especially since she was fighting for Invicta. I think she has champion potential. So I love to see her beat Tisha and then fight for a title.
Okay. Now let me ask you about, okay, so the Conor thing, we were just watching Nate do his interview with me in December, and you were cracking up.
Yeah.
Clearly, you are amused by Nate Diaz. Are you a Nate Diaz fan?
I'm totally a Nate Diaz fan.
You're a NorCal person now, so you kind of root for, I'm assuming?
I was rooting for him, California. He cross-trains at our gym. A lot of my teammates cross-train with him, so I definitely was going for Nate on that fight. I was happy for him. That's great.
Have you ever actually been in the gym with him while he's there?
Yeah. Funny story. When I was 15, he came and taught a seminar.
Oh, wow.
At my gym in Reno. So that's when I first met him. And then now, since then, it's kind of all come back.
Did you even have aspirations of being a pro fighter at that point?
No, not at all.
So you just went to the seminar?
Yeah, just went to the seminar.
You were a member. Was this the Lions Den one?
No, this was another local gym in Reno. And he came out, and then not too long ago, I found the picture, and I sent it to him. I was like, wow, like this is a throwback. And it was me and him years ago.
Was Nick there as well?
No, it was just Nate.
How is he as a seminar teacher?
Good from what I can remember. Okay. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Did you sit there and say, you know what? I want to be like that guy.
I did. At the time, I had no idea who he was.
You're kidding.
I didn't know.
So why'd you go?
I was just training for the fun of it, and I thought I could learn a lot by going to the seminar. I heard he was a UFC fighter.
Okay.
I showed up, and then now looking back on it, I'm like, I trained with some really cool people.
Yeah.
And that was the same thing when I trained with Ken. I had no idea who Ken was.
No idea.
No idea.
That is unbelievable.
And now I'm like, oh, I trained with a legend. That's awesome.
It only hits you years later. But like not knowing Nate and then seeing him, I mean, at first glance, he could be rough around the edges and you kind of have to get to know him a little more. What did you think of him when you were like, what is, when you hear him talking and breaking things down, did you think that he was a kind of a different cat?
Definitely, but he's just he's the essence of a fighter. Like when you think about a fighter, that's him, and him and his brother just bring like, even though they're these like tough guys, they just bring they enlighten fighting and they make it super fun and exciting to watch.
So now that the sport has become, this behemoth, how fighters deal with losses has become a big talking point. So people like myself are giving Conor and Holly props for how they dealt with the loss on Saturday. They gave you a lot of props for how you dealt with it, and they're comparing you guys to Ronda and how she dealt with the loss. Do you feel like this is fair? Like we don't know. I don't know what's going through Ronda's mind. I don't know how I don't know what kind of state. Is it even fair to compare, or is every situation different?
I think every situation is different, and it's not fair to compare. Of course, when I tried to just pull myself together and know that it's still a business and I need to handle it as a business. But you never know what someone's going through, and especially with Ronda, she was on I was riding a high from having 3 wins in the UFC and then losing one. So of course I was devastated, but Ronda went from being the only champion to not being a champion at all. And I think that in itself, it must have been just very, very hard for her to deal with. So, I mean, and injuries alone, she had well more extensive injuries than any of us. Right. So, I mean, everyone goes through a different battle before and after the fight.
Is it still somewhat surreal to you that you're a UFC fighter, that this is your life? What, you're not even 20, you're turning 22, or you just
20? I turned 22 in a few days.
Few days. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Will you be celebrating in New York?
No.
Screw New York. Going back to Hollywood?
Yep.
Okay. Is it kind of weird though? Like, you know what I mean? This is your life. This is your job.
It's really weird. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously it's set in. I'm a UFC fighter, but it's still surreal to me to think that people recognize me in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's totally weird that anyone would want to take a picture with me because I'm not that cool, but it's cool.
What do some of your high school friends do? Like, what's their life right now?
Gosh, I've stayed close with just a few people from high school.
Okay.
Like one of my best friends is a nurse practitioner. I have another one who's a nail technician. So
is a nail technician someone who
they do your nails?
That's what it's called?
Yeah, I think
that
so.
sounds a lot more impressive than it really is.
She does my nails.
Does she do yours?
Yes.
That's nice of her.
She's great.
Wait, are you the kind that took the elevator up and didn't send it back down? Have you just said goodbye to all your high school friends now that you're a big shot?
I went to 3 different high schools.
That's right.
So it's just kind of hard to stay connected because I've lived in so many different towns. Of course, I've stayed close to a few people here and there, and I'm reconnecting with a few people here and there. But I have just a few very, very close friends, and that's all I need. I love them. The
first one was Dayton, Oregon?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's where you were born?
I've lived all over.
Okay. Where have you lived?
Dayton, then I moved to Newburgh, Reno, Vegas, Sacramento.
Where's Newburgh?
Newburgh's in Oregon, too.
So did you go to high school in Dayton?
No.
Where'd you go to? Where are the 3 places that you went to high school?
So I went to elementary school in Dayton, middle school and freshman year in Newburgh.
Okay.
And then I went to a high school and 2 high schools in Reno because I went to college early.
Oh.
Yeah.
You were a brainiac.
I'd like to think so.
Okay.
No, I got an academic scholarship, so I went to college when I was 16. So then for like part of my high school year, I was going to community college, and it's a little harder to like stay connected with people because you're just kind of focused on school.
Why'd you move around so much?
You know, ask my parents. I don't know.
It was all them.
They just like to move. Yeah.
Was it because of your dad's job? Anything?
Yeah. So when we moved around Oregon, it was just, I don't know why, and we moved houses and stuff. But yeah, we moved to Reno because my dad was going to get laid off. He hadn't gotten laid off yet, but he knew it was coming because he worked at a paper mill.
Oh wow.
And the paper industry is almost completely gone now. So yeah, he knew he was gonna lose his job, so he quickly found whatever job he could find, and it was in Reno.
Okay, and you have one brother, correct?
Yes.
Older. What's your relationship like with him?
Great. I love him.
How does he feel about his sister being a fighter? You're tougher than he is. I don't even know what he does.
In high school, I wanted to be on the wrestling team, and he was in show choir.
What?
So, yeah, something got switched there. But,
oh my gosh.
Yeah,
does he go to your fights?
No, he hasn't been to any yet. But
why is that?
He's busy. He's got school. Yeah, he's going to be a music teacher. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You talk about, I've read in a few interviews that you were sort of bullied in high school, right? Now, when we say bullied, there's different levels of bullying. There's verbal abuse, there's physical abuse. How bad was it?
A little bit of everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Mostly verbal, I would say. I mean, I just went through something really, really, really terrible, and I don't think my classmates understood what happened to me.
Okay, what happened?
Some's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about it. Okay.
And I don't think they understood exactly what happened, and then I got made fun of for it, and they just.
So the word got out?
Just turned on me. Yeah, it was. I don't know. They just didn't know like what.
The severity?
Yeah, they didn't know the severity, and just turned on me. And
were they cool with you beforehand?
Yes and no, but so when I was a freshman, or when I was a 8th grader, I made varsity cheerleading. Okay. Like you try out for cheerleading for your freshman year, and I made varsity, and I think a lot of the girls maybe didn't like me because I made varsity instead of having to take 4 years to get on varsity. But I was a dancer, so I mean it made sense that I was there, I think, and so they didn't like me because of that, and then everything just was a downward spiral. Wow. Mm-hmm.
And did anyone have your back? Or were you kind of left on an island by yourself?
My mom.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom would pick me up from school almost every day. I went from being over a 4-point student, being in all AP classes, to barely showing up at all. So
you just stayed home? I
stayed home. I would try to go to school. I'd walk there, and sometimes I'd walk home. Or
you would go to school and then come right back?
They'd just come right back.
Wow.
It was too hard.
So your mom said it's okay?
No, I mean, she knew kind of what was going on. I didn't tell her everything, but she knew I was definitely going through a lot. So I mean, I would call her and just beg her to pick me up, or or just walk home.
You know what's interesting? When I was in the 10th grade, I went to one school 7 to 9 in Montreal. I'm from Montreal, and elementary is from 1 to 6, and then high school is from 7 to 11. 7 to 9, I went to one school. Then I just hated it. I felt uncomfortable. I got into a couple of scraps. People don't think that I get in scraps. I got in scraps back in the day. So I left that school. First week of grade 10, I changed schools, and then I didn't like it. So I went back to the old school, and then I didn't like it again. So I went back to the new school. So I changed 4 times in the span of a month. Nice. So I sympathize with you. No one was actually like physically or verbally abusing me, but I understand the feeling of just sort of feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah. I mean, and it was very uncomfortable. I mean, my mom would pick me up every single day crying, and I just don't think that people are aware of the effect their words have on people. Yeah. I mean, there were certain times where it did get a little physical, but wow. More. I mean, and that I can handle that, but it's the verbal part that people don't realize the effect of what they're saying has on someone, and they say, "Oh, I only said one comment," but guess what? 10 other people said one comment too. Right. So it got really hard, and
did you think about changing schools?
Yeah. Kind of. There was only one high school in that town. So it's like I didn't have anywhere else to go. And so when my dad said we're moving, it was like, thank the Lord, like I need to get out. And I went to high school for one more year, decided it really wasn't for me, and applied for college, and I got in.
Do any of these people know what you do now? I'm sure some of them do,
I'm sure
right?
they do, yeah.
Do you ever hear from them saying, I'm sorry, now that you talk about it? You do?
I do, yeah. I have had maybe 2 or 3 people connect and try to apologize, but it means a lot. It's great to hear. But at this point, it's like the scars, they're still there.
Wow.
It still hurts. I'm still trying to grow, but it's just like the pain I went through was just so real that I forgive them. I do, but there's still scars.
Do you even reply to them when they write to you?
I do sometimes. I mean, it takes me a while because at first I just get mad. I'm like, now you're saying sorry,
Yeah.
like so many years
Screw
later.
you.
Yeah. So at first I feel like that and was bitter about it, but then I do realize that it is nice that they're reaching out to apologize.
Do you use these people as motivation when you fight? Like when you're thinking of your opponent, are you thinking more about them and the fight? You know what I mean? Like that could fuel you. Sometimes you picture your opponent on like the heavy bag or something. Do you think of your your ex-classmates like that?
Not during training. I don't. And actually I didn't get into fighting because of it either, but I do think everything I went through, I went from being this really bright, bubbly person, wanting to be on the cheerleading team, doing clubs and stuff like that, to I went from having tons of friends to now I seclude myself. I like to have 2 friends. I turned into like an antisocial person where I was nervous in crowds. I get nervous to go out to parties. I don't do that kind of stuff.
Still to this day. Wow.
So I'm trying to get better at it, and I think that fighting, especially doing things like this and being in the eye of the public and doing things with the UFC, it really has brought me out of my shell, and it turned me back into a fun, happy person. I went from being happy to miserable for so many years, and I completely lost who I was, and fighting brought me out of my shell and made me so much more happy. And I think that it really showed when I first won my first UFC fight. I just bawled, and I didn't know I had that much emotion in me, and I didn't know I had that much resentment and anger and emotion still about what happened to me in high school, and it all just came out, and
wow.
I felt it all.
Now it all makes sense. So the old Paige is coming back.
It's coming back. Yeah, I'm
slowly
really
but surely.
Yeah. I mean, and people I think from the outside looking in see me as this bright, fun person, and I'm doing all these fun things, and I don't think they realize like it's really hard for me still. Like going out in the public, going to fights, it's still hard for me to do those things just because I had such a hard year. It was 1 year that ruined me, and
how long ago was this?
My freshman year of high school, so I was 14. I'm 22.
Oh wow. Okay, so less than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So that was 8 years ago. What are we? 2000. So 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. When you put it in that perspective, really not that long ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And so my natural question to you was, oh, that's why you went into fighting. The fighting thing has nothing to do with that?
No, the fighting had nothing to do with it. My parents actually, I mean, obviously I talk about how my dad convinced me to start training, and that's completely true, but I think they wanted me. I went from being on the cheerleading team, doing dance and extracurricular activities. When I moved to Reno, I did nothing. I didn't want to try out for sports. I didn't want to do anything. And they of course, they saw this complete change in their daughter, where I went from being so fun and active to not wanting to do anything, not wanting to go to school, not wanting to do anything. And that's when my dad convinced me to go try a class with him. And I think it was mostly to get me out of my shell, to get me to meet people, to be active again, do anything. And just fell in love with it, and then didn't plan on making it a career, but I just got so in love with fighting it. I was happy enough to make it a career, and it's completely just changed me, and it brought me back to life.
When he tells you to come with him to the gym, are you receptive to that idea right off the bat?
No, I wasn't receptive off the bat. No, I told him that he had to take the class with me.
Oh.
Because I was too nervous. I mean, not even too nervous. I just don't like being in groups of people.
Okay.
I mean, it was just really hard because
How far removed is this from that freshman year that you...
It was just a year later.
A year later,
yeah, I was
okay.
15.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's still very fresh then,
Still very
obviously.
fresh, yeah. So, I mean, it was hard for me to be in groups of people because no matter what, if I saw a group of people laughing, I just knew they were laughing about me, even though I'm sure they weren't.
Right.
But I just knew for a fact those people don't like me. They're laughing. It's about me. So when I went to try new things, it was just really, it was hard. So I convinced him. I was like, you have to do it with me. He took a class with me, and our first class was with Ken Shamrock.
God. And you had no idea. He could have been just some guy.
My dad knew who he was. My dad was a huge fan.
Wow.
Huge fan. And Ken taught us heel hooks the first day.
Amazing.
Yeah. And I don't know. I just stuck with it. And I think Ken was a huge help to that. You know, he's the one who encouraged me to stay in the gym. He's the one who told me I had potential. I could go far. And he's the one who got me to spar the first time. He helped me just come back to life.
At what point do you realize who this man is? Did you go and Google that night?
Maybe like 2 years ago.
You're kidding. So all this time, did your dad not tell you?
No, he did. He told me it was this legend, and I don't think I appreciated it as much back then. But now, of course, thinking about it, I just really appreciate the entire experience.
When's the last time you spoke to Ken?
I haven't spoke to Ken recently. I still stay in contact with his family, though. I'm still in contact with his son. So,
did you see his last
still close
fight?
to the family. I did see the last fight. That was a bummer.
Yeah. You were rooting for him.
Of course. Yeah, I always root for him. But, fights happen.
It was below the belt, right?
Anything can happen in a fight.
Was it below the belt?
I say it was below the belt,
Yes, of course. So it's interesting because you were uncomfortable outside of, the gym, and then you go into a place where you're super uncomfortable because you don't know what you're doing. So now you're just adding to the uncomfortableness of your life. Yeah. How long did it take for you to actually get comfortable in the gym?
It took a while. It took a while to get comfortable, but I think what I did like about it is that there was no girls there.
Zero.
It was me and as weird as that sounds, but most of the experiences I had were girls picking on me. It was girls being mean.
Mean girls.
Singling me out.
Like the movie.
Picking on the small freshmen. So I liked the fact that there wasn't anyone that could pick on me there wasn't girls that could hate me.
So you're the only girl in the entire gym?
For the most part.
How old are the people that you're training with?
They were older. There was a few guys around my age. But
were they receptive?
Most of them older. Yeah, they were receptive. They were willing to help me out. I think I did go in with a positive attitude, and I always have a great mindset to learn. I was really receptive to what Ken was teaching, so I think they saw that I was athletic and I wanted to learn.
At some point, does the word get out that Paige VanZant is training and fighting at the school, and are people starting to back off?
No.
Wow.
It was my freshman year. It was all stuff that happened in Oregon. By the time I moved to Reno, I had just secluded myself so much that I wouldn't let myself be in that position again.
Okay, so you didn't let anyone even know about you.
No, I didn't let anyone know about me. I just tried to stay to myself as much as I could. I made it through one more year of high school, and then I went straight to college.
That's unbelievable. So how old were you in college?
16.
Damn. And did you graduate?
I didn't graduate from college. I graduated because I was taking college courses. I got an advanced high school diploma.
That is wild.
Yeah.
16. Now, are you doing this from home, or are you doing this from an actual place?
No, it was from the college campus.
Whoa.
Yeah, I went to Truckee Meadows Community College.
What is it?
Truckee Meadows Community College.
I thought you said Chuck E. Cheese's.
No, Truckee Meadows. It's in Reno.
It's in Reno.
Yeah.
Wow. So when you were younger, did you do acting? Did you do things like that?
I did, yeah. When I was 10, actually, and my parents, I asked to pursue acting. They were very supportive, very, very
Just
supportive.
Just out of nowhere?
Yeah, out of nowhere. I tried a few classes in Oregon. I was 10 years old, and they were like, "All right, let's go to LA." We moved to LA for
really
a few months. Yeah, we stayed in a hotel for like 4 months.
They just packed up and went with you.
Yeah, packed up and went. I pursued acting. I got one national commercial, and that's it. That's all that came from it.
Where's your brother during this time?
He came too.
He just came.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Came along.
Yep. We decided to be homeschooled for a year, and
what a life!
It was awesome. Lived in a hotel for 4 months. My parents homeschooled us.
Your parents sound like the greatest.
Oh, they were awesome. I have the greatest parents. Yeah, they were just very supportive through all the traumas I've had, through all the crazy things I want to try, to dropping out of school to become a fighter. Yeah, they're great.
So you say you want to go and pursue acting. You moved to LA for 4 months. You get one commercial.
Yep.
What happened?
I don't know. It just didn't work out. We were small town people in a foreign world. We were a foreign world. Yeah, I did have an agent. It was just this whole foreign world.
You didn't have Mike Roberts.
No,
I
didn't have Mike Roberts. I didn't have MMA Inc. helping me. Now I do.
And now look what's happening.
Everything's changing.
That's right. So at what point do you pull the plug on this experiment?
We gave it a good 6 months, and then my dad, just being an amazing father, he stayed in Oregon the whole time working, so he could support us trying this. So he stayed, worked the whole time. We just missed our dad. Moved back, yeah.
Wanted to go back. Did you ever have any close calls?
Kind of. I don't know. I think so. I had a few callbacks in this, but there's just, when you go to the commercial, the auditions like that, there's 100 people trying out for one role. And I was lucky enough I got one commercial.
Now, are you trying for commercials only, or are you trying for TV, movies, everything?
Everything. I love the industry. I would love to do the TV route, movies, all of it. I'm so fascinated, and obviously I have a passion for it from a young age, and I would love to open that door. But obviously, still. Fighting right now is definitely on the forefront. I know I want to be a fighter first, and hopefully, as I'm training and doing all these amazing things, the more opportunities can come up.
Now, Eric, Alex, can we see the screen on one of those cameras here, or no? I don't know. Okay, he's going to come in. I just wanted to show something, and it occurred to me that none of our actual cameras over here are pointing to the screen. Oh, okay, so then it's perfect. We don't have to. What was this? What was the commercial?
It was a Bissell steam mop commercial.
You know what? We have the commercial. How about that?
Surprise!
Let's play that commercial. This is just fantastic stuff. Here we go. What'd you say it was? Bissell?
Bissell steam mop commercial.
Bissell steam mop. Is that still around?
Introducing a powerful new way to clean your hard floors.
Yes, there she is.
Oh my
Mom.
gosh.
Oh,
Hi, Mom.
I recognize that face.
That mop wasn't working so well, so we borrowed this steam thing.
You always say steam's the best way to clean.
That's why we already own a Bissell.
I look that old now.
It's amazing.
I look the same.
How old are you here?
Wow, that looks way easier. You don't have to pump it.
So this is shot in LA?
Pull the trigger.
This one was actually shot in Portland.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you got the gig in LA? And
It's already dry.
this is unbelievable. This Bissell, by the way, I just have to add, looks like a fantastic product.
Awesome it is.
100% chemical free. Are you kidding me? And then was there a real baby?
Better job on your mess.
Or was it a fake
Bissell
baby?
Steam Mop Deluxe is
I don't
safe
remember
and
a baby.
effective on
Because he
virtually
said
any
that the
hard
baby
floor
was up.
surface.
Oh, yeah, there's no
Use it on
baby.
ceramic,
Okay.
vinyl, linoleum,
Did
even
you get
steel
a free
hardwood.
Bissell?
No.
No? They didn't give you any? Look, see, there's the baby.
Oh, there was a baby.
Yeah, why were you hiding the steam mop from Dad and me? That's amazing. Now, how long did
That
it
is
take?
some solid acting right there.
When's the last time you saw that?
I don't think I've ever watched the whole thing.
You never watched it?
No.
There
I
it
was
is.
Embarrassed.
It kind of popped up on the internet recently. Did you know that? I don't know how people find these
I don't know
things.
how people find these things.
A
Like, what
Bissell
are you
steam
doing?
mop. Unbelievable. How long did it take to shoot
I
that?
can act. It took
yes.
took 2 days, I think.
2 days to do that?
Yeah.
I thought it would take like 3 hours. Why 2 days?
Well, because they have to change they had to change the set. We went from different sets. Then they had to film me like mopping up stuff a few times.
Yeah.
Apparently I didn't do it right.
Really?
I don't know. It just took a while. The production side
Sure,
of it.
of
Yeah.
course.
There wasn't actually a lot of lines.
When you get this, how far into your LA journey are you? Did you get it like right off the
I
bat?
wasn't that far. No, it was actually this. I got this one after we moved back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was in Portland. I had an agent in Portland that I was working with. Got me that one. Went and auditioned for it. Got that. And yeah.
Did you think, okay, this is my big break?
I don't know. I was excited. Obviously, I made a lot of money.
Yeah.
I made like $2,500, which was a lot of money.
That's huge.
That was huge for me back then. Huge for my parents too. So I mean, it was exciting.
What'd you do with the money?
Saved it.
You still have it?
Oh no, I remember. So I kept saving up, and then I bought my first car.
With that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I kept putting
Sure.
put it away. Yeah, I kept saving, and I bought a car for my grandpa.
Oh, so you didn't even use it?
What?
You didn't use it? It was
I did.
for some- oh, what?
No, I bought the car.
Oh, from your
my
grandpa. Oh, I thought you said
yeah.
for your grandpa.
No. I bought a car from him.
Does he sell cars, or he just had a car he wanted
just
to?
helped me out. I
Wow.
mean, obviously, he gave me like a crazy good deal. I just paid him like,
What kind of car?
it was like a Chevy Silverado truck, big truck.
Wow, a pickup?
Yeah, it was a pickup. Yep.
A real woman's man.
Yeah.
Or woman's woman. Where's the car now?
Sold it. Actually, I sold it to my parents.
Oh, look at this.
And then ended up taking their car. And then I've gone through cars like nobody's business. Don't buy cars on Craigslist.
Oh, gosh. You've had some bad experiences?
Well, don't be a girl who knows nothing about cars.
Sure. No one helps you out with that?
No, I bought mistakes. But now I bought myself a truck.
A pickup?
A pickup. Yeah, I have a
Why?
Toyota Tacoma.
The pickup truck weighs like 1,000, I don't know how many pounds it weighs. You're such a small, why do you need a pickup?
Because I have toys.
Okay.
I'm an outdoors person. I grew up in the country.
Okay.
So yeah, I needed something I could put my toys in. I have a mountain bike. I have kayaks.
Wow.
Plan on buying a paddleboard. That's my next toy I'm gonna buy.
So is this a brand new car, or is it a used one?
2015.
But
I bought it new in 2015.
was it used?
No, it was new.
Okay, so you got a new one.
My first new
Look
car.
at you!
Yeah.
Wow, what a what's the worst experience with a Craigslist seller that you had? Do you have any real
gosh.
nightmares?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not buying anything.
What was
I
it?
rented a room off Craigslist.
Oh gosh, what do you mean rented a room?
Like so when I was moving to Sacramento,
Okay.
I needed to rent a room.
Yes,
I couldn't
yes.
afford an apartment, so I went on Craigslist. Found this girl. She seemed really sweet. Moved in with her, and then a week later, I find out she's a nudist.
Oh, no.
Because she just walks out of her room with her boyfriend.
Oh, my.
Both butt naked.
And you're there.
But yeah, I'm
Wow.
there. They just walk out like nothing's happening. They're not naked. Just like life's good.
Just like making coffee.
Bending over in the fridge.
Oh my Lord. And the boyfriend too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And how old are they?
In their 30s.
Oh my.
And then yeah.
And what was your reaction?
Bad. I think I was 19. I don't know. I didn't know how to react.
You didn't say like, guys, do you mind?
Hey, like, you guys, do you know you're naked?
Yeah.
So no, moved out. Yeah, definitely moved out.
How long after?
It took me a while because I didn't have a lot of money back then, so it took me a while, and then I moved in with a teammate for a little while until I got a different place.
Did you explain to her that the reason you were moving out was because she liked to walk around in the nude?
No, I think I just left. I was like, okay.
That's it.
Thanks.
Wow. But how do you know that she was an actual nudist? Just because she was always nude?
I think so.
Because this is like a cult.
Maybe she's not a nudist.
Okay.
Maybe her and her boyfriend just liked me naked.
Now, with all due respect, if they were like super good looking people, would it have been better or were they just like kind of fat slobs?
No, they weren't bad looking people.
Okay.
They totally weren't bad looking people. It was just a little, I wasn't comfortable with 2 30-year-old adults.
It's amazing.
Just walking around naked that I don't know. Have
you ever seen that episode of Seinfeld? Are you a Seinfeld fan?
I have seen Seinfeld, but I don't think I've seen that one.
There's one where he, is dating a girl who like fixes her bike and stuff all while in the nude. And it's bad. Like different muscles are coming out. And yeah, he did not like it either.
Wasn't for me. Just wasn't.
And so when you go move with a teammate, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I feel like sometimes you want to keep it separate.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good while it lasted. Unfortunately, they just lived, in Davis and not in Sacramento. And I really wanted to be somewhere close to the gym. I didn't want to have to drive back and forth. So eventually I found an apartment in Sacramento, which I had for a while, and just upgraded. Got a nice apartment.
How did you even end up at Alpha Male? Like, why there?
Yeah, actually, this is funny too. I mean, I didn't know who Uriah was.
Oh my God.
I was a pro fighter, no idea who Uriah was.
So you had already made your pro debut.
Already made my pro debut. I was
you had not heard of the name Uriah Faber.
I was like a 2-0 pro, no idea who Uriah or TJ or any of them were. I just liked doing the sport. So then I actually had a girl who was at one of the rival gyms in Reno. There was two gyms that were rivals, and I know she moved to Sacramento, had a lot of success at Team Alpha Male. And I was like, hey, I should try it out. And my dad said they had a lot of small weight classes. Obviously, he knew a lot about MMA, so he knew who the guys were, that they were smaller, it'd be a good fit. He's the one who guided me. I was driving. I would wake up at 6, drive from Reno to Sacramento to go try classes.
How long of a drive is that?
It's like 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So I'd wake up really early, drive to the gym, train for a few days. And when I walked in, I was with my mom, and I was like, wow, they really like Uriah here, because his pictures were everywhere.
Oh my God, yes.
So I was like, that's just so weird. Like, why don't they hang up pictures of anyone else? And then I'd come to find out it's his gym.
When you meet him, do you know by then that he is a legend, or did it take you you still didn't go back home?
I mean, I asked to take a picture with him. I was like, oh, he's famous. I should take a picture with him.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, no idea. I mean, of course, now I know.
Of course, I would hope so. But why don't you just use Google? Like when someone tells you you're not that type, I want to learn more about this person.
No, I'm like, I'm just going to go do it.
Yeah. But for someone to drive 2.5 hours to a gym in a different state, doesn't it like occur to you, this is a big deal, this gym?
Yeah, I knew it was a big deal, but I trusted my father. He said, they have small weight classes. These are great guys. He does all the facts for me. And whenever I have an opponent, I'm like, Dad, look this person up.
Does he know them already? Like, does he follow everything?
He follows everything.
Okay.
He knows fighting back and forth. And it's totally funny when there's fights, he'll do the commentary and he'll say things before the commentators even say it.
Wow.
He loves it. He was a wrestling coach. So he kind of has a background, but I trust him with my life. So before I take a fight, he's the person I ask, and if he says yes, then I take the fight.
Oh, really? So you have to get his blessing?
Yep, I get his blessing before I take any fight.
Who was at the gym that first day? You, in hindsight, like was Benavidez there or Mendez? Were the big names there?
Gosh, I know Uriah was there.
He was there.
That's all I remember. I don't really remember anyone else. Uriah likes to tell the story about how me and a 14-year-old boy got into it.
A legit fight?
Oh, yeah. We were beating each other up in practice. It was my first day, so I was like, I really need to prove that I can hang with the guys. And come to find out, I was training with a 14-year-old. And
wow.
Yeah. We made each other bleed.
Legit?
Yes.
Now, knowing about your background and how you were dealing with things outside of training, it's got to be tough to go to a gym where it's all guys, and now you're a fighter, and you have to prove yourself and prove your worth. That's got to be sort of a mental hurdle in its own right, right?
It is. It was really hard, and I mean, I noticed most of my stories have my parents in them.
That's great.
I still to this day like bring my parents to everything.
So they came with you?
They did, yeah. Before I went there, I brought my mom. She came to the gym with me. Brought my dad. Whenever I try things new, I always have somebody with me. So yeah, I made sure one of my parents was there. But I really got comfortable. You know, it was just such a great fit because Uriah is such a good person.
Yeah.
And he was very, very welcoming. Obviously, I wasn't as good as I am now. I wasn't that good when I walked into the gym, but he was just so accepting and told me that these are the classes I have to be at if I ever want to be on Team Alpha Male. It took me a good 4 to 6 months to prove my worth, and then he actually invited me to be on Team Alpha Male.
Oh, so that's how it works.
Yeah.
He has to actually invite you.
Yeah, you actually get invited.
What was your reaction when he gave you the invitation?
It was like the biggest day of my life.
Really?
Yeah. At that point, I was just obsessed with wanting to be on Team Alpha Male and actually be a part of the team, and he made it really special. I went in and I got to sign paperwork saying I was a part of Team Alpha Male, and then he posted a picture of it, and it was a really special day.
Did they throw a party for you?
There was no party.
No party?
No.
Cake?
No party.
So knowing him like you do, all this stuff with TJ, do you think it really hurt him inside?
Definitely. Oh gosh, I know it hurt him, and I feel so bad for the guy. You know, he has a lot of stress going on in his life that not everyone knows about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's just such a nice person. He has such a big heart. I do think that things affect him emotionally. You know, when he cares that much, he puts in a lot of time and effort into anything he does.
It seems like now there's this crop of young guys coming up there, like the Cody Garbrandts of the world, and you have guys like Elkins doing their thing. I feel like I'm missing a youngster. Like, who am I missing?
Andre Feely.
Yeah. Touchy-feely, big fight coming up April 23rd. Yes, against Yair Rodriguez. And some of the older guys are sort of finding their way. It feels like a bit of a transitional period for the team. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's a huge transitional period, especially Danny stepping up as a coach.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Danny Castillo, now head wrestling coach.
Wow.
We got Chris is stepping up as a head coach. He does the whole jiu-jitsu side, and he steps up as an MMA coach as well. So a lot of transitional changes going on, and there's this whole wave of fighters that are just on the rise at our gym. So they're completely unknown yet, but they're amazing athletes, and there's a bright future for a lot of fighters out of the gym.
Now, your parents, when you fight, are they in attendance?
Yeah. So my dad goes to every fight.
Every fight.
He tries to make it to every single fight, and for the most part, I feel like he was at all of them except for my first fight.
Okay.
My pro debut.
One?
My pro debut.
That's the big one.
I took it on short notice.
Okay.
So there was no way for him to take work out and go to Texas. But my mom never went to fights. Lo and behold, the first fight she went to was my fight with Rose. And I'm sure I bled on her.
Oh, really? Damn. Did you know she was there?
Poor thing. Yeah, I could I just
Lord.
thought about it in the fight. I hope my mom knows it's not as bad as it looks. Because at the point, I look up on the screen and I could see my face covered in blood. I'm like, no. Like, my mom's going to be so worried. And I just felt so bad for her.
It's funny that you say that, because I think a lot of people, when we saw you look up at the screen, they thought like, oh, look at Paige. She's just looking to see how she looks. Like, oh, she's just this pretty girl that's worried about her looks. But you were thinking about your mom.
Oh
and her
my gosh,
reaction.
I was so worried about my mom because she doesn't go to fights, and it was a big deal that she went to this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so worried about her, and I knew she was just going to be an emotional wreck. And actually, hearing afterwards, my dad was the one that was a wreck.
Really?
Yeah.
They must have been.
And my mom stayed calm and collected, but I definitely never want to put my mom through that again. So she won't be at the next fight.
She's done.
She's done.
Wow.
After that one, she's done. I felt so bad for her. I just wanted her to see, like, it was a small cut. It looked terrible. It wasn't that bad.
Did you cry when you saw them backstage?
Yes. Oh gosh, I was bawling. Right away, I told him I was like, I love you guys, but you have to leave, because I knew if I look my mom in the eye, I'm gonna start bawling.
Yeah.
If she tries to hug me, I'm gonna start bawling. So I just needed to make my parents just wait. I told them I'm okay. Just go wait somewhere else for me. And then me and my manager just handled business. Went to the press conference, handled business, went to my hotel room and cried with my parents.
You always seem to cry more with the parents. I'm the same way. There's something about them that maybe it's just being comfortable.
Yeah.
You just let it loose.
I'm vulnerable around them. You know, they make me vulnerable. I'm just so comfortable around them. And my mom knows that everything I'm going through. And when I looked in her eyes, I was like, I'm going to break down. So I just told them to wait in the back. I'm going to go handle business. And then I cry later.
So obviously there's a lot going on. Some you could tell us about, some you can't tell us about. But Mike over there tells me you want to fight UFC 200.
I do. I think, time-wise, that just works perfect for me. I'll get a great camp leading up to it. I have a few other special things going on right now that I have to take care of. So stay tuned.
Yes.
Big news coming.
Yes.
But, yeah, I would love to be on UFC 200 or after that. I think that would be just a perfect time-wise.
Anyone we have in mind?
No, I think I have a whole list of girls that are ready to fight.
Yes, your name comes up all the time.
Yeah, my name comes up all the time. So I know the fight will be there. There's going to be fight options out there. It's just getting the UFC to make a good matchup, and I can get back in there. I'm eager to get back in the cage.
Have you told this idea to the UFC brass, and are they on board with you?
Yes.
Oh, they are?
They are. They know. They know I want it.
So can we pencil you into that card against TBD?
I say yes.
Okay.
We're waiting on the UFC, so put me down for UFC 200.
I like it. Now, I feel like you already know the opponent.
I don't, actually.
You don't.
No word.
No
Absolutely
word.
none.
Do you have a dream matchup right now?
No, I don't. I think there's so many. I mean, there's this whole wave of fighters that are coming off the Ultimate Fighter, too. So
That's right.
There's going to be a whole wave of strawweights coming out there. I think there's just going to be plenty of options.
Okay. UFC 200. All right. And hopefully we'll find out soon about your big news?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay tuned. It's coming soon. Soon.
I look forward to it. Well, what a pleasure this has been. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Great to talk to you a little longer than usual. And I really respect you talking a bit about your past. I know it's still somewhat fresh. Do you want to talk to more kids? Like, do you want to be a role model like that? Yeah, I
do want to be a role model. And I've had a few girls reach out to me, which I just love that I can connect with them, because I needed someone that I could look up to that had been through it before, and I didn't have anybody. And my mom was the only inspiration I had. She was the only person that pulled me through those few years. And even still, I didn't tell her everything that happened to me. She doesn't know everything that happened. Wow. I kept it to myself. So I just want to be just a shoulder to cry on for anyone who needs it, especially young girls who are going through bullying, because people say, oh, in the real world it won't matter. But for them, that's their real world. That's what they're going through. It's the real world. It's what they're going through right now, and the pain they feel, it's real. It hurts. And I just want to be a voice and an inspiration that it gets better. I promise it gets better.
Well done.
Thanks.
Nice job. Thank you again for coming. Good luck with all the big news, and we look forward to seeing you at UFC 200.
Thank you.
Paige VanZant, everyone. I'd plug her Twitter name, but you see it right there. And if you're listening to this, you probably already follow Paige VanZant at Paige VanZant UFC. There she is, one of the biggest names in the UFC, top strawweights in the world, and she's got a lot of big news coming up. So keep it locked on that. I'm assuming you'll be sharing it with the world over there, right?
Yes. The world will know.
I remember when you got the Reebok deal, you were dancing all around.
Yeah. Oh, this will be more.
Okay.
More.
I look forward to it. Again, thank you very much to her. In a minute, we're going to be joined by John Kavanagh, head coach for Conor McGregor, to talk about, of course, that fight on Saturday night. We have a lot more show left, so don't go anywhere. But right now, we're going to take a quick break, reconfigure things, and we're going to hear from Miesha Tate. Back in July of 2011, when she won her very first title, the Strikeforce Women's Bantamweight title, she defeated Marloes Coenen in Chicago. So we'll look back at that, and then we'll be back right here on the MMA Hour. Stick around.
Thank you. Miesha, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great win for you. With Gina Carano and Cyborg Santos kind of on hiatus from MMA right now, with this victory, do you feel that you become the new face of women's MMA? And if so, is that a role you're comfortable with?
I'll let the fans decide that. I just know that I became the new 135-pound world champion, and I'm happy with that. Happy to represent women's MMA, and, the rest I'll just leave up to you guys.
Before the fight, you said that you wanted the most of all to submit Marloes because she'd never been submitted before, and it's just a beautiful setup. Can you kind of talk us through that submission?
Yeah, it was right there. I saw that as my opportunity, and a lot of people praise her for her submissions, and I wanted to really go out there, and I saw that as a challenge. I want to beat her at her own game, and I'm the first person to submit her, and that feels really good.
Miesha, how much danger did you feel like you were in? She had your back for most of, I want to say, the second round. At any point did you really feel like that you were in danger of getting subbed, or were you pretty comfortable?
I didn't feel like I was in danger of getting subbed at any point, but I knew I wasn't in a good position. I wasn't happy there, but she had really good control. I tried to kind of edge out and get my back on the mat and look to turn in, but she kept switching her feet around, and so I figured, you know what, I'm going to have to come out in the third round and really take it to her in the next rounds, because I was just trying to get out of it, but it wasn't working. So I didn't feel like she was under my chin at any point, or, I felt her kind of lock under one arm, and there was a possibility for swinging out for an arm bar, so I just made sure to go to that side and just be preventative at that point. I love training in Team Alpha Male. I think the thing that I've said, I've learned the most there was the way to make the heart of a champion and your mental aspect. There's a bunch of overachievers there, and they kind of just paved the way by example of how to stay tough mentally and emotionally, and I love training there, so I'm definitely happy. I think I felt pretty good, considering I felt like I was recovering pretty well in the rounds, but I had to dig deep because that was a very challenging fight. She's the toughest girl that I've fought, and she has a lot of experience, more than I do. And going into those rounds, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, if there's only 2 seconds left and I'm down the whole time before that, I'm still going to be looking to finish and win the fight. I'm a gamer. I'll come in there and fight, and that's what I love to do. And I was having fun out there.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Misha. She is a new champion, and she deserves it. To be honest, I was quite relaxed in the fight because in my mind I was convinced she couldn't make me tap, and in training I often come in that position and I hardly ever have to tap. For me it will be my trainer Martijn, and I will analyze the fight. I'm gonna train really hard. And I want to come back. I want to have my belt back, just like Sarah wants her belt back. But for now, it's Misha, and I congratulate her.
Yeah. When she put knee on belly at the side control, and you had your arm locked up, for 1 second, if you remember, you reached to grab your own leg to defend the choke. Did you not have a good enough hold to neutralize her attempt?
I think I underestimated what she did, because normally that's what I do, and I can twist and get out of it. That's why I was like, she cannot make me tap on it, and it's almost the end of the round, and well, she made me tap.
All right, so there you have it. July 30th, 2011. Cool to listen back to Miesha Tate. She was so young back then. What is that, 5 years ago? After her first title win when she defeated Marloes Coenen in Chicago. What a night that was. Dan Henderson also defeated Fyodor Emelianenko that night as well. And now here she is, the UFC's women's bantamweight champion. She finally gets over the hump. She finally gets the title. Unbelievable stuff by Miesha Tate. Tremendous heart, will, determination, all that and then some on Saturday night as she defeated Holly Holm via 5th round rear naked choke. I believe the 4th latest submission in UFC history. Crazy. And if she was going to win that 5th round, if she was going to win a 10-9, it was going to be a draw, which is somewhat of a nightmare for Miesha Tate, because then you have to go through the whole thing all over again. I mean, a draw does not equal championship. So big kudos to her. Coming up in a minute, we're going to be joined by John Kavanagh, the head coach, of course, for one Conor McGregor, the head coach over at SBG Ireland. So very gracious to come on following Saturday night. In fact, we booked this beforehand because it has been somewhat of a tradition to have him on after Conor's fights. And I saw him in the locker room after the fight on Saturday night, and I said, I totally understand if, you don't want to do it. I completely understand. No problem. We could do it some other time. And he was like, are you crazy? No way. Of course. I'd be happy to come on. And I really, truly respect that out of him. I can't say enough. And I see some people saying, like, give Nate his props. Nate deserves all the props and then some. I am not taking anything away from Nate, but it is rare in this day and age to see someone who had so much on the line and who's as big of a star and draw as Conor McGregor deal with a loss in that fashion. I mean, in the world of professional football, the way Cam Newton dealt with his loss in the Super Bowl was a huge talking point for days after the Super Bowl. People criticize him. I didn't have a problem. In fact, we spoke about it on this show. We can't put ourselves in their shoes. Conor walked out of that dressing room while we were standing by to interview him. His head couldn't have been held higher. He was, wearing his custom-made suit. I mean, he said everything perfectly. He addressed the media perfectly. His demeanor was everything. And you got to give him the nod on that front. Whether you like him or hate him, you have to respect the way he handled that. And I have the utmost respect for him and his team in particular. I had the pleasure of talking to Artem and Owen Roddy quickly afterwards as well, and I just was sincerely blown away with the perspective that they had following, such a big fight. So without further ado, let us go to the. No, we got the phone on this one, right? I don't think we have Skype on this one. We'll go to the phone, and he is still in Las Vegas, I believe. John Kavanagh is on the phone right now. John, are you there?
Hey, Ariel, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Again, not sure if you heard it, but I really appreciate you coming on the show, especially after Saturday. It means a whole lot, and I can't thank you enough. Less than 48 hours later, how does it feel? How are you digesting it?
I guess because they're a sport, the athletes perform infrequently as compared to, say, if you're playing basketball, it's every week, and just, wins and losses happen. With our sport, it seems very magnified, I guess, when there's a loss because there's such a build up to it. However, that's all that it is. It's sport, and each fight has a winner and loser, and there's not a single person that's successful in anything in life that doesn't have knockbacks, because if you're a risk taker, if you keep putting yourself forward, that's what comes with it. If you stay in the shadows and just want to comment on something, you maybe you don't get the fall, but you'll never get the rise either. So we take it for what it is and pick ourselves up and get ready for the next one.
It has been a while since Conor McGregor suffered any kind of defeat, over 5 years since his last loss, to be exact, November of 2010. Of course, he's a much different person now, much more at stake. His life is, drastically different. But can you compare the way he dealt with the loss on Saturday to the way he dealt with his last loss against Joseph Duffy back in November of 2010?
He's more mature now, but I think the overall attitude is the same. After the Duffy fight, he was in the gym on Monday. And if you look at his record, I believe he fought 8 to 10 weeks later after that. It was a quick turnaround anyway. And that's how Conor deals with these things. He wants to get back in, he wants to train, and he loves competing, regardless of the result. He's got a lot of catchphrases, but that one, humble in victory or defeat, is truth. It's how he lives himself. He will build it up and put on a great show, and win or lose, it's humble in victory or defeat.
I love hearing the way you break things down, so I'd like to break the first and second rounds separately. First round, what did you think of it? Were you happy? Was he executing the game plan? Was that how you thought it was going to go?
Yeah, a lot of things were working. I did think he maybe was loading up a bit on his left hand, and especially if you're facing a same stance fighter, Nate's kind of good at using that shoulder roll that boxers do to kind of defend themselves. Get that. So a lot of the big lefts, he was either he wasn't catching them flush. They were kind of bouncing off the shoulder, or Nate was moving with the shot, so it wasn't having the impact it would have on an opposite stance fighter, or if someone wasn't as highly skilled as Nate. But still, some good shots landed. He did get taken down, nice single leg by Nate, but I thought Conor did very well, executed a nice sweep, and was safe in the guard, and almost passed, landed some good shots. So, yeah, all in all, it was a good round. I imagine the judges get that round to Conor. I can't see how it would have went otherwise.
Yeah, I think most of the media did as well. Did you feel like he was going for the home run punch, like he was trying for the knockout, trying too hard for it?
Yeah, a little bit. That was pretty much all I said in between rounds. Was you don't have to take him out with one shot. There's no need to load up on that big hand. I think it's for us that calls it the touch of death.
Right.
It's a good name for it, but we also don't want to only rely on that. And if there was something to critique and something to take away from that fight, I mean, I think Conor almost immediately said it much better than I'm going to be able to say it. It was that he was inefficient with his shots, and Nate was efficient, and that's what I was trying to get across, and that's what we saw happen. He kind of blew himself a little bit, trying to take his head off with every single left hand rather than just landing it. Maybe I could have stole his own phrase and told him to keep it flowy, but that's how it went down.
What about the height and in particular the reach advantage? Did you feel like that was an issue?
Not too much. I mean, his sparring partners would vary in height, and wouldn't be unusual to face that. I think the same stance and Nate's technical knowledge of protecting himself with his lead shoulder and moving with the shots, and that combined with Conor loading up and being a little bit inefficient with his shots made him tired. I went in between rounds, and I'm with Conor a long, long time, and I've seen him do an inordinate amount of rounds in the gym, and I've never seen him breathe heavy.
Wow.
And when I went in, it was clear he was breathing heavy, and I was a bit taken aback by that. It was a surprise for me, but it was because of what he, like I said, I'm echoing what he said much better, that it was a case of being inefficient. When it's a 25-minute fight and going up a weight class, you got to accept that you got to move in such a way that you can keep going for those 25 minutes, and that's not what he did.
In between the first and second, what's the message there? What are you telling him to do?
Yeah, well, like I said, that's pretty much all I said was,
okay.
No need to load up in the left hand.
Okay.
You just have to touch him. You don't have to take him out with one shot. So let's throw some combinations. Let's move around. Let's get the breath back. I know he was breathing a little bit heavy, so that's what I figured. But I thought he had a good round in round one, and if we could keep that going, I figured he would either stop him or get a decision if he was able to perform like he did in round one for the next 4 rounds.
At what point are you getting nervous in the second round? At what point are you thinking, okay, this is going really badly?
I think there was a good left cross, and it kind of stumbled Conor back. It probably looked like a wobbling, but I really think it was kind of exhaustion at this stage. He looked really, really tired, and they kind of had a bit of a slugfest, a bit of a back and forward, and at that stage it was clear he was very, very tired. And if there's one thing you're never going to say about a Diaz brother, is that he gets tired. He just has that incredible ability just to keep going and keep pushing himself, and they're phenomenal athletes, the two of them. So when I saw that tiredness and him being pushed back, it was, of course, that was when there was worry.
And then he goes for the takedown, which, we've seen before. A fighter is somewhat rocked. They're looking for a way to weather the storm, but it's obviously unlike Conor. He's not usually that kind of fighter. Were you worried when you saw him do that?
No, I mean, he did in the Holloway fight very effectively, and if it's mixed martial arts, so you have to go where you think you have an advantage, and if he got in the takedown, he could maybe survive in the guard and just kind of get the energy back. So it was not a bad strategy. Nate did a great job stopping it, but
in hindsight, Al, I asked him this question. You're still there, right?
Yep.
Do you feel like he just kind of bit off more than he could chew? Like in hindsight, do you kind of wish that you guys never did this and just stuck around at 145?
Absolutely not. I don't think that what life is for is playing safe and not biting off more than you can chew. If you're not biting off more than you can chew, you need to chew harder. I'm super proud of him. Right now this is the biggest thing in my life. Traveling to these fights and living this life. It's amazing. But the professional side of mixed martial arts might fade away from me, but teaching martial arts never will. And I have a big kids program at home, and we're raising them. We tell them, our phrases, we win or we learn, and I'm encouraging them to take chances and step on the competition mat and not let people on the sidelines affect them, that if they do stumble, not to make them feel silly, because I want those kids to grow up to be like that about whatever they do. So it would be a lie for me to say I had anything else other than the utmost respect for Conor for what he did, and regardless of the result, I think he did the right thing. This is what we should be doing, and this is what we're living in, a golden era of mixed martial arts right now. Look at that press conference. I had goosebumps watching that the other day. Look at the lineup coming up over the next few months. Look how often the belts are changing hands. And what does that tell you? That tells you that the best are fighting the best week in, week out. Well, I'm a huge boxing fan. I love watching boxing, but I loved more in the 90s and the 80s when there was these great fights happening every other week. Now it seems pretty rare for it to happen. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm a big fan. I love watching it. But in mixed martial arts, we're spoiled. We're getting the best fighting the best. It seems every other week there's a massive card on.
following the loss, I couldn't help but wonder, okay, now what's going to, we saw what happened to Ronda, all the hate. It was, it was pretty harsh and disgusting at times. And I was wondering, okay, obviously he talked a lot. What's the reception going to be like? What's the reaction going to be like? And it's been amazing to read, for the most part, how people are rallying around him. People who said they weren't fans now respect him, all because of the way he handled himself afterward. He stuck around in the cage to talk to Rogan. He did interviews with me and others. He did the press conference. He was there and did everything. And like I said, held his head pretty damn high. Was there a discussion afterwards? Should I go? Should I talk to the media? Did you guys talk at all before all that happened in the locker room by yourselves?
No, not at all. It was never going to be any other way other than to go and do the press conference and face people and not to, like you said, not to shy away from it and stand tall. And he's going to be remembered for a lot of things when this is all said and done. And there's more fights to come. And when it's all said and done, people look back, and I think he's going to be used as an example as to how people should hold themselves. That they should take risks. They should take the big fights. And if you get a loss or you get a win, you're humble in victory or defeat. And I was not surprised, but just so proud of him how he acted in the cage afterwards and how he handled it afterwards. But that's how he is after a victory. You've never seen him after a victory be in someone's face. He bows, he shakes the hand, and then we can start getting ready to build up the next one. But it was not a surprise for me at all to see how he did it.
I know you're not back home yet, but do you have any idea what kind of reaction he's getting to this? Because I know it's still kind of a weird spot, MMA in Ireland right now. They're somewhat hesitant at times. They think it's a little crazy. They're backing their guy. It's all very much new. What do you know about what they're saying over there about what happened on Saturday? All I'm getting is my phone absolutely blowing up with an amazing amount of support and kind messages. And of course, there's going to be people that want to take a shot at you when you're down. And that's, to be honest, I wouldn't take that away from them. That's, it's professional sport, and there's an entertainment side to it, and then everybody has their opinion, and I'm fine with that. And if they want to do that, that's up to them. But for me personally, all I'm getting is a huge amount of positivity, and I'm just looking forward to getting home and getting training with my team again, and see my girlfriend. Hello, Orla. I know she's listening. Hello.
I look forward to seeing you.
I think that's the reason why maybe things didn't go as planned. You were missing the good luck charm.
Could have been. I'll make sure she's with us from now on, but she wasn't. She didn't make this trip. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Anyway, yeah. So it's been largely positive, and I think as well back home, maybe there was a lot of people that were new to the sport and maybe didn't like him because of his brashness or his attitude. And when they saw him, how he dealt with the loss, I think that's only converted more people as far as I can make out.
Was Nate tougher than you expected him to be?
Not really. Just look at his record. Him and his brother, they have that style. They just seem to have, they're like a Terminator. They can get badly hurt and still just keep marching forward. So I wasn't that surprised, that he did look like he got fairly banged up. But they're not stopping until they're absolutely unconscious or choked out. That's the only way you put away one of those guys. So a little bit more efficiency in the shots, and I think points wise it was going well in round one anyway. But toughness wise, no, it was never a doubt that's how it was going to be. If he didn't put them away, they were going to keep coming. He was going to keep coming.
As you know, originally this was supposed to be at 165. Then Conor said, "Screw it, let him be comfortable. 170 it is." Do you think you win this fight if it's at 165? If Nate has to cut more weight?
No, I don't think the weight made any difference. If it was 155, I don't think it would have made a difference. If you're facing somebody like that and you were inefficient, that's what the result is going to be regardless. So I don't think that played a part. I think Nate was the better guy on the night, and he won. And congratulations to him and his team.
One of the hot topics now is, look at Holly. She went out on her shield. She didn't tap. Conor tapped. I'm sure you heard this.
Say that again?
One of the hot topics now that people are saying, look at Holly. She went out on her shield. She didn't tap. Look at Conor. He tapped. What do you
Right.
say to those people who like to point to tapping as a sign of weakness?
It's weird to me that somebody would think that, considering what he does for a living. Come down to the gym, come and train with him. Like, look at what he's doing. He's getting in with the most dangerous unarmed people on the planet and fighting in limited rules, full contact. I don't know how you could get more brave than that. I've massive respect for what Holly did, but I would not really like my fighters to not tap to something. When that's a checkmate move, when that's in, it's over. There's no real reward for risking your health for not tapping to a locked-in submission. That to me is just a sign of that's just an intelligent way of doing things. Like I said, I want the media to spin that, and I'm remarking on how anybody else does things. I'm just saying, from Conor's perspective and from mine, if you're a professional MMA fighter, there's not much tougher jobs than that in the world, and that to me is bravery. But to let your arm break or let yourself be choked unconscious and risk damage, I would not like any of my guys to do that.
And so now here's the big question. What does he do next? Because he looked so good at 170. He looked so healthy at 170. It seems like he's eyeing 145 again. What do you think happens next? I'm not too sure. There's a few offers there, and I'd rather, that's really for Conor to decide, and I'm just a guy in the background carrying his bucket. So whatever he says, I'm happy to get ready for. We spoke, or maybe didn't speak to yourself. I was speaking to someone before about it. He seems to have this weird genetics that he can look great at 170, and he can make 145. It's just a weird body type. I'm not quite sure how it works, but he can, and he always looks a bit scary on the scales, no doubt about it. But then you see him the next day, and he looks fine. So he has that ability to compete at 145, 55, or 70, I think. So what's it'd be curious to see what the fans want, because that's at the end of the day what we're all doing this for. It's for fans. It's entertainment, and let's see what the fans think is the most interesting thing for him to do next, and we'll prepare and do our best. But if you had your druthers, what would you want?
Me personally, maybe Aldo rematch.
Really?
I'd like to see that again. Yeah.
Why?
I just think the first one, obviously was great for us, but it was a little bit unfulfilling. A little bit. I think Aldo has a fantastic set of skills. He was a great champion, and I didn't think that quite closed the chapter on that. So see a proper fight. I think stylistically, and I think it would be a very nice fight to watch, and I think it would be a very good challenge. So that's just my personal opinion. But like I said, I'm not the decision maker on that.
I hope Frankie Edgar's not listening. He's going to be
or Frankie. He's a great fighter as well. Frankie's lost to Aldo, and Aldo just had such an amazing run. Just got caught with that very, very hard shot, and it went out fast, and that's just how that fight went. But just for me, because I think I'd learned so much from watching it, then to have a good back and forward fight, I just think it would be like, for me, I'd get a year's worth of material to coach off for the next 20 years off it. So that'd be my personal preference. But if it's Frankie, or if it's Anjos, or if it's another 70 fight, I'm happy just to be there.
Are you on board with him coming back in July, or would you like for him to take a bit of a break now?
No, I would push for that. I would like him back in. That's what he's driven to do. He's not the guy to go off to sit on the beach for a couple of weeks. He's just not that way. Everything he does is a million miles an hour. His brain works fast, his body works fast, and he's not particularly hurt. No injuries from the fight.
Okay.
And no suspension or anything like that. So, a little bit of a rest, and then I have a lot of ideas in my head, and a lot of things that I took away from that fight, and I'm very excited to work on that and carry on the journey. And I'll make this. I will never miss our pre-fight chat again. So
it's funny you say that. Someone just tweeted that to me. Benjo, the reason it didn't go so well was that Kavanagh wasn't on the MMA Hour for the first time before a fight. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to rub it in. But, you know, I'm...
Is that you tweeting?
No, it's not me tweeting.
I just see you doing sneaky tweets from your thumb while you're on the TV there.
I'm happy you said it.
We won't miss our pre-chat again, so
Yeah.
I'll carry it on my shoulders.
Okay, let's end on this. For you personally, because you know how this game goes. You're you know, on top of the mountain, people celebrate you, and then, you know, one little issue here or there, some sort of adversity, everyone's jumping on you. And if we're being honest, it hasn't been the best stretch for SBG in the UFC, right? What are you hearing, and how do you get the team to rally back, to get back to, you know, that night in Dublin less than 2 years ago, to get the confidence up, to get everyone rolling in and believing again? Now it's on you, right? You're the coach. You're the guy who got them to this point. Are you thinking about these things, and what do you have in mind?
Well, you know, as you know, the week before, I had Makwan. Well, he's very new, so I can't really say I had much to do with that. But he had a good win in London. But on BAM, I had 8 professional fighters fighting and went 7-1. And John Phillips became the new BAMA world champion. So, you know, this loss is obviously amplified. Connor's the tip of the spear for SBG. So, you know, a lot of people are just looking at his results. But if you actually look at our results overall, we're doing very well. And even in that fight, like for me, I would be looking at a fight to see, is everything we're doing not working? Is all our, you know, our sequences just failing, or do we need to completely change things up? And if, I think looking at round one, from just a pure technical perspective, it was going pretty well, you know. Like I said, overloading a little bit on the left, but for me, telling my team and for them to have faith in what I'm teaching, they have to see it working. You know, I'm an evidence-based person. If what you're doing is not working, you got to move on from it. No emotional attachment to anything. But I believe what we're doing is working. We're getting good results across the board. Okay, that obviously in that fight we lost, but I think there was some positivity to take away from that. Some good sequences in it. I think even for a lot of people, maybe they were surprised to see that nice sweep from Connor. It's always a question about his jiu-jitsu, but you know, Nate's a fantastic jiu-jitsu player himself, and for Connor to be able to, you know, sweep and survive in the guard and do well, it was a good sequence. You know, you get out of that guillotine attempt is the heartbreaker, as I call it. But then Nate did fantastic, taking it back and getting the choke. So you know, you can look at what went wrong in the fight, but we also, you know, need to take a step back and look at what went right in the fight, and look at what's going right across my board. I've got some amazing fighters coming up. I'll actually tell you this, because I haven't even told the fighter yet. Oh. But I just got a good offer for one of my newer pros for Bellator, a very good contract.
Oh, wow.
And
what's
maybe
his
when
name?
that comes out this week. I haven't even told him yet, so I'm not going to say it yet. But he's probably listening now, and he probably has an idea. But maybe he can come on the show and talk to you about that. But
okay.
Anyway, the point being that there's a bright future ahead, and I've got all of my guys. I'm super proud of the effort he put in, and the story is not told yet, my friend. We will be back.
I love it. And by the way, last time I left you hanging, you've got some personal news. Do we want to talk about this, or do we want to wait?
We'll do that again.
Okay.
This has been a good conversation.
This has been a good conversation. More impressed with you guys after this than I am after any victory thus far. And I know it's been a short run for us, but really I give you all the credit in the world. And it's just what a pleasure it is to cover people like you, Connor, and the rest of the team. So much respect to you, my man. Safe travels home. And again, thank you so much for coming on the show. We sincerely appreciate it.
You're too kind, and thank you very much, and we'll see you very, very soon.
All right, there he is, the head coach over at SBG Ireland, John Kavanagh, stopping by. Tremendous stuff from him. We appreciate it greatly. And for those wondering, later on, in around 15, 20 minutes, we'll be talking to Jake Shields to get his perspective on Nate Diaz's victory on Saturday night. For now, let's go to the Skype machine and talk to a man who was... very much in the center of some action on Friday. I had a front row seat to it all. a very interesting scenario played out. We'll get into that and a whole lot more. His name is Chai Lewis-Parry. You can see he is rocking a Glory t-shirt. Also fights for ONE. We'll talk about that as well. But first, let's welcome him in. Chai, how are you?
I am very well, sir. Thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
It is a pleasure. Where are you right now?
I am in the infamous AKA.
Wow.
I'm about to do some sparring. So, yeah, you got my attention.
Okay, well, I appreciate the time. From what I understand, you have no ties to AKA, but you reached out to Daniel Cormier not that long ago and said, I want to help you beat Jon Jones. I want to be there throughout this training camp. I don't want anything. I just want to be there and help you beat Jon Jones. Is that accurate?
That is very accurate, yeah. To be completely honest with you, I never had any opinion of Jon whatsoever on a personal level until this weekend just gone. So yeah, I just reached out to him and said, look, I feel like I could help you prepare for this fight, and one thing led to another, and here I am.
And before we get into this weekend, why did you feel that way? Like, well, why you have no ties to Jon or Daniel? Why did you feel the need to offer your services?
I don't know. You know what? I see a certain, I guess, misunderstanding of Jon's game, and it can stifle people. He's good at what he does, and I would just like to see what I'm able to offer, and if what I'm able to offer can in fact beat the Jon Jones, the so-called pound-for-pound best there ever was, then yeah, then more props to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. And for the uninformed, what are your dimensions?
Excuse me?
For the uninformed, how much do you weigh and how tall are you?
Oh, right now I'm walking around about 280, and I'm 6 foot. Well, when I'm wearing my Nikes, I'm just short at 6'10".
6'10". Wow. You reach out
big boy.
Yes, you are a big man. And I saw that in person. You reach out to Daniel Cormier. How does that, like, do you guys say, you call him up or text him, whatever, and say, I want to come, and he's like, yeah, like, or was this some flirtation? How did you get it done?
Basically, I said, there's this, I'm a big, good-looking mixed race guy, and I can help you get better looking and become a better fighter and beat that punk Jon Jones. And he said, yeah, sure, when can you come? And then here I am.
That's amazing.
And we're training for that right now.
How long have you been there?
I actually went straight to LA, and we met Thursday. And then I came to Vegas, and we trained in Vegas, so not very long.
So it's all...
This is my it's all starting now. It's all culminating and starting right now.
And I appreciate you coming at the beginning of it all. Okay, so here we are. It's Friday at the MGM, and I'm interviewing Jon Jones. He walks away, and all of a sudden I see this big brother getting into it with the Jones brothers, Chandler and Arthur, and Jon himself. There's some back and forth. What the heck happened? Tell us what happened.
It actually started earlier than that.
Okay.
It was, we were over at the studios filming with Joe Rogan, filming that face-off thing. And Jones, like I said, I had no opinion of the guy. Obviously, you got to respect his accomplishments. And they're doing their interview, and Jon seems very professional. And again, I had no opinion. He didn't change it. They finished the interview. As soon as we step outside, the guy turns into the biggest dick on the planet. Oh my God, he is. Can I use profanity?
Whatever you want.
He is a big, fat, chubby dick. That guy is an absolute knob. Like, where I come from, you wouldn't give him a time of day. Like, now my opinion is zero respect for the guy. He just started smack talking and I mean using stuff that I wouldn't repeat to Daniel, and we just kind of laughed it off. And I was just about to get in the car and leave, and he made it personal, and he says, "Yeah, go and get in the car, you big bitch."
Whoa.
And I'm not being funny. Like, you don't know me. I haven't said a word to you, so there's no need for you to even really interact. You know what I mean? You're fighting Daniel. You're not fighting me. And then he's standing there with his hands in his pockets like he's God's gift or something. And I just said to him, "Look, if you really want to get around the security guard, you can." But he's just stayed hiding behind, this 600-pound security guard that couldn't catch a tennis ball if you threw it at him. And then that was it. That was the end of that. So that was the first sort of interaction I had with him. And little more than an hour later, we're backstage for the press conference, and he sends his big fat chubby brother, Anastasia Jones, whatever his name is, and he wants to start talking smack, like defending Jones. And Jones sort of, it seemed like he was hiding behind him personally. I don't care how tough the guy thinks he is. He was hiding behind his brother, and his brother was calling me all sorts whilst he was backing up. So I'm just not really, I'm not a big fan of disrespect. I never disrespected them. I never said anything to them. And then they all became fans of me. I think what it is the man himself.
Oh, look at that guy. I recognize that face. This is my man right here. Chai Lewis-Parry. You don't know about Chai Lewis-Parry, DC. Oh, he can't hear me.
Hold on, let me take the headphones out. Hold on.
DC.
What?
I said that's my man Chai Lewis-Parry. You don't know about Chai Lewis-Parry, do you?
I can't hear anything.
You didn't know about me before I reached out.
This is my guy right here. This is my guy.
This is your ace in the hole?
This is the protector, the bodyguard. He will take care of all issues that I face coming forward.
Absolutely.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt this interview because this guy is a star in the making. He's a star. This guy's a legend. If he starts talking trash, the things that I've heard in the first week of knowing this man, you guys could never imagine.
Amazing. I love it. Great cameo there.
Hold on, I'm going to put the phones back in.
For sure.
I can't hear that well. Hold on 1 second. There we go.
Okay, we're back.
I'm back, baby.
Great.
You see that? You heard it from the chap yourself. You know what? I'm going to tell you right now, I never had an opinion of Daniel before I met him. And the guy is a genuine, kind-hearted bloke. Do you know what I mean? He's taken me in and he listens to anything I have to input. And I couldn't have imagined him to be such a nice guy. You know that because you've met him plenty of times.
Sure.
He's a very nice guy, genuine guy.
So now have the stakes been raised? Like you come into this, you just want to help the guy for whatever reason. But now that this got a little personal over the weekend, now do you come at this fight in a whole different way?
Absolutely. I think now is I want Daniel to break Jones. I want him to batter him. Let him remember that don't talk shit beyond the promotion. Do you know what I mean? Don't make things personal. And that guy is disgusting. He is a disgusting person. The stuff he was saying, do you know what I mean? He makes things really personal. And sometimes I agree because I'm probably one of the biggest shit talkers around. But I understand about promoting a fight. Do you know what I mean? But then when you start bringing personal things in and family and stuff like that, that ain't promoting a fight. That's just being a dick. And John Jones is a dick. And mate, I might not be a big name on the scene, but I'll fight him in a heartbeat. A heavyweight, come up to heavyweight, and I'll slap his ass around his skinny ass legs.
I know you watched the
and
first.
You can tell him that.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll hear. I know you watched the first fight. What's the biggest mistake that Daniel made, in your opinion, in that first fight? What are you trying to rectify here?
He didn't deal with John's kicks and knees too well. You know, I think John was able to slow him down a lot to the body with those strikes. So we're going to make sure that we spend this camp correcting that, and those will not be a factor in the fight this time. And let's face it, that was pretty much all that was a factor. He was able to hurt the body, and you know, when you hurt the body, it slows your whole game down.
Yeah. So you guys are starting this. You're going to be there the entire camp. You're going to be at AKA till this thing is done, April 23rd.
I'm going to be here until the fight. I'm going to make sure I give everything I got to make this man win, to help this man win. And then I'll buy John and his fat sister a drink after. Commiserations, bitches. John Jones, you and your skinny bitch and your little fat brother. What are you going to do, you mugs?
Were there any other run-ins that we didn't know about, or did it end after that second one?
No, the third run-in will be John running into my fucking fist. That'll be the third run-in.
Okay.
That prick. And do you know what? Do you know how much hate I've got since this whole thing
It's amazing.
happened? Oh, he ain't even in the UFC. I'm like, shut up, mate. I would smack him so hard. That don't mean nothing. What does that mean? I just got no time for disrespectful people, and he is one of the most disrespectful people I've ever met in my life. And that's saying a lot, because I've met a lot of arseholes.
Well, what about your career? Because you were supposed to fight Brandon Vera not that long ago. What's next for you? What do you got?
Brandon Vera is another bitch. Oh my God! Do you know what? There's only one person worse than John, and that is Brandon Vera, because he is a fake Filipino who claims he is. Mate, do you know what? Going into this is just resurrecting some very bad feelings that I've just gotten over.
I
can't stand that man.
I'm sorry.
That fucking potato-headed wanker. Can't stand him. He's another disrespectful guy. Do you know what I mean? He was very disrespectful. He brought family into the whole thing. So he's another guy, Brandon. Oh, why am I even saying your name? You fake champion.
Well, what happened? You were supposed to fight him, right? You were supposed to fight him, and the thing fell through. Rich Franklin came out.
I was supposed to fight him.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I think what it comes down to at the end of the day is there were a very bad series of miscommunication between me and one, and that's all I can put it down to. There's my biggest issue is with Brandon. My issue isn't even with one. My issue is with Brandon. Brandon is trying to be a dictator, and he's kind of in control of what happens in that division, more so than people think. And it's fine. You know, I've got I've got a lot of offers, a lot of interest at other places, and you know, if the money is right, then I'm sure some deals will be made very soon.
So you're done with one?
Oh. You know, I think I'd like to consider my. Oh, we got another guy right
here.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey, Ariel.
Yes.
Salam alaikum, brother. How are you?
Malaikum salam. Wow, look at this. A who's who. Malaikum salam, Habib.
Nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you. I have to go spot.
Okay. Inshallah. Wow.
He's boring. See, this gym is just full of superstars, isn't it?
It's amazing. Okay, so
now
yes,
they've got the chopper.
They got the chopper. Jesus Christ! I wish that people can see you in person, because this is not doing you justice. Just the kind of physical specimen that you are, and you almost made the LA Lakers. Is that not true? Didn't you rough up Dennis Rodman and those guys? Didn't you rough up Lamar Odom and all? Is that accurate?
Man, Lamar Odom ain't got shit on me, mate. I bet you are still. Who's this midget?
Oh wow. Rosendo, it's a who's who over there.
Yeah, them guys. You know what? It was very political. I found at NBA, because I didn't go to a Division I school. I kind of just built myself up playing in European leagues, and then took myself to LA and earned myself a tryout just by asking. I turned up at the training center down in El Segundo, and I literally waited out there in the morning.
Wow.
I waited out there. I bought a ticket. I waited out there, and it took me about a week to get the right person. And I met with a guy named Chip Schaefer, who was the development coach. And he said, "Yeah, all right, we'll come back tomorrow and come and do some training." And I went in there, and I didn't leave all summer. And I was beasting those fuckers who were making loads of money, and I was making fuck all. And I just decided, you know what, I don't know, I fell out of love with it then, because I realized that you could be as good as those guys and it don't matter. It's a very political sport. So basketball, kiss my ass. I don't even watch it anymore. It's boring.
Really? That's
boring.
it?
Bust.
No more? You're done?
Huh?
You're done watching it? You don't
No. I'm done playing with balls.
Okay. So that's how that's prior to that you weren't doing any fighting stuff? That's why you transitioned to the real deal?
Well, I played power forward, so it was always quite a physical position anyway.
Sure.
And I enjoyed that rough and tumble, and you know, sometimes I'd be brought on with teams just to intimidate guys.
Wow.
You know, because I'd go at the centers, the big 7-footers. I don't mind that. I enjoy that sort of stuff. So, actually, the way it came about is I got asked to fill in as a main event spot on a show, a kickboxing show, and I was like, yeah, fuck it. I've never fought before, but I'll do it because I always wanted to try it. And I went out there, and I won. and I was like, man, that was the easiest bit of cash I've ever made. Because it was just like I was sparring, do you know what I mean, without shinies on. So it was fun. And there we go. And then here is the one and only Chopper in glory.
Yes.
That's the story.
I hear maybe in May you're going to return.
There is potential that if we can get this deal sorted out, that I will be fighting for glory in May at the LA card.
Okay.
LA!
Well, I look forward to that. I will let you get down to business over there. It was great to have you on. Great to meet you for the first time. My man New York Rick back there is your #1 fan. He's been selling you for a long time. So give him props as well. And I look forward to...
He is the man. He is the man. He's been trying for a long time. He has, and I appreciate. Thank you, my brother. I got you, man. I got you.
You're his only fan. Amazing stuff. I look forward to seeing what you can do with Daniel Cormier. What a fascinating story this is here to see how this develops. So thank you very much for the time, Chai, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. You have a blessed day. Take it easy, guys.
There he is, Chai Lewis-Parry, joining us right now. The ace in the hole for Daniel Cormier. Fascinating. How about that? Great stuff from him, live from the American Kickboxing Academy. So in a minute, we are going to be joined, and I saw that whole thing. I saw that all with my own 2 eyes. Okay, in a minute, we're going to be joined by Jake Shields, who, of course, was in the corner of one Nathan Diaz. In fact, he is joining us right now. He is on the phone as I speak. Jake, are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Thank you so much for coming on, Jake. I appreciate it. And really, congratulations to you and the team. Nate refers to you as his big bro. He's your little bro. What was it like to see him finally? And you'd been there for Nick before, but Nate's never been in a spot like that. Main eventing pay-per-view, all eyes on him, as his walkout song suggests. To finally see him step up and win like that on such a big stage, what was that like for you personally?
Oh, man, it was great because, like I said, Nate is like a little brother to me. I've known him since he was, I believe, 15. He was just, remember he was a young little punk kid at the gym, and I've been working out with him, so I did take him on like a brother. And to see him, obviously everyone knows, too, he had a lot of issues with Paige, getting screwed around by Dana, so for him to finally step up and win such a big fight in such an exciting fashion and get paid, I couldn't be happier for him.
Were you confident the whole time? I mean, this whole thing happened quickly, and, I kind of referred to it as like, this fight is so good, but I wish he had a full camp. Did you feel, regardless of the fact that you guys were going to do it?
Yeah, I believed in him regardless. Obviously, definitely the camp would have been a lot better, but I still felt like Nate was just a better fighter, the bigger. I felt like he had a lot more experience. I felt like he'd pull it through anyways. I mean, the camp would have been nice, especially since Nate was out in Kawa just the week before he got called out there, for a week out there partying and training. I mean, not training, partying, drinking, having fun. So that was a setback, but I knew Nate has heart. The amount of heart he has, and he's a natural condition. I knew he'd go out there and pull it out anyways.
And what about the build-up, like all the back and forth and all that? At any point, did he say to you, did you get an inkling that this had been made personal, that he was more fired up? Were you worried that he would fight too emotionally? What did you make of all of that?
I mean, yeah, Conor was definitely making things, which made me invested and really want Conor beat up. The fact that he was insulting our whole team and everyone, I thought, Conor crossed some lines. And, but Nate's smart, a veteran. I'm sure he knew this, but I definitely gave him advice. I know I gave him advice before he went out there. I'm like, hey, Conor's trying to get you riled up. He wants you to run in, make a mistake like Aldo. So don't do that. Go out there and fight your game. And that was his plan, to go out there and not fight too hard the first round. To go out there and play around, let Conor punch himself out, and bring the pace up on the second.
So you were okay with how the first round went? Because a lot of people, including myself, thought Conor won. The first round, landed a few more shots, did more damage. That being said, you were fine with that?
I'm not going to say I was fine with that. I definitely the plan was not to go out crazy the first round, but Conor landed some better shots than I want and cut him, so I wasn't happy with it. I thought I would rather it have been more even the first round, but the game plan was not to go too crazy the first round. Okay, and then what did you say in between the first and second rounds to get him going? Just pick it up a little bit. You need to start throwing more punches now. You need to start popping the jab more, follow it with the left hand so he can't walk you down. If a takedown arises itself, take it. He went out there and started picking them apart in the second.
Yeah, it seemed like he landed a big, I think it was a left, and that was the beginning of the end, and then Conor went for the takedown. When he went for the takedown, did you think, okay, this is a major red flag, he's seriously hurt here?
Oh, yeah, I knew it was over when we went for the takedown. You could see it actually before that. Nate landed a couple shots, and you could see it in Conor's face that he was broke. Conor hasn't really been in a war like that, if ever, if in a long time. I've never seen Conor in a war. He's used to going out there and bullying people around. That's something I knew. Nate's a true warrior. I know if it went deep and they started battling, Nate would be able to keep going. And I could see it in Conor's face that he was done before that. So by the time he shot, by then I already knew the fight was over.
You've been in this game a long time. Did you think it was just crazy for a 145er to move up, 25 pounds? Did you think that he was biting off more than he could chew?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, Nate is a small 70-pounder. Of course, Nate's really a 55-pounder, but I still think Conor should have tried making him come to 60 or 65. Made him cut a little more and do that. I think he wants to. But I think the kid. One thing about Conor, he does believe in himself. I'll give him credit. I might not care for Conor, but he is ballsy. He's got lots of balls, and he truly believes in himself, and he's willing to do big things. So I'll respect him for that. But it was a ballsy move that didn't pay off.
So you were kind of involved in all of this. As short as the run was, he talked about you when Nate accused Conor of being on steroids, and he brought up your situation. What was your reaction to that? What did you think of that?
No, I just think it's bullshit to try bringing us in and getting me mixed in on something that I'm not involved with. I think it's disrespectful, and that's why I didn't really care for Conor. And he's got to watch, at the press conference, and start mouthing off of me, saying he was like strangle me, and that's just laughable. The guy needs to watch out who he talks shit to. It's like we're fighters, and he thinks he can talk shit to bigger, better fighters. He needs to be careful, or he's going to get beat up.
And then at the press conference, I saw you there front and center. It appeared as though he punched Nate Diaz's hand. You jumped in there. How close were we to this thing actually getting like Nashville all over again? Because it was diffused rather quickly, but for you guys, you guys were right there. I mean, what he did, I thought, that wasn't cool. You can't punch a guy's hand before a fight. How close was it?
Yeah, exactly. I saw him for the punch. I wasn't sure where he hit Nate. I couldn't see my angle, like where he hit him. I just saw him throw a punch. So my instincts got really mad. My first thing was to go right after him. So I hopped on stage and started going after him. But then I was actually at an angle where I actually could have got him. But then I realized that'd be a stupid thing to do. I didn't want to mess Nate's fight up and Nate's big payday. So luckily my brains kicked in before my instincts, and I kind of backed up.
A lot of rumors and stuff that he really seriously hurt Nate's hand. Now that it's over, was there any damage to it?
No, I think it was a little bruised and sore, but it was nothing serious. I mean, Nate's gonna, even if his hand was messed up, he was going to fight anyways. It's the way he is. We're not the kind of guys that pull out fights over stupid things.
When you saw that, though, did you think, not that long ago, Ronda got into it with Holly and people viewed that as a sign of weakness? Perhaps in hindsight it was. When you saw that, did you think, okay, maybe we got this guy, maybe he's rattled, he's trying to get us off our game, but in doing so, he's kind of tipping his hand? Did you think about that at all?
I mean, yeah, you think about it, but it's hard to say. I definitely agree he was rattled. He was definitely rattled. That's why he was acting that way. But it doesn't mean, you still got fighting. I mean, you can't read too much into that kind of stuff. You could tell Nate was definitely getting under his skin. But we do know Conor, he's an explosive striker, and he's still a dangerous guy.
For Nate Diaz, what's been the difference now? Like the Michael Johnson fight, this fight, he has looked better than ever. Like last time I think he looked this good was maybe when he beat Jim Miller around 4 years ago. But after that extended period, we didn't know what was gonna happen with him in his career. Why has he looked so good? Is there something different about him? Is he maturing? What's your perspective?
I think it's a combination. I think part of it, he's maturing and coming to his own, and also I think he was really burnt out for a while. He felt like the UFC and Dana was screwing him. He didn't even really want to fight. He was debating if he didn't want to fight anymore. So it was hard for him to be motivated to do it. And then he had excuses, but he also was dealing with an injury during the Dos Anjos fight. And then if you fight, you're still responsible for it. So that's not to make an excuse, but that is a factor still. So he just wasn't himself.
Right. Okay. And now what do you think happened? Like, what would you like to see him do now? Do you want to see him stay at 170, go back down to 155? Dana White joked that we might not see him again now that he's got all this money. What do you think happens?
I think he'll want to fight again. I think, obviously, he enjoy the payday. You never do know. Maybe he won't fight again. Fighting's a tough business. I think he will. And I mean, I think he could fight 70 or 55. I think naturally he's, probably better at 55 because, the 70s are huge. But I heard people mention him against Lawler, and I think that would be a good fight. Stylistically, that could be an awesome fight.
How did you guys celebrate on Saturday?
Well, Nate ended up getting out really late, by the time the press conference getting done. So I didn't meet up with him till later. I just went out with some of the guys, hit a couple clubs. And ended up all night, one of those wild nights. As you can hear, I kind of lost my voice. So that's why I'm kind of sounding ridiculous.
But, like I said, you've been there, done that. You were part of the biggest show in UFC history still to this day. Was this one of the more fun experiences of your career, just being a part of this crazy ride and then actually coming out on top in the end?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is amazing. Obviously Nate's the one that did it, but luckily I was there in his corner and got to get a little bit of got to feel a little bit of the happiness and the hype. And like I said, he's like a brother to me. It's like, some of these teams, you can tell these guys don't even care. They don't even want their guys to win almost. They get jealous of the fame. But Nate being like my little brother, I'm just so happy for him and so glad to see him finally get a good payday and finally get some respect and get what he deserves.
It's amazing watching you guys as a team because you are like a family. You're so, closely knit and you all have each other's backs. What do you think the difference is between you guys? And you guys have been with each other essentially since day one, and some of these other teams that bounce around and there's no cohesion, there's no loyalty. Why has it worked so well for you guys?
I think because we all started together. We were all just a bunch of young kids with nothing but a dream of fighting, and we were all trained together, and we all came from absolutely nothing, and we're just tough. We beat each other up, and we all kind of rose up together, and all got big, and all fought for titles and won titles, and we did it together. None of us ever left, and we stayed tight the whole time. Most of these teams are a bunch of guys that are already fighters, and they all meet up and join these teams and form these super teams, which is nothing wrong with that. But we're just in a situation where we all happened to train jiu-jitsu together in the beginning, and all turned into a good team.
Final thing on Nate, if you can, the submission. What do you did he do it perfectly? And what did you make of Conor tapping? Because he's been accused, which I think is ridiculous to be honest, but he's been accused of looking for a cowardly way out. Holly didn't tap and all that. What's your take on the finish?
I think he was already rattled on the feet, to be honest. I think he was already starting to break. Like I said earlier, I don't think he'd ever been before like that. Once he got hard tested, I think he started questioning himself. He predicted all these early knockouts and been getting them, so he was believing in himself. All of a sudden, he was in a war. He started falling apart. So by the time he shot the shot, I knew it would be the easiest submission on the ground. And it was a good submission on Nate's part, but it was more just Conor giving it to him. Once he punched him, he just turned over and rolled over for the rear naked choke.
That comes into play as well. Like in Holly's fight, she wasn't necessarily beaten up, but Conor getting rattled and rocked comes into play as far as the tap is concerned, right? You have to factor that as well, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's already been. He was already a little gassed. It's not because he's out of shape. Conor, like Nate says, Conor fights with a crazy energy. He's attacking, throwing kicks, and Nate, was aware of that. And Conor brought that pressure, and he was starting to fade. And then that's when Nate started tagging him. And then when you're getting tired and you're getting tagged, it's like your head's getting rattled, your body's tired. All of a sudden, he's taken down, getting punched in the face. He rolls over, the choke comes on, and Conor could have fought it more for sure. But at that point, he was pretty much done anyway. So it's not like he was being a pussy. He just, he probably should have fought it a little more. But he was going to lose at that point anyways, and he realized that and just tapped out. I definitely don't think Conor's a pussy. He's a tough guy. He's a ballsy guy. He jumps up weight to fight whoever.
Did you gain any more respect for the way he handled the loss afterwards? I don't know if you heard any of the things that he said. Did you change your opinion on him at all?
I didn't hear much of what he said. I heard some little sound bites. It sounded like he wasn't making excuses, which I respect him for that. And I've always respected Conor. Like I said, I think he can be an asshole. I think he can take it too far with things he says. And I think, if he mouths off me again, I'm going to smack him. I don't care. I'm not trying to fight him professionally. I'll just smack him when I see him and start mouth off on me. But I respect him as a fighter. I think he's a talented fighter. He's got balls. He's got amazing stand-up, and he's a legit guy. I guess it's good for the sport that he is. He is good at selling fights.
Yeah. And how about you? Because it looked like you were going to get the title shot, World Series of Fighting, and then they came out and there were some issues. Where do you stand in your career? What's next for you, Jake?
Right now I'm just going to do a grappling match out in England, the Polaris. I got a big grappling match coming out there. And then not sure, trying to work out the World Series of Fighting. I think we're going to come to terms with our contracts. We got that about worked out. So I'll probably be fighting early summer. Okay, so you're doing a grappling match. Not Husimar Polaris, right? You were talking about the promotion? Yeah, it's called Polaris. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
For a second, I was
like he's actually on the show too.
Oh yes. Who's he fighting? Is it Gary Tonin? Who's he fighting?
Gary Tonin, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Who are you competing against?
I don't know too much about the guy. It's AJ Agazim, I think it is. From those lines, apparently he's. I need to watch some of his matches. I haven't watched them all yet, but I guess he's a good wrestler, a good submission guy. I think he won Worlds or something. I just took the match. I said I'll go get whoever, and that's the guy named it after me, and I said sure. But apparently he's a big name in the jiu-jitsu world, but I don't really. I love training jiu-jitsu, but I don't watch it very often.
And when is this?
April 2nd in England.
Okay, and you're doing a seminar there as well, because I saw some people talking to Nate about that.
I don't have a seminar set up, but I think I've talked to a couple people. I think I'm going to set a couple seminars up while I'm there.
Okay.
I'm kind of lagging on. Mine got distracted with once Nate signed the fight, this fight, I was more concerned about that.
And are you happy with World Series? Do you want to keep fighting for them, or are you looking to go elsewhere?
I mean, overall, I'm happy. Like everything, there's always some pros and cons, but overall, I think we treated good and it's been a good show. As long as we can figure out this contract, I'm willing to stay with them.
Okay. Do you think you'll get a title shot?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I'm sure they want to fight for the title. I think Paige is supposed to be fighting someone for that, and I was supposed to fight the winner.
Okay. All right. Well, fascinating stuff. Jake, I appreciate it. Best of luck in April with the grappling match. And again, congratulations on a massive night. It was very cool to see you guys. And like I said earlier, before you were on, it was cool to see Nate finally, get out of Nick's shadow for a second and get the respect that he deserves. A really fun moment for people who have been watching him for a very long time. So again, congrats, and I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, man, definitely. And one more thing, I just wanted to do a shout out to. I started a coffee company last year with my boys, Dominican Republic, Chimera Coffee, with Fusion Nootropics, and that's really blown up. So any coffee drinkers should check that out.
Okay, how can they check it out? Is there a website?
It's ChimeraCoffee.com, and it's the coffee's with a K. So it's Dominican Republic. We got the nootropics. We started last year. Companies always start off slow, but now we're really gaining momentum and starting to blow up. So
awesome.
It's pretty cool.
I will check that out. I'm a big coffee guy myself all of a sudden since I had kids, so I will check that out. Wish you the best with that.
Cool, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he is. Jake Shields stopping by. Great stuff from him. All right, so much going on here. We got people showing up, surprise guests and whatnot. Malki Kawa, manager to the Stars, was calling us out on Twitter saying that he wanted to give the real side of the story, what happened between Chai Lewis-Parry and John Jones. So we have a few minutes here to spare. I believe he's joining us via the Skype machine. Oh, and he just cut out. I mean, we give the guy the opportunity. We give him the ball to run with it, and he is nowhere to be found. We could call him on the phone or whatnot. We also have a bit of breaking news here. Matt Mitrione is in the studio, which is somewhat funny because he did his thing with Malki on national TV back, I believe, UFC 119, if my memory serves me correct. So Matt is actually going to join us to close out the show in a bit, which is nice since he was a big part of our show back in the day, and he's never actually been in studio. So we'll have him on. A lot of interesting things going on in his life. You may have heard last week that he filed that appeal, the grievance in Massachusetts towards Travis Brown, and really the referee in question, Gary Foreman, about what happened in that Travis Brown fight back in January. Do we have Malki? Let's just do phone. No time to waste here. If we could do the audio, I'm fine with that. Malki, are you there? Just get him on the phone. Don't have time for his shenanigans coming in. Okay, we're going to call him right now. Just want to get his side because we do like to get both sides of the story. Chai Lewis-Parry telling us about a little kerfuffle, as my man Simon Head likes to say. And it's, it's always fair to get both sides, especially when we're going into sordid details. Our friend Jeremy Botter tweeted out an eyewitness video of said kerfuffle in the parking lot. If you want to check that out, he tweeted it out not too long ago at Jeremy Botter on Twitter. Now Malki is on the phone. Is he there? Malki, are you there?
I'm here, brother. How you doing?
So you try to wedge your way into the show, and then you're nowhere to be found. Technical difficulties galore.
No, dude, I don't know what's going on with me. See, I'm in my office, and it's kind of like a concrete cave back here. So I don't know if my internet is slow or why my
I've told you time and again, you got to go past the AOL dial-up. I've told you this time and again. Okay, no time to waste, though.
I don't understand anything past AOL dial-up. That's the problem, man.
We have a very limited amount of time because this is somewhat of a surprise appearance here. But tell me, you said you wanted to give your side of the story. What happened between Chai and Team Jones?
Let's go back to how this whole thing started.
Okay.
We get to the face-off thing. It's me, Bones, and Denise White, John's publicist. Cormier is there with this Shy Perry dude, Bob Cook, and his boxing coach, the other guy. I'm not sure what his name is. And they're all, they're all there. So they go at it. John and DC are in there talking trash. Everything's cool. No one's saying nothing to nobody outside of that. We go outside getting ready to get in our cars, both groups, right? DC said something to John. John told him, DC, outside of anything we have to do together, don't talk to me. Just keep it professional. DC started mouthing off. So that mouthing off led John to then begin mouthing off to the whole crew, because then they all started getting into it with John. That's how the whole thing went down. John's not disgusting. He's not a bad guy. He's none of the stuff that this guy was saying. This dude obviously is looking to get some sort of notoriety off of John and Cormier, so I'm going to give it to him for a little bit. But that's about it. It wasn't anything like that. And then, he's sitting there saying that, John was mouthing off, and the security guards were there, and he was telling them the same thing he was saying about John is the same thing he could have done. There was 2 security guards there. In between both of them, they were yards apart, and John told them, hey, Tiny, get in the car, something to that effect. And he turned around and started mouthing back to John. And John mouthed back, and he stood right where he was at. That was the end of that story. John didn't call his brothers to come for nothing. They were supposed to come with us to that in the first place, but they missed it. So they show up to the press conference. They were coming to support John and be there with him and all that stuff. And then they show up there. And so when obviously we told them the story, and John was cool with it. He just thought the whole thing was just kind of standard. This is just standard DC stuff. I mean, we had this an altercation with DC in the last fight. I mean, it just is how it goes. And when Arthur saw that it was this guy, and this guy, basically was, trying his brother, Arthur jumped in his chest and told the guy straight up, don't ever, he came up to Arthur, like, trying to give Arthur, like, a 5 or something like that. Arthur said, man, listen, get away from me. You don't got to touch me or say what's up to me after you tried my brother. You know what I mean? And that's what happened there. So, I mean, this guy's trying to paint the story of, like, like John's the bad guy or the one that was starting these problems, and it really wasn't the case at all.
All right. Well, it's good to get both sides. Congratulate, like I said to John, got a great reaction, so it's good to be back, right?
It's great to be back. We're excited. We can't wait for this event, April 23rd. I think it's going to be a great fight. And, we're excited as can be as a group. We just can't wait for this thing to go down.
By the way,
but Ariel, listen, whenever you get these guys on the phone, and they start talking trash about Bones, bro, you got to call us and get the other side of the story.
Well, that's what we did.
You can't let these guys just talk.
That's what
we did, and I had to call you. See what I'm saying?
No, we had to call you. This is.
You know what I mean?
This is. Look, we're here. Let's not live in the past. We got one side. Now we're getting the other side. This is live radio at its finest.
Is it radio or is it something else though? How's this radio?
It's kind of everything. I mean, we're really a jack of all trades here, revolutionizing the game one show at a time. Hey, quick thing, Yoel Romero. Any update?
I should hopefully have something for him this week. I mean, we're expecting to get some of the stuff done by the end of this week. To be honest with you, it really is coming down to it. We're in talks with USADA. They're working on the suspension. We've already, gotten a proposed, I want to call it punishment, I guess. And we're just going, through it with them, and we're having really healthy talks with USADA right now. So I'm excited about that, and I'm really hoping to get something done. I want to say by the end of this week, but hopefully in the next 2 days or so.
All right. I look forward to that. Thank you, Malki. Sorry we don't have a lot of time, but
it's all good.
Happy to squeeze you in, and I appreciate you coming on to give us your side.
No, I appreciate you. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, there he is, Malki Kawa, manager to the Stars, of course, manager to one. Johnny Bones Jones. Okay, quick break. We're going to reconfigure, and we got Matt Mitrione in studio to close out the show. How fun is this? Let's go with one more clip. This is Diego Sanchez prior to his last fight in Las Vegas, prior to this weekend. That was UFC 114 fun pre-fight interview where he did the yes cartwheel and almost broke his ankle. Fun stuff. Here it is. Y'all must have forgot Diego Sanchez. Big win for him on Saturday over Jim Miller. We'll be back in studio with Matt Mitrione. How about that? Stand by. Ariel Helwani at UFC 114 in Las Vegas, Nevada with Diego Sanchez, who faces John Hathaway this Saturday night. And Diego, good to see you again. Obviously, a lot of people are looking forward to seeing you back in action, but this time it's at 170. Why did you move up in weight?
It was a decision that I made a long time ago, even before I made the decision to drop to 55. I always knew that I would make my return to 170. This is where I feel comfortable, and this is where, the good fights are for me. And, I went down to 155 on a mission, on a vision quest to win a couple fights and then win the belt and go back up. My plan didn't go as planned. So, here I am back at 170, back to the original goal of working my way to the top of the welterweight division.
Will you be sticking at 170, or do you think you'll move down, maybe go up and down? What's the plan there?
You know what I mean? There's a possibility of a catchweight fight with Florian me and him have talked about maybe doing that for the Ultimate Fighter coaches, that we thought that would be a good idea. But you know what I mean? 155, basically, I'm pretty much done with 155. There's, you know what I mean? Unless if it was like a direct title shot, you know what I mean? And the fight was a good matchup for me, then I'd do it. But right now in my career, I'm 28 years old. I want to put on some muscle, and I don't want to be the skinny guy standing at the pool. I want to be the buff guy.
Well, here we are 24 hours before the weigh-ins, and I'd have to imagine that you're feeling a lot better than you would have had you had to drop down 15 more pounds, right? So this must be like a walk in the park now.
Yes, it is a lot more. It is a lot easier, but I'm still cutting 16 pounds from Tuesday. I came in at 186, and so I'm still cutting a good 15 pounds, but that's nothing. It's pretty easy for me, and I'm gonna be fine.
How long did it take for you to get over the loss to BJ?
You know what I mean? All three of my losses, you know what I mean? I'm pretty professional about taking a loss, and you're in the back of the arena with getting stitches, and you know what I mean? You have to just accept it as soon as it's done and over with. You cannot dwell on a loss and just be like, oh, well, think about all the things I could have done and should have done. You got to let it go. It's the only way you're going to move forward is to let things go. And so, I let it go right away. And, I know that, if I really want a rematch with BJ Penn, which I do, I'm going to have to work my way back to him. And, if it's in the Lord's plan, then maybe one day we'll meet up again and I'll have another shot at one of the best fighters of all time.
You mentioned the stitches. I still see the scar from that cut that you suffered in the fight. Does it still hurt? Do you feel anything, or how long did it take to heal?
100% recovered. You know what I mean? I had a good recovery. It took about a good 2 months to heal completely, and with all the cold laser and massage and stuff, creams and stuff that I put on, I healed up really well, and I just was thankful that it wasn't as bad as Miguel Torres's cut. You know what I mean?
What do you know about John Hathaway?
I know he was a rugby player that decided he wanted to get into MMA. I know he's more of a jiu-jitsu ground guy with a little bit of Greco wrestling, and I know one thing for sure is he's never fought a well-rounded mixed martial artist like me before, and I'm going to be too much for him.
He's coming into this fight undefeated. Sometimes you have guys who think about that stuff a little too much as they start to win a lot more fights and go into the double digits. Do you think that will be the case with him, especially this being the biggest fight of his career?
You know what? I have no idea what his state of mind is going into the fight. All I know is my state of mind, and my state of mind is that regardless if he's undefeated or not, he ain't never fought nobody like me, and I put a lot more time.
Okay, we didn't quite get to the yes cartwheel there, but we're running out of time, and I want to get to our man who's in studio, Matt Mitrione, stopping by after all these years.
What up? I feel like I'm a second home from home now.
Yeah. What's it like?
It's beautiful. I mean, dude, this is some serious artistic work here. I mean, look at this here. It's got some cedar. I mean, we're balling here.
Yeah. We've come a long way.
I mean, for
back
sure.
in the day
could
when
you
were
be more Irished out right now?
Why? What else? We got this.
You got the luck of the Irish up there. You got
that's Mayhem Miller from his.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Okay, right on. All right, then you're doing. But you're still Irished out though. He was Irish, wasn't he?
Well, we got Nate right here. We got Nate in the front representing.
Awesome was that? How great was that, huh?
Did you watch?
I did. I watched it the next morning. Yeah.
Okay, what'd you think?
I thought it was beautiful. I was really, really happy, man.
You were rooting for him?
I was rooting for him.
Why?
I was rooting for Nate and Misha. Actually, I put money on them, both.
Wow.
I did.
How much you win?
I don't know yet. I haven't checked.
Okay.
But
you don't know yet.
But I put it through a buddy. Like, hey,
Okay,
it's like
but
put
don't you know,
$150 or $100 down on the parlay.
Oh, on the parlay?
Yeah, for sure.
But if it's a parlay, you need other people to win as well.
I just had the two. So I had Misha and Nate on the parlay.
Both of them?
Yep.
You probably won big money.
I did, probably. I mean, if you put down 100, I have no idea. It might be like, I don't know, 800,000 bucks, something like that.
You're gonna retire.
I mean, yeah, probably.
That's it.
Probably.
Why did you bet on Nate?
Because I felt like, I felt like I have a gut instinct on Connor, right? And it's like that, and this will all kind of tie in together, I promise.
Okay,
At least in my head it does.
Yes.
So like, it seems as if he got lost along the way, right? Like all he talks about now is his money and whatever else, which is great for him. I'm glad he has money to pay bills and hope his family, his kids are great with it. I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like a lot of people will look at that situation and say, "Hey, look, man, you know, he surrounded himself with yes men or whatever else. He's so privileged now. He lost the grind, right? Which might be the case, it might not be. I don't know him personally at all, but like I kind of felt like it ended up being a situation in which he always brought the same people with him, so he never surrounded himself with different people, but the organization became the enabler, and I feel like that kind of changed a little bit of a perspective for him, where like he was so talked up and so hyped by the organization, by the UFC, and by the powers that be with the media and everything else, saying, "Hey man, our ratings have never been better, and you're so tough and you're so good," and everybody's been stroking him off so much that it's like he really started to believe it, and really started to believe it, and really started to believe it, and then he's talking about he's been able to whip Robbie Lawler. I'm like, dude, stop, man, come on, get a hold of yourself, you know, but he believes it though, and nobody can tell him otherwise because he's so hype on himself. Which was Jake Shields just saying, look, he believes that much in himself, which is great, but you got to have some kind of realm of reality. And see, the thing is like, with the organization becoming the enabler, what that does is you don't realize it, and your crew doesn't realize that you're losing touch with reality, because everybody gets brought along on the same scale. So instead of, you know, having cheeseburgers for dinner, now you're having, you know, sirloin. Instead of having sirloin, now you have sirloin, now you're having ribeye. Now you're having this, and now you're doing this, and now you're, instead of flying standard economy, now you're flying business, and then first class, and then your own private jet. Now you're flying with Dan and Lorenzo, and everything changes. The scale changes, and then you start to believe stuff, like just like Ronda. You start to believe that you're infallible and you can't go wrong.
So you don't think this is just a guy who typically fights at 145, who lost against a bigger guy, 25 pounds up? Like you're looking into this.
Oh,
this wasn't just an off night.
There's a different psyche involved, for sure. There's a different psyche involved, and that's why that's what I see. Now I could be wrong. I'm the son of a psychiatrist, and I'm pretty damn intelligent, so probably not.
Yes.
But I think that there's a lot more to meet out here, and I think this will be humbling for him, and it might actually be difficult to check it, because for him it might be like, wow. Nate's only a 55er, and he actually only weighed in 1 pound more than me, and he didn't cut at all, and he doesn't eat meat at all, you know, and so there's some different aspects that if he's genuinely true to himself, which I believe he could be. I hear that outside of media, he's a damn cool dude. That's what I hear.
Yep.
And very approachable and very cordial, very, very nice. And he's great with his fans, dude. Like the stuff you see about him, it's beautiful, and he gives us a great name. He really does. But in front of the media, I feel that he gets lost, and he gets lost because everybody tells him, hey, look, our ratings have never been better when you do this. And boy, you are so popular here. That's our most popular segment when you did this, and blah, blah, blah. And I think that just gets to him. And then he has to keep pushing it and pushing it. And then it became from how good he is as a fighter, and how athletic he is, and how he can change the situation, that he can buy and sell people. What, dude? You're that far removed from who you are? Bitch, don't forget, 4 years ago, you were in welfare. Don't get too twisted up. And that's what the machine can do to you. Like
3 years ago.
Well, there you go. So like, that's what the machine can do. Like, don't get too, like Nate was saying, don't get so pumped up. You beat some little dudes, and you were, you know, like you were spoon fed to a certain point, right? Like your run started with Marcus Brimage, you know, like just keep that in perspective.
You're a free agent, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
As someone who's trying to score, you've been in the UFC for several years. You were part of the most popular season of Tough ever. Do you look at him and say, I love the fact that he's making money, that the fact that he got $1 million purse publicly, and we know he probably made more than that.
Sure.
But the fact that
he got points, right?
Yeah, and that too. Do you like this, or do you feel like, man, why is he getting all that money? Can you understand why he's making it? Are you
for sure, dude, for sure.
Okay.
There's not a hint of jealousy in my body whatsoever, none. And I'm extremely happy for him. Like I said, I hope his kids are financially set. I just find it interesting, and he's, you got to remember something, that Conor's the key to Europe. Right?
Yeah.
So since he's the key to Europe, he deserves what he gets, because that's a brand new market that he's developing. Right? It was Bisping for a while, right? And then it was going to be Dan Hardy, and then Dan Hardy went on a slide. And then it was going to be Ross Pearson, and Ross Pearson's been up and down a little bit. He's been on the fire a little bit lately. But nobody, those are all British dudes.
Yeah.
Right? There's nobody that's been European that's really tied it in.
Right.
And I think that's Conor, and I see that in Conor's mouthpiece and his fighting style. And he caught lightning in a bottle. He got an opportunity that Dana saw, and he's electric, and they gave him some money and said, keep going.
By the way, that hurt. Last thing about 196. I'm getting everyone's take on today's show about this, because I find it ridiculous. But you're a fighter, you know well more than I ever will. This whole like not tapping thing. So Holly's getting credit. She's getting props for not tapping. Conor's being, laughed at by some.
Right on. I've been on both sides of the fence, right? On Brendan, I gave a thumbs up and passed out.
Yep.
And then with Rothwell, I tapped quickly.
Right.
Right. That choke sucked, by the way. I was out of air immediately.
Go-go.
As soon as it was the go-go.
Yeah.
The one that got Josh.
Yeah. How do you feel about it? Is there honor in not tapping?
There's definitely honor in not tapping.
Okay.
Unless you're stupid. Like if it's a joint tap, dump.
Yeah.
Because I'm not trying to have surgery. But otherwise, you just go to sleep. And like, so I mean, really, what's the big damn deal? You get a couple seconds of peril, and all of a sudden you wake up and be like, that wasn't a good decision. You know? But like, so yeah, there's definitely honor in not tapping for sure. But that's the thing of that is that if I go to sleep, right, you may have won, but you didn't beat me. It's a go to hell. Good, you caught something. Good for you, but you didn't beat me. You didn't make me cry uncle.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the difference there. And like with Ben, that thing. I mean, he must have caught me at the end of a breath. As soon as that thing was on, I had no air and I was panicking, and it wasn't like a blood choke. So because I think still, if it was a blood choke, I just would have given a thumbs up or passed right out and fallen asleep on the floor. But because I take pride in that. But if it's a joint, like something like that, I'm not trying to have surgery and something bent backwards.
Right. Okay, a lot of news concerning you. Where are you at with this grievance that you filed last week against Gary Foreman and the Massachusetts Athletic Commission? Of course, your fight against Travis Brown, highly controversial. It does seem like the eye. It's that one, right?
Yeah,
the right eye.
A little bit of like residual blood staining.
But other than
that'll swell out.
All good in the hood, right?
Yeah, man. I feel good. Shoulder's good right now. I've actually been practicing again. The situation with Gary Foreman or with the Massachusetts Athletic Commission is actually really interesting, and that's kind of what we wanted to do. We wrote a very good
tremendous
agreements.
Kudos to you and your teammate Andy. What's his last name? Sankin. Holy moly, that thing was thorough.
So listen to this, man. So I had, for the month of February, I had written five drafts of it.
Okay.
And I got down to Florida to go see Henry and Chelsea and spend some time down there with this girl I was talking to a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm divorced. I can say that.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I went down there and Andy was like, "Hey, dude, this isn't up to par. We need to rewrite the whole thing." And I was down there from Thursday till Monday night. And that time we spent 30 hours writing that document.
Wow.
30 hours to it. And
shows.
And Eddie was like, "Come on, dude, put in work." So we worked till midnight one night, worked till like 7 o'clock the next night from 10 in the morning. And we grinded it out. But we came to a point where it was like, dude, this is really solid, man. This is a very solid piece of work. And then we were like, dude, we need to release this to the public, because we need to put attention on this, because it was a high profile injury, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was questionable in itself, the fight and the smugness and ugly demeanor that Travis showed afterwards turned even more eyes towards it, And then so we felt that if we can get some kind of accountability out of the commission and out of the referee, or out of the sport in general, then it's a win for everybody in general, right? Everybody that's involved in the sport. So that's why I released it. It got great amount of attention. Turned the grievance in on that Thursday, March the 3rd.
So just a couple of days ago.
On Thursday. Turned it in. And I was supposed to have a hearing that day.
Okay.
But then for some reason they couldn't handle the download, the bit to it. So
they couldn't download it?
Something happened, whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
I
So
don't know.
anyways, so it might have been a firewall issue or something else. I don't know. Anyhow. So,
what kind of computers are they
so then they
using
call up at the end of the day and they're like, "Hey man, we feel like your argument warrants a hearing."
Yeah.
So now they're going to have a hearing either on April 7th, the first Thursday of every month is when they meet.
Okay.
So it's either going to be on April 7th, which is the first Thursday, or the next Thursday in May, the first Thursday in May, either one. And we feel like we have a really solid position there, that if we're actually getting a hearing, then they understand how valid my position is.
Yeah.
And the good thing is that they can't just sweep it under the rug, right? Because there's so much attention to it. And if they do, it won't cost me anything. Any thirsty lawyer that realizes this is how strong of a case this is will take this to the Supreme Court. And the commission is overseen by the Supreme Court of Massachusetts.
Wow.
So we can take it there and it won't cost us a thing. And it's a great thing because it furthers the sport, right? If they just overturn it to a no contest, well, that means they admit that they had fault, but they're still liable for any kind of damages or irresponsibility, right? And if they overturn it to a disqualification, which per the rules is the correct action to do, which is boldface in the grievance, then that opens up Pandora's box. So really, they have to decide what the best option is, right? So first of all, what's the best option for them? Do they save money and just overturn it, or even have the UFC pay by overturning the decision overall? Right.
Now, when you say UFC pay, because
if they reverse it to me winning because of disqualification, that means I won the fight.
Wow.
You see that?
Do you run this by the UFC when you do this?
No.
No.
And I'm sure they've covered all these bases. I'm sure.
Is it possible?
I'm not the first person to think about this.
But is it possible they take away the money from Travis Brown?
I don't know.
Win?
But if he didn't win, then
yeah.
And I'm sure it's a pretty substantial amount of money. Plus, if there's an addendum in his contract or whatever else, I'm sure there's some good money there.
Wow.
So and that would affect him, right? So it's interesting, but it wasn't a legitimate victory. So
are you going to the hearing in April?
Yes, I am. I was going to go to Japan originally to go visit the troops over American troops on American Air Force bases or military bases.
Yep.
But this isn't something I really wanted to miss. I didn't want to prolong it into May.
Good for you to be there. Will Gary Foreman be there, the referee?
Gary Foreman, myself, and Travis will all be invited.
Wow. You've discovered some questionable Twitter activity by Gary Foreman.
Incredible, isn't it?
What is going on there?
Okay, so Gary Foreman.
The referee.
Gary Foreman's the referee.
Yep.
So for those of you guys that don't know, if you do, sorry about this, but Gary Foreman, I believe this is the situation. I'm not 100% positive, but I believe the referees are informed of what fights they're reffing the night of the fight, right? Like they have a meeting, say, hey, look, this is who you're reffing, blah, 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 blah.
Usually,
I believe that's the case. So 3 days before, on January 14th, Gary Foreman, the referee, retweets an article that Travis put out, or was put out about Travis, about somebody's getting knocked out. So then that's odd, right? Why would you retweet that? So he's obviously a fan of Travis's if he's going to retweet it before he knows that he's going to ref Travis's fight.
Okay.
And then 6 days after the fight, on January 23rd, he tweets Travis directly and says, Travis, how's your leg healing? Which is interesting because the state of Massachusetts does not release injuries. They just release suspensions. So if I didn't hear anything about Travis's leg, how do you know about Travis's leg?
You did not?
No, I knew nothing about it. Did you know about Travis's leg?
No, I didn't.
Then how did he know? If you didn't know and I didn't know, how does this dude know? And why is he tweeting Travis publicly asking him how his leg is? Why didn't no boy tweet me asking me about my eye? Right? Like, what's going on there? What kind of conversation is that? And then on top of that, which is madness in itself, right? Those are two really highly questionable things, right? Highly suspect. Well, then, he owns a promotion with his wife. He was a matchmaker for it. The day he suspends his matchmaker's license with his wife, he gets commissioned in to be a referee again. So he's never had to pass any kind of testing. He gets grandfathered in for whatever reason. And then he gets, he's only refereed, I believe, a total of 9 fights in the last 4 years.
Wow.
3 events, 9 fights. Never had a high profile fight, but he's a fan of Travis's, must have asked the commission if he can ref this fight or whatever, and then goes forwards, right? Well, then, so now he and his wife own this promotion. He separates, right? On paper, he separates. People tweet him or tweet his wife, right, on CageFX on Twitter. They tweet her, and then he responds within minutes, and then CageFX responds afterwards. But he's not even mentioned in this thing, right? So how does you know that CageFX unless you have it tied to your Twitter and you forgot to change your account, right? So there's an inclusion there, right? So that's one thing. But then in addition to that, so when we started pulling questions on Twitter publicly about this dude and citing him or whatever else, his wife on CageFX starts responding to us on the promotional account that we're saying proves collusion. So why do all you're doing is further proving the point that you never should have been there in the first place. He played favorites, and you never should have been there. And on top of that, so they're in the argument, after I get poked in the eye, right? He sees it, he jumps in to stop it, but Travis comes in for the kill, right? So we start scrapping off, and there's about 3 or 4 second breaks in that scrap, right? After I got poked in the eye, I was fighting with one eye closed. He says, after 28 seconds, he says, Travis, you need to watch your fingers, bud. He says, Travis, watch your fingers, bud. And then after that, I'm like, dude, I can't see. I'm seeing double, right? So how are you going to acknowledge that you saw it, knew it was fingers that did that made me fight with one eye closed, and then still not stop the fight? And then once I stop the fight, I'm like, dude, I can't see. I'm seeing double. Then you call a timeout. Well, then you have no authority to call a timeout because there was no injury and there was no action. So you overstep your bounds so much in so many different ways because you didn't know what you were doing, because you don't referee fights on a regular basis. For example, look at, what was it? Is it Cowboy versus Masvidal or whatever? And Masvidal got his jaw broken, right? I think it was. He got by a high kick or something like that. Maybe whoever it was. Cowboy kicked somebody and broke his jaw.
Okay. I don't think it was Masvidal.
It wasn't Masvidal. It was a tough dude though. Whoever it was.
McDessie.
Yeah, there you go. Tough dude.
Yep.
Kicks him, breaks his jaw, and he calls a timeout. As soon as he does that, I believe it was Herb Dean jumps in there and stops the fight because the fight's over there.
Sure.
That's considered a verbal submission, right? Because you're like, I can't go anymore. So it's interesting. So why would you let it go and then all of a sudden stop it and then restart it afterwards?
Damn.
You don't know your rules. That's the problem.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to referee a fight that has 2 world ranked opponents in it, that has potential title implications, right?
Big
on
stage.
a main card, on a free TV card, and not know what the hell you're doing? You're responsible for my life. You're responsible for his life, and you don't know what you're doing. And you're playing fans? You're playing favorites?
Yeah, this is the problem with the state of MMA. The sport is so young that the talent pool of officials is just so shallow, and they put in these guys who have no business. In general, I'm not just talking about Gary Foreman. We see this time and again when the UFC goes to these outside of Nevada markets. You know, you see these people. It's like I often say when the NBA went to Oklahoma City for the first time, they didn't just say, "Hey, local Oklahoma City referees, now it's your chance, you know, to play with the big boys."
Well, you know, I
There's an
think
NBA referees union.
the answer, people are going to say, "Well, how is anybody supposed to get practice, right? If it's only the same guys, how are they supposed to get practice?" Well,
smaller shows.
Small shows, right? Well, then B, and I don't mean this to say this in a condescending way, but have them referee the earlier fights of the night, right? So there's less weight on each one of those fights, right? So if there's a mistake, hopefully it won't be as substantial, right? And I'm not saying that I'm more important than they are. I'm just saying that there's a good chance that the later fights in the night have more significance, have more weight to it, a total picture.
But if you want to be a UFC referee, you want to referee UFC fights, you have to have X amount of fights.
You can't
under
referee
your belt.
9 fights in 4 years.
That's just ludicrous.
Madness.
Okay, what about your free agent status? Where are we at there? What can you tell us?
I'm in a good spot, man.
You're officially a free agent.
Well, the UFC has the right to match.
Okay, but you're fielding offers.
Definitely. I've got a very nice offer from Bellator. I'm very happy with that. I've been in talks with ONE FC, and I feel that I'm very happy with where things are with Bellator right now. As a matter of fact, I actually sent in today the official offer sheet from Bellator into the UFC to see if they want to match.
Do you know if they will?
I have no clue. If they do, awesome, great. Then we can have a conversation. But
when did you send it?
Today. We're not actually.
Like how long ago?
The reason why I'm out in New York, my audition.
Yeah. What audition? Come on, you can't just throw that word out there and have me not respond to it. If you don't want to talk about it, it's okay. I don't want to put you in a tough spot.
I'm not in a spot. I can leave it pretty vague.
Okay.
I auditioned for a color commentary position on television.
Look at you.
Yeah, I'm fancy. Really fancy.
I kind of feel like your spots on this show, you know, molded you and prepared you.
So you're trying to get a percentage. I see where you're going.
A pat on the back would be nice. You know? We almost lost it there for a second with the whole, thing.
When McCorkle got into it.
Exactly. That's
bad, right?
We kind of went off the rails, but we're back. That's great. So you sent it to have you checked your phone? Do you know if they responded, or typically do they?
I believe they have 2 weeks. I think it might be 15 days, but I hear they do it within usually about 7 days.
If they don't match, will you be disappointed? Do you want to be in the UFC, or would you be happy with this offer from Bellator?
I'd be happy with the offer from Bellator.
Okay. Wow.
But I feel that I have unfinished business in the UFC. Like if the UFC matched, my first fight would be with Travis again. That's my money fight.
Yeah.
I want that fight. I was beating him. I'm better than him. The world knows it. The world saw it. And especially if they're calling fouls where he can't stop my forward aggression coming forwards, Travis can have a really bad night, and he knows it too. The world knows it. And I swing leather. So if I touch your face, especially if you're reeling backwards, it's not going to work out well for you.
So we're going to know in the next couple of weeks what's going down here.
For sure.
What about one?
1 week?
No. ONE FC.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Like we're talking about numbers wise and what would bounce out, and like I'm not I have
This is a
Asian ties.
2-horse race, right?
You
have Asian ties? Of course.
Your
wife.
Yeah,
or
right.
your ex-wife. Excuse me. Your kids.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
So as a result of that, there could be something there, but they'd have to really build my name up over there.
Yeah.
And I think that's a different conversation.
But you're happy.
Yeah, I'm happy right now.
Wow, you rolled the dice.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting because you were coming off technically a loss, but it was a weird loss. We talked about that. And wow, I'm fascinated. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because if you think about it, the free market is really coming legit. Look at what Ben Henderson did, right? Got offered.
Yep.
I don't know if the world knows. Got offered X.
Yep.
And then got offered Y.
Yeah.
Right. And was like, and the X had a couple pie in the sky dreams or whatever, like some pipe dream chases, but this one was legit. It was money in hand, and it made sense. Especially because they don't control anything that goes on. It's just you're going to get paid this. Well, that was pretty much what my conversation was too.
Interesting.
It was like, hey, look, man, they made an offer before, and like the pie in the sky was a beautiful number, but it's unrealistic.
Okay.
So but that was on my original contract that I turned down, and then now we'll see what they do. But if other fighters come out and they see a number that gets released, right, they'll be like, well, if he got offered this and they offered that, why would I ever resign unless I just only want to fight in the UFC? Like, if I'm looking for money, that'd be a conversation to have at least.
Do you think at all, like, the Bellator heavyweight division is rather subpar, let's be honest? I mean,
I honestly have not looked. Genuinely, I know they have Chet Congo and Kimbo.
Yeah.
And I don't know who their title holders yet. I haven't done any homework on them yet. Right. I don't need to. Yeah. I'm still, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still around the UFC. I'm still their business until they say, no, we don't want to match it.
All right. Wow, fascinating.
And like I said, I'm still stuck on Travis. I want to fight Travis.
Right.
Like I got a grievance, and I have a vendetta. That's what I got.
Have you talked to him since?
Travis?
Yeah.
No.
When you do decide, please come back.
For sure.
I'm not saying goodbye, but I just want to throw that out there.
You know, I would think that I was told not to watch the press conference. I heard I would be very bothered by his attitude in the press conference. And I'm surprised that he did not reach out and be like, hey, dude, shit got weird in there. Sorry about that or whatever. Like, you know, hey, man, I hope you know the pokes were unintentional, blah, blah, blah,
It was
whatever
defensive, but it wasn't the good kind of defensive.
Yeah. I hope he would call me and be like, hey, dude, blah, blah, blah. Like, I knew him before, but we had no ill will. Now I have ill will because I feel like you better check yourself, guy.
Okay.
Don't get lost on the web. Somebody else and close to you did.
Right.
Don't get lost. Don't forget how cool you're not.
Okay, this is what I want to do. We have a few minutes left in our program, and
let's do it.
I want to answer some questions. This is I know you watch the show every week. We answer
how's my
questions.
vertical striped shirt look?
You're looking fantastic. I mean, big audition in New York City. Look, how long have you been here, by the way? What's going on with your finger here? It's a little bit.
Wow, really? Like
Yeah,
that? I mean, that's where we're gonna go now.
There's a lot of things. I don't often get to sit and look at you for this long.
Wow.
Okay.
It's my finger.
Jesus, what happened there?
Got stuck between two helmets.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What,
Dude, my kid, high school.
Oh,
my kids play with me like my fingers, like they
my
bend,
Lord.
you know, like.
New York Rick, you there?
I'm here.
You know New York Rick, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Often imitated, never duplicated.
What up? What up?
We have some extra time to answer some questions.
We do.
It's not often we get international superstar
That's what I am.
like
That's what I roll.
Matt Mitrione of Tough 10 fame in studio. So let's have some fun. Let's all answer questions together. Now, New York Rick, you were very fired up for today's show.
Let's save it. Let's
let's
get through the questions.
But
it'll come out through the
okay,
questions.
let's go.
Okay, first question. Now that Diaz beat Conor like a baby seal, do you think it will temper his trash talking about other fighters?
What do you think, Matt?
Maybe, possibly. I think he got served a pretty rather large slice of humble pie, but he knows where the ratings are.
What do you think, Eric?
No, it's not going to change. I mean, he got to this point by being smart and using his mouth.
Did we talk about the press conference yet?
No, we did not. I heard he was remarkably humble. Heard he was extremely humble.
It was
very
impressive.
well. Yeah, and I heard that's the way he is in real life. So if that's the case, whatever it is, good for him. I've never watched him fight ever until this time.
Really?
So, yeah.
Where have you been?
I don't watch fights, man.
You don't ever?
Nope.
We were standing outside his locker room. They're like, "Oh, you got to go to the locker room for the Fox interview," and I was like, "I wonder what this is going to be like." He freaking comes out there, head held high. Let's do it. No excuses.
Good for him.
And you got to respect that.
No, I respect him for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. I have a perspective on what happened with him.
Yes.
But or to him. But I respect him for sure.
Look at his Instagram post. He calls Aldo the P word. He calls Dos Anjos the P word. The trash talking is not going away. He's going to remain the same.
On the same topic, people always say Conor is humble, classy, etc. But what do you think about him bullying Diaz about being poor, making more money than him, and making fun of Diaz for teaching kids jiu-jitsu on the weekends?
Matt?
My feelings are the dude got removed from where he came from. That's all. I think that if you're going to sweat some dude about teaching kids a beautiful sport, then you just got issues. I mean, you're too far from home, man.
Let me play devil's advocate. All's fair in fight promotion. Do you feel that way? Like we're just trying to make money here.
No, I understand that, but no, dude. I mean, there's
a line
that lessens those kids too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a long line there, and I'm no bleeding heart at all. But like, dude, come on, you can find other things to talk about.
You ever hear about that satin sheets quote? Like
they're very romantic. What happens when you're not there?
Well, that's no. There's a quote. I think it was from John Danaher. I think he took it from someone else. Like basically, like once you reach a status and you're waking up in satin sheets, it's tough to get up in the morning and pound the pavement and go train and things like that. Do you think that's what happened here?
Well, yeah, but yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Satin sheets, like now you made it, right?
I understand.
What about the punch? Did you see that? Did he cross the line there? Yeah.
Nah.
No.
I mean,
so that wasn't crossing the line, but this was?
No, I think that Nate struck a position on him. You know,
Yeah.
Conor was on the outside looking in and wanted some way to try to save face. He lost the press conference, I think, because I think
Who did?
I think Conor lost the press conference.
Interesting. The first or second?
I don't know.
There were two. Okay.
I don't know. The one Nate was like,
if you want to be media, you got to follow these things, Matt. For God's sake.
And then I think he was on the downside.
Yeah.
So I think he had to do something to try to cause a commotion. And like, if it was me, I don't think I would have taken a swing at him. I probably just would have ducked around and played around with it a little bit.
Sure.
You know, like move my head around. I think he definitely lost the weigh-in for sure.
Rick, I will say this. I feel like to a degree, all's fair in promotion. You can't cross the line. I was curious how the Irish people are blue collar, hardworking people. I was curious how they would respond to comments like that. I can buy you and sell you 10 times over.
Oh, I agree.
You know what I mean? Because that's very un-Irish, like from what I understand. So I was curious, but it seems like the way he handled the loss has.
It's like old girl. When old girl lost, hiding her face and everything else she did, and her attitude and whatever else, made it so much worse. Like Fedor. When Fedor lost to, he would have been smug, arrogant, condescending in the loss. It would have been absolutely. This is all beat up.
Oh yeah.
And the dude goes out there the next day with the president, with Putin just chilling, right? Face all beat the hell.
If there's one thing I've learned over the last few months, I don't know, Paige VanZant, you know who she is? She got destroyed.
Was she here today?
Yeah, she was. You missed her. Rose Namajunas, right?
Don't worry, she left her name tag on the thing.
Oh, okay. She didn't keep that? I'm a little offended. She got destroyed, but she showed up. She showed up to the press conference, right? Yeah. Conor showed up to the press conference. I think people, human beings, they like to see people rise from the ashes, come back, and they relate to that. So just own it.
Yeah, for sure. That's the only way, man.
Yeah.
Like you tweet pictures of your face when you're healing or whatever else. Like you'd be like, yeah, man, hey, today just wasn't my day.
Right.
You know, whatever. Because we're human, boss. You know, somebody might have something going on at home or whatever, or just had a bad day. Some days you're getting ready for a fight and your legs just aren't with you. And no matter what you do, you just feel like your legs are dying, no matter what. So you get in there and you just don't feel right. It's just a bad day.
Right.
It happens.
New York Rick, you have been critical of Conor in the past. What did you make of his post-fight comments?
No, I mean, post-fight, he's always handled himself like a champion. From the very beginning. So I've never had a problem with anything like that. And to be honest, I don't really have a problem with anything he says pre-fight, including the stuff about the, kids jiu-jitsu. That may be crossing the line for some, maybe not for others, but as long as he remains humble in defeat like he always has, I don't have really much of a problem with it. Everybody kind of knows at this point it's for show.
Yeah.
So I'm not really
too
concerned.
Doesn't that kind of bother you though? Like really, dude? Like that. Oh. Like it bothers me that the onus of promotion is put on our shoulders now versus being, hey, look, man, let's cut some great promos. Let's do this. Let's make some great video snippets and blah blah blah. But the onus of the promotion is now on our shoulders. We, like they put on the events. The promotion's on us. And then if you become too outrageous or whatever else, then great, we'll throw you some more money. But you have to sell your soul in order to do that. You can't keep your integrity and do that. I find that a very difficult balance, and I don't respect it.
Interesting. All right, what else we got?
Our next question was pretty much exactly what we can learn from humility, Ronda Rousey. So we've touched this. Let's go to the next one after that. What's next for Conor McGregor? Is it back to 145? Is it a fight with Dos Anjos at 55? What's next?
Okay, let me jump in here first because I feel very strongly about this one. It's Frankie Edgar.
For 100%.
It's got to be Frankie Edgar.
100%.
It's too much. The guy, he beats Chad Mendes. They say he's going to get a title shot. Then they put him on the sidelines. And now Connor's is eyeing the move back down. First of all, he has to defend the title next, right?
Has to.
And I said after the Aldo fight, just fight one more fight at 45, and then you'll be done. But you just got to get past Frankie. That's it.
Right, you can't host Frankie, man. And what's worse than that is
he's the only one left.
They've been doing Frankie so dirty, so dirty. Like give that dude a chance. He's, he has a thick accent. Maybe that's why they don't like him. Maybe they don't like
Frankie.
Yeah, maybe they don't like certain things about him. I don't know, whatever it is, but the dude is one of the baddest dudes in the world, hands down. Any size, whatever.
He's a company man. He's been
dude. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Really?
Because you'd be like, okay, eat this shit sandwich and like it, kid. And you'll say. Okay.
What do you think, New York Rick?
It's got to be Frankie.
It's got to be.
I would disagree with you that there aren't other guys at 45 for him to beat.
Who
first.
else? Who else?
Max Holloway's coming up.
He beat him.
Come on, that was different time, different place.
Fair enough.
Max Holloway's a monster. Dude.
He is,
monster.
but he did beat him.
I agree.
Yes, he beat him, but I'd even argue Chad Mendes. I'd even argue Chad Mendes on a full camp.
What number?
I want to see it.
What number of fight in the UFC was Max Holloway for Conor?
2.
Number 2. Oh, okay. Well, so that was before even the Marcus Brimage fight.
No, it was after. Brimage was 1.
Brimage was 1.
Then Holloway. Then Brandao.
Yeah.
Poirier.
Okay. Yeah, I think Max Holloway would be a different fight for him for sure. Dude, Max Holloway's no punk and he's on a run, buddy.
Yeah, I know. But okay, Aldo champ. It's I would like to see Aldo wait or fight Holloway. Aldo Holloway would be fantastic, right?
That'd be an exciting fight. So we're saying Frankie, Conor, Aldo Holloway.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. What if they did a tournament?
That'd be awesome.
It's not happening. Featherweight's deep.
Featherweight is interesting, and let's be honest, a lot of that is because of Conor. He made it interesting. For a while, it was sort of here.
Honestly, I'm gonna disagree with that. I think Frankie made it interesting when Frankie dropped because Frankie can give anybody a run for the money.
Frankie's been very inactive out of sheer bad luck. He waited on the sidelines for Tough for BJ Penn, which was kind of a weird fight to begin with.
Yeah.
He needs to get on a roll. And now this whole situation.
I find it really odd that they threw him under the bus and said that he just turned it down.
Yeah.
Not the fact that he was
Weird
injured,
situation,
nothing
yeah.
else. Like, why throw him under the bus? Like, the dude does everything right. Why do that?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He is
like,
a great
just
guy.
because, and like Nate was an odd choice. Nate was an odd choice. He's a ticket seller, but he doesn't move the needle.
Yeah, it's funny how everyone remembers that.
Mhm.
There are a few.
You can't talk bad about the Diaz's and people not remember it
There are a
because they
few
love
bigger
them.
needle
They're a
move-
cult.
yeah.
They're a cult.
They are the
and they love
genuine
'em.
article.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right, what else?
How about breaking it down technically?
Oh.
What do you think the loss was due to?
Okay, break it down. What happened? What went wrong? Yep.
Length, and I don't know how much people cut when they fight to 145. So I don't know what they walk around at. I mean, is that do they walk around at 70 in cut?
Yeah. Well, they don't start at 70 in the cut, but I think Conor
I'm saying,
walks
like-
around. Yeah.
So Nate
general-
walks around at 70.
Sure.
71, 73.
Do you think it was a mistake? They had agreed to 165, and at the last second, Conor said, "Make it 170. Let him get comfortable." Mind games, right? Was that a mistake? Those 5 pounds? No. All right.
Wouldn't bother. No, Nate for sure. No.
Nate would have won regardless.
Dude, yeah, for sure. Because Nate had a point to prove too.
Does Cerrone win that fight?
Cerrone folds under pressure, right? Top end pressure, like media pressure, not fight pressure.
Okay.
Media pressure. So that's the one reason why I thought they wouldn't bring him in, right?
Interesting.
Like I believe that.
But if you think they're in cahoots, then why not bring in the guy who folds?
Well, because maybe it wasn't enough time for Cowboy to freak out. Maybe it's the build up.
You really think so?
I mean, could be.
Jesus.
But Nate wasn't in camp. Nate gets a little bit fat sometimes. That's why he's calling him skinny fat.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's why so. And Cowboy's already in shape.
Right.
So Cowboy just is on a run. Right. Okay. There you go. Everybody wants that. And Cowboy, I think that the downtime is what kills Cowboy. That's what I think it is. So if it's on a run, I think they. How does he do? What's Cowboy's record in short end fights? Does anybody know?
Quick turnarounds?
Yeah.
Well, most recently he beat Benson on like less than 2 weeks, kind of 2 weeks notice. I think it's pretty damn good.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He did another downtime.
Right.
Because all of a sudden it's media, it's hype time, it's a couple practices, and all of a sudden you're fighting.
He had to wait a long time to fight RDA because they were saving him for the test shot. All right, good stuff. What else?
Anything to the extra weight for Conor? Do you think that affected him? Were his reflexes slower? Was he carrying too much?
Yeah, and is he not as?
Well, wasn't he lifting a whole bunch right now?
Yeah, it looked like he was bigger, but is
what does he look like? Do you have a picture from a year ago when he's out of fight camp, when he's just regular life, to now? How much more muscle? Because remember, new muscle is hard to carry. New muscle is hard to fight with because your body doesn't know how to recognize it.
Well, we do Snapchat, and sometimes I get accused of doing screen grabs. I'm just joking. I don't have those pictures readily available.
I'm saying they might be on Twitter or something. Come on, Twitter folk.
But is there something to be said that he loses power by going up? Like those left hands that were knocking out the featherweights.
Yeah, but Nate's not a featherweight.
No, exactly.
Yeah, a bigger frame, bigger body.
Yeah.
Nate's always been a bigger dude, right? Like it's just the way that works.
You thought he won the first round, though, right?
Conor?
Yeah. It did. I thought he did, but he was swinging for the fences a lot.
Oh, he was definitely swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
I think Nate was slow to react on the straight lefts. I think Nate had a good idea to step out and counter with his hook. But I guess I would say Nate had a takedown, right?
Yeah.
But I guess it got reversed or swept or whatever. I can't remember what happened, but Nate ended up on his back, right?
Little guillotine there for a second.
That's right.
Action, tried to go for it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, there was no knockdowns, and Nate had the takedown. So I mean, you might have to give it to Nate. Nate acted on it.
Now you're really being a hater.
Maybe. I don't know. I have no clue.
It was a 10-7. No, I'm kidding. What else we got?
What do you think of this matchup? Robbie Lawler and Nate Diaz?
Yes, this has been brought up. What do you think?
No.
Why?
No. Nate didn't. Nate's a 55er, man.
Yeah.
Like, well, why put him up against Rodney?
Robbie?
Robbie.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, that doesn't make sense, man.
So what do you do at 170 with Robbie now? Because Wonder Boy was just booked. Rory was booked. GSP, I don't know if he's coming back in time. What do? Do you do Tyron Woodley? Do you want to see that fight?
That'd be a great fight, man. That'd be a great fight.
Woodley hasn't fought in over a year. People are starting to get annoyed a bit.
Because Woodley hasn't gotten action?
Because he's been, sort of campaigning maybe a little too much.
Then give him a damn fight.
Okay.
Like, give him a fight. Let him fight Robbie. I mean, the worst is going to happen. He's going to lose, right? Best thing's going to happen. He's going to win.
Who do you like in that fight?
Dude, wow, that's tough, man. Robbie's a machine. Robbie.
Don't sit on the fence.
Yeah, I'm not.
We'll throw you out of here so fast.
I want to say, I think Tyrone would win.
Really?
I think he would.
Wow.
But it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight, and you're not going to knock Robbie out.
They're gonna train at the same place at ATT. Yeah.
Down there
in Florida. Yeah. Just different times.
What do you think about Overeem and?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I hope Overeem loses.
Why?
I don't like him.
It was weird what he said. He was like, "Oh, my teammate, I don't really care." I don't know. It was strange.
Hey, dude, that's just that.
And how about this?
Ugh.
Greg and Wink are going to be in Arlovsky's corner. Doesn't that say something?
Yeah.
Because in the past they were sort of saying we're not going to do this with the whole teammate thing. Mr. New York Rick, what do you think about Nate? But for the record, I don't want him to fight Robbie. I agree with you. Go back down to 55.
Yeah.
I'm
and
with
Nate didn't want to fight him either. Nate would do it if the money was right, but he didn't. Why?
Yeah. Wait, who do you want to see him fight?
No, I was just saying that I agree that Nate should go down to 55 again. That's his weight class. He only did this the same way Conor McGregor should go back to 45.
Yeah, 100%.
Does Nate deserve a title shot at 55 because of this?
No.
Okay, all right, just checking.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened.
I mean, apparently Dana says it's the right fight to make.
He's a massive draw.
I mean, he's up for sure, but he doesn't move the needle, guy.
That's right. Damn it.
He doesn't move the needle.
All right.
John Anik's 209 tattoo.
Yes,
How priceless was the last moment of the press conference when Nate called out John Anik once again, quote unquote, yo, John Anik better get a 209 tattoo or I'm gonna whip his little ass.
Dude,
do you know the story? How
do you not love Nick and Nate?
Do you know the story?
For sure.
Okay, but first of all, I just want to say, Nate's post-fight, his initial post-fight comment saying, "I'm not surprised, mother effers," is maybe the greatest of all time.
That's also here in this question.
Okay.
Everybody enjoyed that, certainly.
I mean,
my favorite was, "Oh, you're a wrestler now."
Oh, you're a wrestler. Oh, you're a wrestler now, dude. How can you not love him, man?
So John Anik, what is the question here?
The question is, what do you make of Nate calling him out and kind of continuing this? Because it wasn't just one time. He brought this up 3 or 4 times.
I think the more interesting question, if I may, is was it wrong for Anik to do that?
No.
He's a UFC employee, but he's doing a podcast.
Right.
He's separate here, and it's clear that Nate was offended, saying like, "Whoa, you're picking like why is a UFC guy picking against me publicly?"
No, I don't think so. Like for example, with Daniel Cormier or Brian Stan, right? When they're doing something, they're no longer fighters; they're paid commentators.
Yep.
You're an opinion giver. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do.
Should the play-by-play
Who's going to
guy
pay attention to a waffler, right? If you're going to sit on the fence, who's going to pay attention to it?
What's going on here?
I'm ringing. I got the Grateful Dead playing.
You got to go somewhere?
No, I'm fancy.
We're almost done anyway. What do you think, Eric?
Unless it has, unless there's something that would lead you to believe that there's some kind of influence there, I have no problem with it. Essentially, if that in some way affected the fight, then obviously it's untoward. But no problem with him picking the fight.
What was that word you just said? Obviously, it's. What was that? Untoward?
Yeah.
Never heard that before.
What is the word?
Well, I try to drop those.
I mean, that's
us broadcasters.
That's why it's never duplicated right there. I mean, that's
us broadcasters have a very diverse.
My ears up right there.
That's right.
Yeah. How do you not love the Diaz's, man?
The Diaz's are great. I mean, they're.
You almost got Stockton slapped that day.
I did, yeah. But now we're boys. Now they see me. We bro hug. We do the boom bam. We do
For sure.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's what I'm talking
about. If I went to the 209, they would roll out.
Easy guy. Easy guy.
The green carpet.
In fact, Matt said he was going to Stockton slap you today on the way to the studio.
Did you see it?
You were talking smack?
I was like, you scared? You about to get
Why would I be scared? I'm the one that asked you to come on the show.
I mean, hey, look,
you left me hanging.
I positioned this as a crash.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
come on.
Don't
kill my stick here.
Okay,
come on.
Fair enough. Here we go.
Okay, what do we do next in the women's bantamweight division?
What's wrong with her?
She's on the
Holmes
comeback.
versus Nunes next. Zingano's out for the moment. Do you think it makes sense for Holm and Nunes to fight?
Okay, here's what I think. I think that now you wait for Tate and Rousey, right? You got to. You can't have Tate fight someone like Amanda Nunes and risk the Ronda has no connection to Amanda Nunes.
Let me throw this out there.
Okay.
I'm bothered the fact that girl was waffling on whether she's going to come back and when she's going to come back and whatever's going on, and now all of a sudden that Misha gets it. Now I better start practicing.
Yeah,
that's some bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Why don't you throw her another person that's kind of tough? I understand that she was the man for a while. I get it, right?
Or the woman.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, I don't. Man.
Okay, so if
you're
you're in
licking your
charge
moves for that long, go on, man.
So if you're in charge, do you do Holm Rousey non-title fight in the comeback fight? If you're Ronda Rousey, why in a million years would you fight Holly Holm in your first fight back? Mentally, makes no sense. Don't you want to get your mojo back? And the best way to get your mojo back is to beat someone who you've already beaten twice. Now she's the belt. Ronda Rousey was the big winner on Saturday night, right? This couldn't have worked out better for her.
For sure.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Misha Tate did her a solid.
For sure. That's what. But I'm just bothered by the waffling on it. And as soon as she gets, like Debo and oh boy from Friday. Like as soon as he leaves, I start talking again.
Right.
You know.
So what do you think happens? What do you do with Miesha Tate?
I mean, Misha's gonna fight Ronda.
You think so? Yeah.
For
Does
sure.
Miesha have a chance?
I hope so. I like Misha as a person. I like her a lot.
Yeah.
So I hope so.
But hoping is not. Yes,
You know, I think that Misha's grown a lot.
She has.
And I think that Ronda has probably been stunted. So I think that
Is the blueprint out?
Not necessarily the blueprint is out, but the Emperor. Everybody knows the Emperor's not wearing clothes right now.
Oh God.
See what I'm saying?
It's very graphic.
Does Miesha want the fight with Ronda? Do you think she wants the fight?
Hell yeah.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Misha's down for the cause, and Miesha wants that fight. She wants to prove to herself that hey, look, man, I'm better than this, and she wants to prove it.
She wanted to fight her back in July when they were supposed to fight a third time originally. But now, see, a lot of people are like, oh, you remember this? This is what I'm happy that we're talking about this now, because remember back in the day, Tyson and Holyfield were kind of playing footsie, right? Never happened. Buster Douglas knocks out Tyson. Everyone's like, now the fight's ruined. Douglas fights Holyfield. Holyfield beats Buster. So we never got the rematch, Buster and Tyson.
Right.
And what happened when Tyson eventually got to Holyfield after all his... The fight was huge.
Yeah.
But the fight was big,
For sure.
right?
Massive.
So isn't it kind of the same? We want it... Okay, so we want to see... Home beats Ronda, right? Home beats Ronda. Now we're all waiting for the rematch. Doesn't happen. Tate comes in, swoops in, beats Home, and now we're going to see Ronda Miesha 3. And that's going to be big business.
Well,
and if Ronda fights Home again in the future, that's going to be big business too.
It would for sure. I just, as a fan of the sport, it bothers me where she didn't really want to come back if Holly had the title, and then now that Miesha has it, I'm about to get my ass to work.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Come on.
UFC 200 feels like this weekend's results have perhaps ruined some of the UFC's plans for UFC 200. What are your predictions for that card now?
I disagree. I think that they'll try to put on Aldo and Conor, or Frankie and Conor, or something like that. I mean, Conor will still be in the mix. He didn't take much of an ass whooping. No, I think he still sells mad tickets. I think people are still interested to see it, because remember, he's still got a 45-pound belt.
Okay, but here's the thing: if Ronda doesn't come back, right? Is Miesha Tate big enough? Because it would seem like they were going to go with Home and Conor again at 200. And now Home loses. Okay, fine, I get it. Conor's still the champ. But for UFC 200, when you think back to UFC 100, it was Brock Lesnar versus Frank Mir, GSP versus Thiago Alves, Dan Henderson against Michael Bisping. Are there enough big names out there for a gigantic card? Or is that not even necessary anymore? It's just a number. Maybe 200 sells itself.
Well, they said that the biggest card in history is going to be 209.
Wow. You know what? I didn't even think of 209.
Put both of them on there.
Oh, my God.
And it'll be in San Jose or even Stockton or whatever.
Bring it to Stockton. Wow. That just blew my mind.
That's the biggest card ever.
We're like a year away from that.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow. UFC 209.
So 200 is nothing. 209 is the big one.
Have Nick and Nate ever fought on the same card?
I don't know how well they would handle that.
That would be... Can you imagine that in New York, Rick? Wow.
I like it. For belts.
For belts, for sure. For belts. For sure.
UFC 209. I just got all giddy inside.
All right, but what about UFC 200? Let's get back to that.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Great. Sorry.
I digress.
Fuck 200. The 209. I think you go Conor Frankie. That's what I would do.
Have to.
And I would do... I don't think Miesha fights on the card. I don't know what other title fight
So
you could
what
put.
else can we do on there?
Because
the 5-round fight's a long fight. That's hard on your body. When's 200 supposed to be?
July 9th. Because look, Fabricio's fighting in May, so he's not going to be ready. Jones is fighting in April. Maybe he could come back. I don't know.
Could I rematch Travis? Could that throw some fuzz in there?
That's main event worthy. 185 is happening in June. Yeah. Robbie Lawler against Tyron Woodley. I guess that could be your other title fight.
Hey, that's a big fight. Robbie.
They need GSP
and
now more than ever.
Silva. What about Anderson Silva?
I guess Anderson Silva. No Chael. No Nick. Yeah, it's interesting.
When is Nick's suspension up?
August 1st or something.
209.
And
that's right.
Breaking, Nate Diaz is out until 420. Can't make that up.
Oh my God. There's a lot going on.
Is that?
I don't think we're going to be around.
That's
for
rather serendipitous. That's true. Yeah. Is that really? Is that true?
100%.
No.
Wow, that is.
What do you mean?
No,
420?
it's true. He's medically suspended until 420.
I thought you were saying UFC 420.
Can we all light a spliff even if you don't smoke? Can we just burn down in honor of that? I don't either. But
speaking of GSP, he was in attendance at 196. What do you think that was? Was
that
a
really big
the
deal?
Road to 200?
GSP does not just show up to events, especially not in Las Vegas. He was there with a smile on his face. The interview that I did with him has not been posted, but let me tell you something. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal.
Why would he come back?
You want to see him back?
No, it's not that I don't want to see him. I mean, I love watching dudes get pregnant. Like,
Whoa. You're not a fan of GSP?
I mean, I think he's a great wrestler.
I think you could make the case that he's the second greatest of all time. John Jones, in my opinion, greatest. I don't know. I know you've had your history with him.
He's a great fighter.
His resume speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Plus,
sure.
he's undefeated.
Yeah.
I know he had that one fight against Bannon.
No.
GSP, though, had a better resume than Anderson Silva. I said it. What do you think of that?
I agree. GSP is the most dominant wrestler in the sport.
Why can't you say fighter?
Because he doesn't fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Matt Serra changed the way he fought. He doesn't stand up anymore. He's great timing, incredible timing, but he doesn't fight. He doesn't go for submissions. He just holds
So you don't
down.
care to see him back?
No.
Okay. Eric?
I know Canadian is gonna get upset. I said that.
Hell yeah.
I don't think he has anything to prove. Would I like to see him? Sure.
They need him.
I think he's still definitely a competitive fighter. He went out essentially beating Johnny Hendricks. Some would argue that Hendricks won that fight. Certainly a great case to be made, but I wouldn't have a problem with seeing him come back.
Talking about that, look at the rise and fall of Johnny Hendricks.
Man.
I mean, that's amazing, right?
Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, to me, we were arguing about this, New York Rick and I, before. I want to see Wonderboy versus Robbie Lawler. Wonderboy, to me, is a huge star in the making. He's unbelievable. Watching him fight is like watching a video game.
He's creative, for sure.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you can press X, Y.
And he's doing crazy kicks and stuff. He's incredible.
You surprised they released Darren Quickshank?
No. If I were World Series of Fighting, I would sign him and have him fight Justin Gaethje. By the way, how about Darren Caldwell? You know this guy? He's
Save
a star.
it.
Okay,
Save
sorry. Okay. Well, we got 4 minutes left.
No. We're going. Don't worry.
All right.
What are your thoughts on the Unstoppable press conference? Give general.
I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it?
No.
It was fantastic.
Why?
There's a lot of crap talking. Come on.
Stop.
You appreciate that.
Stop.
You didn't like that?
I'm not going to spend time of my life watching other people talk trash about other people.
You're maybe on the crapper or something. You look at the YouTube. Come on. Don't pretend like you don't do it.
Okay, how about this? We'll get more specific for you, Ariel.
Yes.
What do you think about John Jones becoming the hero?
Okay, so this is what happened. John Jones gets out there. Biggest cheers of them all. There's literally 20 fighters up there, from DC to Weidman to Rockhold to Joanna. Everyone's up there. John Jones got the biggest pop by far. You know who actually was close second?
Who?
Your boy Helwani right here. I stood up there. I got
were you the
showered.
mediator?
Yeah, well, I came up on the mic. It was unbelievable. The place exploded.
Crazy.
Anyway, as far as the fighters are concerned, John Jones, unbelievable, right? I didn't expect that. I thought it would be a mix. DC got booed like crazy. What do you make of this? What about America? Booing. They like a reclamation project. They like a guy who was wronged in their mind, who had his belt taken away. Oh, by the way, he showed up with his belt.
I heard about that.
What do you think?
I mean, do it.
It's fun.
But he's not rehabbed. I mean, dude was going 75 and a 35. I mean, and was being a dick to a cop. He's not reformed.
Did you hear that clip?
Yeah. Dude, how arrogant is that, dude? Like, come on. I respect him as a fighter.
You don't drive with your
passport?
passport?
You know what's worse, dude? I probably do. You know what's worse is that once all that stuff happened, I was actually happy for him. I was like, good for him, man. Like, I don't mind you turning heel. Good for you. But don't be fake. No, it's just more of the same.
We were talking about this. Wonder Boy is squeaky clean, right? This guy is Christian, all this stuff. But for some reason,
those are the ones you got to worry about.
It doesn't come across as fake with him. With other people, it comes off as a little bit too much. He's being himself. He's doing the suck it. Can I say something about the suck it sign for a second? You know, the suck it?
Sure. That's WWF, right?
Yeah, but it's like 1998 WWF. Like,
right.
I need to talk to John about this because, like, it kind of comes across as he's one of those guys
John
who just
Jones.
Yeah, he just found pro wrestling in 2016 and he's reenacting things that we were doing in high school in 98. It's not cool to do the suck it sign, in my opinion.
Was that X-Pac? He
followed me on Twitter. X-Pac, Sean Wallman.
Ask him about it.
Yeah. Ask him if he thinks it's cool to be doing that in 2016.
I will ask him that.
Please.
All right.
Get back to us.
I will.
But yeah, I'm curious to see how DC responds to this because I don't think he was expecting that.
How about Weidman? What did you think of his performance at the press conference? He severed ties with Daniel Cormier, linked up with John Jones as a tag team.
This was an amazing moment. An amazing moment. Him and John Jones formed a super team. They said, we're going to take down AKA. You missed quite the press conference, man. It was amazing.
All the storylines just
I loved it. Chris was
huh?
great. I'll tell you the worst part about the press conference. We couldn't hear anything in the damn arena. The acoustics were really bad.
Oh, yeah?
At home they heard. I thought Weidman was great. He sold the fight. People were kind of on the fence. I want to see the fight. Do you think it's a mistake for Chris Weidman to fight Luke Rockhold after losing in the way that he did?
No, I heard that he was controlling that fight until he threw that spinning kick.
Don't tell me you didn't see it.
No.
God. What do you think, New York Rick? What do you think of his performance?
It was fine. I think John Jones was the one who came out looking the best out of press conference. Everybody else.
That's
was
amazing.
Kinda,
How often can you really say that and mean it?
Isn't that something?
Not in jest, but actually in sincerity.
actually,
that's why.
close second, Joanna. She
Dude, I love
really
her.
put
She's
on.
so cool, man. Dude, we were at the hotel in Boston before the fight.
Yeah.
And Coach Henry Hooft, and Joanna were talking in the lobby, and they were talking about something about like potentially being a coach for Tough or whatever else. They're just chopping it up, and then the coach for old girl that he's coaching against now, whatever the girl, who's she fighting?
Claudia.
Yeah, her. The coach comes up.
Oh.
And she goes, "I'm gonna really hurt your girl next
Oh my
fight."
God, she's crazy.
Changed tone. He's like, "Oh man, we're here for friends." He's like, "That's fine, but I'm really gonna hurt her this time."
They got into a full-fledged brawl on Tough.
Did they?
But then,
hey, dude, Joanna's no punk.
No cameras. It was after the show was over. It's like not even worth it at that point. Dana said there was head kicks involved.
I believe it.
Crazy.
Hey, Joanna's no punk, man.
You got to see their stare down. They have to bring a security guard to break them up.
Her stare downs are so intense.
Yeah, she gets all in your
Schmiegel,
face.
Man.
Yeah.
She's all she gets intense, dude.
Oh,
we fought she was on the card in Phoenix when I fought against Gonzaga.
That's right.
And she was cutting weight there. That was her
Against
first fight in
Claudia.
UFC. Was that who it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Was
Split
that a
decision.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. And dude, like her cutting weight and everything else was just a trip, man. Like seeing everything that was going on. But Henry knew her, so we were talking to her like in the same groups.
Yeah.
And dude, she was just so intense, man. Like,
There's something about that Eastern European trash talk that is very intense. Okay, here we go. Darian Caldwell.
This is the last question from here, and then we'll do one Twitter and we're out.
All right.
How impressive was Darian Caldwell's performance? His winning streak in Bellator looks pretty flawless so far. What's his ceiling as a fighter? And then, interestingly, can we expect to see him on the MMA Hour?
Oh, wow. Look at this. Who wrote this? Bellator? Danny Brenner? They actually asked me about that. Yes, funny enough, he actually was on the MMA Hour not that long ago. He was there in the infamous Bobby Green interview when they tried to hijack the show. This is, I'm trying to find it here.
Hijack the show.
They just kind of showed up with they were 8 deep. It was crazy.
They showed up here?
No, on Skype.
Oh.
But he was part of the crew. Darian Caldwell is a name to remember and kind of makes me wish that they sign Aljamain Sterling. I'm trying to pull up the clip here so you could see the finish. Amazing. This guy is, here's the end. So he fought.
I hope that's not before.
Oh, he fought Joe. Look at this. He fought Joe Warren. I don't know if this is the slam. Wish I could just get the
suplex.
Yeah, the suplex. This guy.
Did he suplex Joe Warren?
He suplexed Joe Warren.
I thought Joe Warren was like the unsuplexable guy.
Yes, it was amazing.
Wild.
I think this is it right here. Here it is.
Launch.
Bang! Look at that. You see that?
That was like
this guy is great.
That was worse than my slam.
I like Darian Caldwell.
High ceiling.
High ceiling.
Like wish they signed Aljamain Sterling.
What weight is that? Is that 55?
35.
35.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our final question. Another Bellator one. It's not going to be on the screen. Vanderlei Silva signed with Bellator.
Yes.
Is this going to be big and create a friction between the UFC and Bellator?
What do you think, Mr. I got an offer?
I heard that there was already friction between Bellator and UFC. I heard that there's already friction, and it stemmed from Crow Cop.
Wait, you think it stems from that?
That's what I heard.
I think it stems from Spike being, the former home of the UFC, and now, all that stuff.
I heard that there were some pretty upset toes that got stepped on.
How do you feel as someone who just got the offer? Do you think Vanderlei? Let me ask you this: Vanderlei, Rampage, Kimbo. Do you like the direction they're going in? As someone who's trying to, figure out where they're going, it's clear. Look, they don't offer Aljamain a contract, but
they didn't offer him.
They didn't offer him nothing substantial.
So I wonder what happened with his deal. How did he? Because he had no leverage then. So what happened with the UFC?
World Series did.
World Series did.
Yeah.
So his pay got bumped up.
Yeah, he got a bump.
Where is he? Did he get? What's he getting paid? You know?
I'm not gonna put him on the spot.
All right. Well, I don't know if it was this close or not. So is he getting paid what he's worth?
I don't think so. If I'm being honest, I think there's maybe 0.01% of fighters out there who are getting paid what they're worth.
For sure.
Right. So.
For sure.
Just considering what they do for a living.
Right.
Going to a cage and getting punched.
Right. Take a chance walking out. It's not the same way you walked in.
Yes. But do you like the fact that they're going with the older guys? I mean, Vanderlei's still a draw to a degree,
draws, man.
But he hasn't fought in a while.
But yeah, a long time.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, man, they're in Bellator's in a spot right now where they have to get names to get viewership to get credibility, right?
Yeah.
They can pay out for names right now, and then they need to get the first wave of people coming over, saying it's okay to go there. It's not going to the D League. It's okay to go over there.
Benson.
Yeah. Benson,
potentially,
some other names maybe.
Sure.
And from that, I think they have to do this. I think business wise, plus Coker knows how to put on a damn good fight, man. He puts on a damn good show. He does, and he's creative.
Except no more Dada 5000.
Hey, they had 2.7 million viewers.
Yeah,
man.
he almost died.
Well, he actually did die. He did.
Come on.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he just got released.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just got released from the hospital on Friday or Thursday.
No more. Hopefully, no more bananas and.
Please don't. What do you? Stop it! Stop it! No.
That's what he ate. That's what his family said. He ate bananas and
I
eggs.
thought you were gonna say the other stuff.
Oh, like fried chicken and all.
Stop it.
I eat fried chicken.
Yeah.
I love fried chicken. Popeyes.
Here's
hey,
the interesting
Popeyes,
thing.
if you want to sponsor me.
Yeah.
Me and Daniel Cormier.
Well, you're part of the Reebok. You can't. Interesting. Here's the thing about Vanderlei. He's suspended until 2017. So are they going to try to go to a commission that's going to allow him to fight elsewhere? Are they going to put him in Japan? That's the real interesting part in all this. You understand?
So you're trying to tell me Vanderlei Fedor?
I don't know. I think they're going to try to get him in the States. That's what I think.
They wouldn't want to piss off the commissions like that.
We'll see. Scott Coker don't play around.
That's for sure.
Anything else, New York Rick?
That's it.
That's it. All right. We've run out of time. What a pleasure this has been.
Hey, I appreciate it.
When do you go home?
Today.
What time?
I catch a car to the airport at 6 o'clock.
From where?
Here.
You told them?
No, from the hotel.
Where's your hotel?
Right down the way.
Are you staying with Paige?
No.
Do you know about her big news?
I don't want to be a pedophile. What's that?
She's got big news.
She got engaged.
I don't know.
Oh.
She told us she can't say it yet. I thought maybe you knew.
No, I don't.
All right. Well, I wish you the best.
I get picked up at 6:30 at the Millennium Hotel.
Oh, I actually think she's staying there.
No, stop it.
If anyone wants to hang out with Matt for the next 90 minutes.
Come on. Let's do it. But I'm dried out. I'm healthy now, so I'm not drinking anymore.
Oh, okay.
I got skinny fat when I couldn't do anything with
where's
my
home?
shoulder. Springfield. Springfield, Illinois.
There's always
Purdue.
corn in Indiana.
At Indiana Beach. Stephen Bonner.
Down in Monticello. What's the thing he said at the end there?
It's like, down beautiful Monticello.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, for sure.
Bondi Beach.
Yeah.
Josh Koscheck.
That was a trip, huh?
The Octagon girls are there.
That was a good
Dana
one.
White.
I hear there's shark attacks on Bondi Beach.
That's one of the most fun trips. And you remember we went to the rugby thing?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, and you were trying to catch the balls and
For sure.
everything.
That was
What
a good time.
What a time to be alive.
You know
you just got called up at the last minute, remember?
I did. Like Chris wasn't supposed to be there. Remember? And then Chris went out there and got sunburnt really bad. And they were worried it was going to look terrible on camera.
To Brian Emerson. That was the beginning of the end.
It was a rough one.
Okay.
Where's Emerson at? Is he even around
He
still?
retired.
Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, I wish you the best
Thanks,
with the
man.
grievance. Let us know.
Appreciate
and of course with the my hands get sweaty.
Warm it up. Appreciate it. I'm making nervous.
And also for the free agency stuff. Keep us posted.
I will.
Whenever you decide, if you go anywhere else, if I see people tweeting about this news,
Dwayne Findlay.
I'm much love to Dwayne, but I just want to throw that out there.
For sure.
All right, you can hit my music. Let's say goodbye with Matt here. This is how we say goodbye at the end of the show. It's like a 2-minute thing, so don't say goodbye just yet. So what I like to do is thank everyone. This was one of our biggest shows ever. I don't know if you know.
I did not know.
Yeah.
Because Paige was here?
No, just because it's like, aftermath of UFC 196, people wanted to know what I thought about it. I think for the most part, I was able to share. Basically, everyone who's saying that this is the end of MMA, this is the end of the UFC, this is the end of Conor McGregor, just slow your roll.
Why would they say that?
Because he lost, the invincibility. I think the best part of MMA, unpredictability. That's why we tune in. And you got these Monday morning quarterback, these columnists who are like, oh, this is why MMA will never be popular. No, this is why MMA is popular, because on any given night, anyone could step in there and change their life forever.
You can find us not scripted, for sure.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. So congratulations to Nate Diaz, 209. Congratulations to Miesha Tate as well. Huge wins for them. Great night Saturday night in Las Vegas. Okay, thank you very much to Chuck Mindenhall. Thank you very much to Robert Follis. You know Robert Follis?
No.
Head coach, Extreme Couture. Great guy.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I think he'd be good for you. Anyway, Rafael dos Anjos, best of luck to him, and get well soon. Thank you so much to Paige VanZant. Tremendous stuff from her. Appreciate her stopping by. Appreciate John Kavanagh stopping by as well. All the best to him. Lewis-Parry. Holy moly, that was intense
that
stuff.
Dude came on fire.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you very much to him. Jake Shields, thank you very much as well. And thanks to your good pal, old friend Malki Kawa, who's stopping by. Wow.
You should have let me interview him.
I know, that would have been fun. I wish you the best, my friend. Thank you very much. It was great to have you in studio. Thank you very much to all of you as well. If you missed anything, check it out, iTunes, Stitcher, all that good stuff and more. Back next week, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.